All right. Welcome back, folks. It's day 39. As per the Duolingo tradition, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, yesterday we had a lot of discussions, so there wasn't much to recall other than the vocabulary we already have. So instead of that, we're going to talk about the discussions. Yesterday I talked about the whole a discussion from the previous day about iru, iku, iru, kiru, kuru, sorry. Iku, kuru, and feelings, right? Now I got another story I was inspired off yesterday. This is related to Japanese and some, I guess, nuances that I have learned in the process. Much like having a natural discussion with other people, I think, in my opinion, for myself, I learn and am motivated when discussions come up. So as much as I like to continue drilling myself in the Duolingo fashion, Duolingo giveth and I taketh, so to speak. And in advance, I want to use a phrase that Lotus told me yesterday to thank someone implicitly in the third person in the future if they ever see this, because with all due respect, this is at their expense a little bit. So what was the phrase? Oshiete kurete arigato, indeed. All right, so let's do our story. And boy, there's some stuff to unpack. There are twists and turns, parts of the point where it's then when I screwed up. So let's go with it. So yesterday we had a discussion regarding two other quote-unquote, yet again, of course, this is the theme of Duolingo, but I think there are some prejudices here to unpack. Not for bad or good, just some observations, neutral observations. So once again, we're delving into the nuances, right? The nuances. And a lot of times I do feel this word nuance has been used by my fellow language learners from a place of knowledge, right? And often this place of knowledge is from the Japanese perspective, the Japanese language perspective. And as much as I said it repeatedly, I really appreciate that, because I do not have knowledge of the Japanese perspective. Even as a second language, I do not have that. However, I also, for me, my nuance comes from the knowledge of the English perspective. In my opinion, humbly so. Right? So this is where it's quite entertaining, in my opinion, where a lot of the Duolingo time actually get invested, is the idea that if you're thinking from the perspective of Japanese to English versus English to Japanese, the idea of priorities and how to communicate is a little bit different. And this is a great example of it, and it will be a wonderful way for me to remember these things. So now we're talking about, and also as a disclaimer, we're doing some disclaimers. This is 5 hours in one evening, prompted to inspire me to look down this rabbit hole, right? And yes, this is in response, inspired to the idea that, I am not ready for this. And that's fair. I'm not ready for this. For sure. However, when someone tells me that there's too many nuance, obviously I run towards it. Totally makes sense, right? I run towards it. By makes sense, I'm being sarcastic. some people would accept it, tolerate it, and wait and be a little bit impatient, or be a little bit patient. In this case, I'm not really that patient. However, I'm also not looking to set the world on fire and offer more of a non-comprehensive tentative, non-comprehensive tentative take. And this is more of a vlog diary, I suppose, to myself about where I will be and maybe reflect upon it down the line. So right now, this is from a 5-hour take, delving into a heavily, quote unquote, nuance. There was a joke yesterday made about the nuances of nuances, courtesy of Lotus, and that's what we're talking about here. Learning a language, in my opinion, would be secondary to the appreciation of nuances of nuances. And I am, in my opinion, humbly disagree that there's a barrier to diving into nuances. So for me, of course, naturally, because of this discussion, which I have yet to disclose, I spent 5 hours of my evening diving deep into this, or deep enough to get a better appreciation. And I came up with some interesting things that will probably change in the future. So all of this is tentative, non-comprehensive. So let's talk about the event. So what actually happened? The event of this discussion. In this time, there was some motivations involved. And by motivations, I mean one could interpret it as an argument. And here we go, right? So the event, it was fairly innocent. We had a lot of longer discussions afterwards. However, due to the event of modern technology, right? The nice thing about modern technology is oftentimes you can go back, and this is why I record my sessions and then upload them in 2 different places, right? I can go back and look at timing and how events unfold, right? It's nice to really, while we all have interpretive understanding of what occurs in the moments, it's often nice to be able to have some sort of recording or track of what actually happened, right? And it allows me, at least for myself, this type of review allows me for some catharsis. Not so much for other people. This is more of a selfish thing. I like the feeling that I still have control over my own faculties and my own perceptions, regardless if it's for the sake of educating others or how others view me, right? This is for my own mental selfish protection, as in things that I feel I remember properly, but perhaps I need to pay more attention on how forgetful I am, right? This turned out to be more the former. My faculties are in control rather than the latter. However, there was a misunderstanding. There's all the whole like trailer. This kind of feels like a trailer bait for intense story here. I'm gonna set myself up for an hour and a half, right? Maybe an hour and a half. I think I have enough material for an hour and a half for this. And it's gonna drill me in this concept. I don't think I am going to mess up these Japanese concepts because of this story. So let's do the play-by-play event, right? So the initial, this deals with the nuance of usage of aru and iru. Okay? And this was sparked by aru and iru. However, we'll throw in some stuff from my some teasers from my 5-hour talk. There was mention of I think it's more accurately to say shi shoyu suru, and also motsu, along with what we know, the no particle, right? But it's largely about aru and iru. 5 hours, you can get a lot of information. And all of it is inclusive. I don't think there's a lot of conflicting issues about aru and iru. So naturally, to really appreciate the nuance of nuance, it's all of the above. So there's a hot take already here. It's all of the above. That's usually how I go about it. You take it all in. It's not about destructive, as in, oh, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't remember this, you should forget this. No, it's all contextualized. Let's be Japanese people and contextualize all of this, right? Actually, I more want to say, let's be scholars and learners and contextualize all of these. Problems are problems, but they're not meant to be ignored or forgotten. Confusion and pragmatism and overlapping mechanics are not to be forgotten. It's there as a reminder to contextualize things. So here we go. At some point, I think the particular point of divergence was the idea that my colleague in, thank you, Indy, for everything. So my colleague mentioned or was describing from my question in Japanese, what did the person observe during their walk? And a dog came up, right? Inu. So eventually it led to my asking, or an attempt to ask, what kind of dog is it, right? And at first I was thinking, oh yeah, so this, I can't actually say this with full confidence. So I took a leap. I kind of remembered something and then Duolingo did provide this. Duolingo did provide a context for what kind of things. And that was the phrase, or that was the key vocab word was dona. Okay? Dona. And the reason why I remember this is because it kind of reminds me of donut. But that's a different story. So when I thought about this phrase, what kind of dog is it, right? You know where this is going because we've already primed for aru and iru, right? The state of being, like to be, right? The state of being or existence comes into question. Now, when I was brainstorming, I was thinking, what is that phrase? And then Lotus popped in and helped me remember the phrase. It was dona. So, do-na. And I was thinking, how was the context of Duolingo introducing this thing? And I remember, the only parts that I remember were dona, something, right? The thing. Another thing, which I don't remember, which will be revealed later. So this turned out to be, I think, a noun or object, right? And then deska is the exact format that Duolingo used. Not dona object question mark deska. And this is the nuance and nuance. It's important to know the context that I remembered this in. It's in the form of a question. And I might actually even think this is a question mark. It did not come to me at the time. There is a chance there's a ga here. Okay? There might be a ga here. I'm not sure if they went between ga and wa, but that wasn't what my thought was. The most important thing is I suggested a deska at that moment. And when I mean by suggested, I mean I'm guessing, right? I'm proposing, oh yeah, maybe you could say something like this. Meanwhile, due to the limitations of Twitch chat and how asynchronous Twitch chat is, my colleague and pal, my colleague in the battlefield, wrote 2 responses or 2 chat things, and it wasn't, and this is where I've done screwed up. This is what explains what happens, the point of conflict afterwards. And it kind of brings a smile to my face because it just tells me something that I don't do really well when it comes to reading asynchronous chat with speaking as a streamer, right? So it's an innocent mistake or miscommunication. So when I said this, I think I said something like Dona inu wa desu ka, right? That's obviously now after 5 hours, that's not how that phrase works. However, Indy provided 2 things. Now, this is where the miscommunication happened. So he wrote out what I said, and or wrote out something using a phrase of arimasu. So something like dona wa, I don't know where the wa is at the moment, but dona wa inu o arimasu. Something like that, right? So what kind of dog you have with arimasu. So when these phrases, these 2 messages showed up, it's the first one, and then there's a big or, the rest of the phrase in arimasu. I read this. So I read this phrase, and I thought, oh, hey, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I see where you're going with that. Like, have what kind of dog, what kind of dog the owner have, right? And that is where, in my opinion, obviously, the train falls off the rails. Because my thought process was, I don't know enough if that works. And I thought that was a suggestion of how to express what kind of dog that person has. Because I was thinking what kind of dog that person have, right? So naturally, this, upon reflection, Indy was trying to ask me, did I mean to say this, which is the dona wa inu desu ka, right? Dona wa inu desu ka, or something like that. Or did I say, or was I saying dona wa inu orimasu ka, like orimasu ka, arimasu ka. So that led to this whole discussion, which was really fruitful and informative, with the twist. There's a big twist, and oftentimes, I mention this quite often, I prefer to be underestimated. Go away. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, I didn't realize you can move this thing. Underestimated versus overestimated. And sure enough, this is the case, right? Overestimated. So this is the case. It's too difficult for me to understand. It's too nuanced. You're not ready for it yet. Fair enough. And I'm okay with that, because that's what gets me more information. So the suggestion was, oh yeah, you can't do that, right? You can't aru a dog. It's and also well, first actually I skipped a step. Aru means to exist. That was the point. One point was making. Yeah, that's why it's not about have. It's about to exist. Like, you want to interpret aru as to exist. And obviously, thinking about the nuances, it is established that we both understand that in some cases, the interpretation of to have seems reasonable. And Duolingo does do this, and it's going to get really, really nuanced here. So, for the time being, both of us understood that there are some motivations for Duolingo to use to have as a translation for aru in their lessons. However, the advice is that phrasing everything to mean to exist or to be is very helpful to understand how aru works, right? And then that was the first issue, right? So naturally, I said I wanted to say what kind of dog does that owner have. So the motivation is that when I was reading arimasu, the suggestion, it was implying that I wanted to use it as a possessive. That is where a miscommunication occurred, of which I wasn't explicitly explaining how much I know. So it's not relevant here because we kept plowing forward. So I listened, and my argument when my commentary about when I'm being informed that it means to exist, I acknowledge that yes, it is that. And immediately I said it's both. And in both ways, both Japanese and Japanese to English and English to Japanese. The sentiment and the meaning is contextually both, and it fluctuates back and forth. That 5 hours of digging revealed that is still the case, at least from my limited understanding. So not only does aru usually can be written and translated to an English person as to exist, or there is something, in a location, there is something in very specific cases. And sure enough, going back through the VODs, Duolingo uses it in those specific cases. And this is the nuance of nuance. In those very specific cases, the expression is to be in the presence of something that someone owns. And because of that, the transitive translation of it is that it is of them, as in it belongs to them, which implies having it. Those are all the steps that are skipped, right? Duolingo, one of the things that make using Duolingo so much fun with people who know Japanese as a second language, or even maybe one day I'll get to talk to an educated Japanese person who has the nuance of English as well. It would be really fun because technically there's a lot of steps being skipped, and again, Duo does not explain these things, and that's where the fun is, in my opinion. I actually think the lack of Duo explaining has led me to understand so much more of the Japanese language, because the vagueness and the briskness of Duo's design leaves a lot of questions to be answered. So let's talk about this, right? So this is one of the major topics, so let's move on. So one of the major points right now is the idea that to exist is incredibly helpful from a learning perspective. It removes some confusions. So if you strictly stick to it exists, it removes some contextual confusion later down the road. I'm not about that. This is where me and my colleague, my humble and helpful colleague, we disagree in our methods of understanding things. For me, it means to exist and to have, because unlike being scared of nuances, in my opinion, it's not a deterrence for me. I mean, I would eventually learn it later regardless. So it is both to exist and to have. While to have is unpopular, oh, it is very unpopular. I have to admit. It is more so not as in it's a bad thing, is that this interpretation is far more popular when it comes to learning Japanese. So that's perfectly understandable. When you use to exist and bend all the translations of aru and iru into to exist, it helps you compartmentalize the confusion of possessing and owning, which can be expressed in multiple ways. Of one, Duolingo has introduced the no particle, right? The no particle. And you can rephrase. So I thought of how could I express what type of dog that person have? I could rephrase it using the no particle. Like, is the man's dog, of what breed is the man's dog? Or of what type is the man's dog? So you can use the no particle to modify the dog using the topic marker with man. Okay? And even then, there's some wiggle room here with no. So there's some nuances of no as well. Or, which still doesn't really help this situation, you can delve into the nuances of suru and motsu. But this is beyond the scope of this story, so we're not going to use suru or motsu. No was mentioned briefly once at the end, but I don't think this is relevant as well. Not too relevant. But there was mention of how to express like the man's dog and then phrase it in a different way, right? Momentarily. And this one is more like I mentioned it and then Indy mentions it and I'm like, yes, I just said that. So we're on the same page. So this is not where the story gets interesting. So now this was the first point, and it's from the perspective of learning Japanese, and it's very useful. I agree with Indy wholeheartedly. If you use to exist to compartmentalize yourself from to have, that alleviates confusion. However, in my opinion, it does not alleviate how it's translated and how it's understood by an English person, or even expressed by a Japanese person. Sort of. From my 5-hour gathering, right? This is not comprehensive. I would actually have to talk to Japanese people and see how, in what context. My only use is I listened to conversations because I know a few conversations where aru and iru were used. It's actually quite... There are a lot of situations where aru and iru are commonly used. And oftentimes, it's the form of a question. Especially traveling. Traveling, aru and iru are used a lot. So, from the 5 hours, quite like 30 to an hour, I was listening to how it was used and what they were implying. And there are lots of use cases to remember to translate it as interpreting to have. But not in the same sense of motsu and suru, or even no, right? The rabbit hole. But before then, there's another event that happened afterwards. So the other event, well, this is the first contentious point. So then accusations ran high, just a little bit, where I said, well, you know, the way Duo teaches the pattern, or aru tells me that they know this rule, coming up. And they also know the implicit patterns that specifically has aru, meaning have. And it is very specific. Diving into the VODs, it is very specific. And now I kind of appreciate, but also kind of get a little bit, why'd you do it this way kind of thing. However, I made the implication that Indy is providing advice for me, right? To prevent me from maybe making a confusion thing. I rebutted with a counterpoint. And suggested that the only Duolingo patterns that I know with aru cannot confuse, or unlikely, the word I would use is unlikely for me to use aru in that way. As in the way of owning a dog, or owning what I would call an inanimate object, or when the person means exist and not have. To me, when Duolingo introduced a pattern, the patterns they introduce is strongly expressing have. And those are the nuances of nuances. It is actually far more explicit, in my opinion, to have someone, if you told someone, what did you say using this aru? What is the expression that you're trying to make? It's closer to have than to exist. Even if it's pragmatically confusing, right? With suru, motsu, and no being in existence, because it would imply have, would imply possession. And in my thing, I said that Duolingo, well, I wouldn't ever suggest aru in which a man has a dog. And that's where we got into who remembers what happened. And technically both of us were sort of on the mark here, but we were thinking about two different things, and that's where I was pushing back. So Indy suggested that I just did that. As in, the claim is that I just use aru to describe a man owning a dog, to have a dog, like what kind of dog a man have. And that's a misinterpretation of aru, because aru is about existence. There is a dog, right? Or like even then, we haven't gone into the whole animate and versus animate yet. For the time being, one of the rules of aru is that you're talking about what there is, not what they have as in ownership. And Indy suggested I just did that, but no, I didn't suggest that. I suggested deska, which is not correct either. Like the dona phrase with deska. When I read his suggestion or his question, oh, did you mean to say dona wa inu o arimasu ka? He was asking me a question. But here's the thing about miscommunications. When you're asking how to say a question properly, and then you type it out, Are you asking a question or you're making a suggestion? So that's the dudes where my car thing happened, where I interpret it as that question as a suggestion. So this is where I threw the pooch, where when he was typing out just the phrase, the whole phrase, inu, the arimaska, right? The arimaska, I thought he was making a suggestion, but he was asking if I said that. So as I'm going forward, I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, that could work, right? That could work. And it turns out like that it's not my idea. And so what happened was, I'm talking about a story that happened yesterday, and it's helping me remember the intricacies and diving into the nuances of aru versus I. So in this case, then I told him like, well, I didn't suggest arimasu to use as a possession, right? A dog too. And then he would suggest, no, you did. Like, and I was like, I rebutted and said, the only reason I said it was because you said it. And sure enough, technically, he did say it, but not as a suggestion, but as a question. And I took it as a suggestion. So then my response made him think that I just suggested animas as a possession of an animate object. So what happened here is hilarious, in my opinion. My misunderstanding of asking how to express a question led to Indy asking what I was saying by writing out the question. So then I took it as a suggestion, of which then Indy thought I was suggesting that question, but I wasn't. I thought he was suggesting that. So what it came down to is a circular argument. This is circular. It went in here, then back here, then back here. It's circular, right? And in the end of the day, I felt it got a little heated, so I ended the cycle. How did that cycle end? The comment was, you are wrong, but it doesn't seem like you will ever accept it. But it seems you won't accept it. So when that message came out, my subtextual understanding is, okay, I'm pushing too hard. I just stop. So then I proceeded to say, okay, try again. And I won't push back. Like, try again. And what we clarified in the end is that exist is very useful. Exist, looking at aru, the use of aru is very useful. And in between that, there was also a discussion of animate and inanimate object. But that's how this particular prong of the argument or the confusion resolved. So in the end, we both came to accept the same thing we already know. I was trying to express that through all of this. Unfortunately, the line of thinking excluded that. I was trying to tell you that I was trying to say that exist and have translations of aru is the nuance of nuance that I already understand. And there is no, I am very, very unlikely to make a suggestion that you would use a man's possession of a dog using aru. It gets even deeper. So it gets even deeper. This is where I want to follow the discussion, but I didn't share what I actually know because I didn't want to push too hard. And that's the idea of the other nuance of aru, and iru. And that's the idea of animate versus inanimate. And in terms of aru, inanimate. In terms of animate, iru. Okay? So that was explained to me. And I don't think we have to go into the intricacies. I think for the most part, after my just cursory, non-comprehensive understanding, right? There are no conflicts here. Animate, iru. Inanimate, aru. And to me, both exist and have. In terms of the English implicitness. And these are translations versus transliterations. I don't know that I'm using that word properly. But we're talking the realm of not one-to-one versus one-to-one. Okay? So for me, it's interesting to know that the nuances of how to convey have and exist using aru and iru. That's part of the 5-hour dive that I lost all my sleep in last evening when the stream ended. I went to bed around 6 or 7 a.m. So aru, iru, we know the pragmatic use of it, and then we understand that. Thanks, Randy. So tentatively, we understand that it is very useful, pragmatically, as a usage case to remember that aru and iru means to exist. Like, you don't want to jump into the nuances of expressing to an English person the idea of have yet. However, Duolingo does do this. Without a doubt, Duolingo does do this. They introduce aru in the context of have and exist almost simultaneously. It's in the same unit, at least the way I'm doing, like the way it's laid out now, right? And obviously, to some people, that the exist and have is not anywhere. There are no grammar points for this. The whole idea of like, oh yeah, we took this logic, so this is the logic, and Duo use these specific examples without explainer. So before we go into animate and inanimate, let's finish off the topic of exist and to have. And it still works with exist. It always works. It is not in the guidebook. So this part that I'm about to say about exist and to have is not in the guidebook. However, if you stick strictly to the pattern of Duolingo, it expresses the correct thing, in my opinion, the implicit nature of trying to bridge the gap between the English speaker. So here's the thing. When does exist become have? And you know, as much as I do, when you're learning Japanese, you love context. And yes, it's context dependent. And the weirdest thing is that Duo only, like when they introduce exist and have, or like to be usage of arimasu, when they had to have, it is the nuanced condition that can be more phrased in, so here's the bridge to get from exist to have. When you have to be, and it is contextualized to be somewhere that is of the topic, it becomes have in the translation. So it skipped a few steps. However, all the situations in which Duolingo translate, at least in my recent memory, we have to review and go through all of it again to see. Like, I literally have to go through all the to my memory, most of the times that arimasu is used as translating, not transliterating, translating into, there's a chance I'm using this entirely inappropriately, we'll see, is translating to have is when it is somewhere of something that belongs to the topic. So a great example would be something like, do you, or the phrase, we don't have a restroom, right? So yeah, this is the stretchiest one. This is the one that is of my memory from all the practice. This is the loosest one that one could argue you should still phrase this in exist, because it works with exist. It's the closest thing to the exist. It's closer to exist than it is to have, sort of. There are ones that are really obvious, which I'll show you an obvious example, but we don't have a restroom. It would be something with arimasen, right? Arimasen is how it's introduced. However, in the context of it, generally it's talking about where restrooms are located, and it's often located to the location that you're talking about. And in this case, the context is that it is the location's restroom. So we, this is where we get into the nuance of English. We means the place's owner. So we don't have a restroom is we as a representation of the location does not have a restroom. So you can also say a restroom does not exist. There is no restroom. There isn't a restroom. Here in a location we represent. So it's skipping a lot of steps. Where and of topic. And the reason why the whole thing about of topic, and I'm saying of topic / subject, because oftentimes the subject is implicit, right? And that's the nuance of nuance. Japanese implies the subject, where English does not, and or like English doesn't rely on implicitness. They use the subject, so we. However, in this case, this is a nuance of English. We can refer to a lot of things. And oftentimes when you ask, do you have a restroom? You're referring to a restroom in the location you are at. So do you have a restroom here in the location? If someone asks, if someone says we don't have a restroom, you don't, in an English nuance sense, you don't say, oh yeah, that McDonald's over there don't have a restroom without specifying it. You're not referring to the McDonald's across like 10 miles away. If you say there a restroom exists as a translation, where? What restroom? There's got to be a restroom in this universe, this world, right? There's got to be a restroom somewhere else. However, I'm specifically expressing, do you have a restroom here? So when you translate something like there exists a restroom, that's not actually, in my opinion, what a Japanese person is expressing to a person who's trying to understand what they're saying. They're saying, is there a restroom here? And one of the expressions in English to communicate that is we don't have a restroom here. So it skipped a lot of steps for sure. And this was the one that leaped really hard. How does this get alleviated? You have ni particle and o particle and ga particle. And in most of the cases, whenever there was a interpretation of have for Duolingo, again, this is not explained anywhere. When you use ni, o, and ga, it's pointing to a lot of things. And oftentimes it associates the possession of something. So, for example, when you're asking, do you have a pencil in your bag? For example, I actually don't know most of these words, but the English translates. So, do you have a pencil in your bag? Right? So, in English, the pencil that exists in your bag belongs to you. And you would use ni contextually. And you would also use your and bag as a topic marker. Or actually, it's your is the topic marker, sorry. And then bag is the object. When you have these things like ga, ni, o, it provides the context in which you are specifically referring to the existence of a pencil that you have. It is in your presence. It exists in the presence of something that someone owns. So naturally, when you're trying to communicate to what they're expressing, from the 5 hours of digging, 5 hours of digging of how people ask, like, oh yeah, do you have this? Do you have that? Oh, there's something there versus there's something there. When you're stating that there's something there, yeah, it works out. Like, there exists something and it's like in the vicinity. For an English speaker, it would suggest it exists in this location, which may be owned by something. It's the topic. The topic, that implicit topic, is the location has that thing, right? And when you start doing ni and ga and o, specifically is ga and ni that Duolingo uses specific, like in these have cases, they do use exist. Like there's a table. So in the house furniture unit, it's completely and almost exclusively talked about as in there exist. Because when you say there's a table in the house, there's a table. And it's normative for citing observations in a house. So when you communicate, hey, look, there's a table. Hey, look, there's a temple. The temple exists. And it's implicit in English that it's in the location that you are saying it is. So that location actually technically owns, it's of the topic of that location in there. However, in that case, it feels natural. However, when it comes to a person, like something that a person owns by transitive, it's often referred to as have. And it's both. So not only does the pencil exist, it exists in something that person owns. So what does that mean? It's more like the no particle combined with aru and iru. It's someone's thing that the thing is in. So yes, you can still not get confused if you know the nuance of nuances. You can still interpret that aru and iru means something exists in the presence of something else. But if it exists in something that someone owns because of context, you would translate it to an English person as have. And why is this important? In my opinion, is that when someone, you're at a school and someone asks you, hey, do you have time to help me with studying? Right? If I'm a teacher, if someone says, do you have time to help me study? They would use aru. Time is inanimate. We'll get to that in a bit. Time is inanimate, but it's time I own. So it would mean, do you have time to help me study? Not that time exists in my presence. When you say that to an English person, they'll be like, well, yeah, time exists. Are you asking me to use my time to help you study? And the projection of that meaning is that the student is asking you for your time. They would still use aru. So this is the nuance of nuance. Like, no, I do not believe it is helpful. Yet, if you're a beginner, if you're like learning this like myself, it makes absolute sense that my colleague Indy would suggest these things in order for me to learn the language consistently, right? Start understanding that it exists for the time being. That's like a nuance already in itself. And then when you get to the nuance of nuance, I wouldn't ever, in my opinion, now that I understand quite a lot more, to give the impression that a Japanese person is always saying, oh yeah, a pencil just exists in your bag. That's exactly what they're expressing. No, I don't think so. I absolutely disagree. I think they say the pencil exists in your bag, but you also have it. It's in your bag. It's specifically, ideally, they're asking for your pencils, not someone else's pencils. Like, for example, when someone says, do you have a pencil in your bag? There's another implicit subtext here. They're asking, do you have a pencil that belongs to you that you're able to give to me? Kind of thing. It's implying that you can freely give that pencil. They're looking for a pencil that you can freely give, which means you own it. It's specifically, implicitly, contextually asking for a pencil you can freely give. Not any pencil in existence. Because you can have pencils that exist in your bag, literally in the English language, that doesn't belong to you. So naturally, an English person, in my opinion, would be like, well, I don't have a pencil that I can give you because it might belong to someone else. Right? If you really want to go into the nuance of technicality, that is probably what the English is actually saying. So in most cases, Japanese people are implying possession, even if it exists in the presence. Like its existence is also there. It has to exist first. Then there's a nuance attachment to whether they're implying they want something that you own, that exists now. And that is awesome. I think that is super cool to explain. Is it absolutely necessary to learn Japanese as a beginner? No, absolutely not. To me, it's absolutely necessary for me to appreciate what I'm actually saying. So, how true is this? Well, it's frequent enough that a lot of Japanese people who explain it in English, they still are very comfortable in saying, oh yeah, we're really talking about like the car, right? For example, what kind, or like the car, it's really difficult to say, oh, the car that exists in your garage, right? So the car that, we'll say the car that is in your garage, the car that is in your garage, can also be interpreted as do you does a car exist, or yeah, that's better. Does a car exist in your garage? The intent of the phrase, in my opinion, is do you have a car in the garage? Whoops. The program is bugging out. Okay. Oh no! Alright, well, we're gonna move on to anime and anime object. So the idea is, does a car exist in your garage? That can be how one can interpret arimasu. Like, do you have a non-moving car in your garage? However, the sentiments, in my opinion, is they're asking you, do you have a car in your garage? Like, do you have something that exists that is a car that is in your possession because it's in your garage? I wouldn't go and say the Japanese person isn't implying that the car in your garage is not yours. Like, they immediately assume and contextually that that car does not belong to you, that's in your garage, which can be true. And then in English, when I say I have a car in my garage, there needs to be subtext, because articles are not there either, right? So we have to imply articles as well. If you say I have a car in the garage, that car might not belong to you. You would say I have my car in my garage. So when you're going from English to Japanese and Japanese to English, the intent it's trying to clarify intent, and have is a level above exist. So when you hear someone say aru, aru and iru, then you have to ask yourself contextually, are they suggesting possession here? Not necessarily are they literally writing possession, which is motsu and suru, right? There are other ways to phrase it. And would they, as Japanese people, rephrase that in that way? The answer to me is yes, they would rephrase it in that way. It's a soft way to implicate possession, and contextually, most of the Duolingo examples suggest that it is yours because of its location and who owns the place that contains the object's existence. And that's the whole idea of implicit topics, right? Or implicit subjects that are missing in Japanese. So that's pretty cool. And then the other one is, let's move on to the next one. The other one is animate versus inanimate. And we talk quite a lot about this too. And I had many thoughts about this. Many thoughts. It came down to the guys told me it's I'm not ready. And I kind of agree, sort of. The reason why I'm not ready is because I didn't explain what I actually know about this rule, the animate and inanimate object, right? So animate, iru, and inanimate, aru. In fact, I know quite a lot about this topic. And guess what? The reason why I do know a lot about this topic is because it is in Duolingo. And sure enough, it's this unit. It's this unit. So Duolingo does explain this. The iru and aru. The downside of the unit, it's in the guidebook, by the way. Spoilers. It's in the guidebook of this. The downside is they largely use aru examples, and not so much iru yet, not so much. But it is in the guidebook. I actually do look at the guidebook. So the explainer between iru and aru was supposed to be informative, and I didn't have the opportunity to explain that I already know this. However, it's still worth reviewing, right? So even then, to reinforce this, like I said, which was very hard to communicate, Duolingo, I would not likely use aru to describe a dog being possessed or owned by an owner. And that's where that whole thing started. This is going way back to the beginning. Duolingo, even if it doesn't explain all the grammar points and explain some grammar points, generally it would not lead me to use aru as does the owner have a dog. Not only does it tell me not to do that, and it would be iru, the patterns that Duolingo use for have, if you read into it, would not suggest that out as well. They wouldn't use it in this context. They would not give you an example, for example, that lead you to thinking that arimasu can be used for a dog that suggests possession by an owner. Like literally, like figuratively, the translation. They have the only examples of have is in the context that it is in a place or of someone's possession. So something that is possessing the thing this thing exists in. So by transitive, it is likely that it is contextually owned by that person because it's in a location of the subject that's implicit. And most of the time, the implicit subject is I or we. And oftentimes in English, I and we can be nondescript. So it's a nuanced thing, right? It's context specific. We, for example, oftentimes what was a really fun, interesting way of using we, the team. Like, we won yesterday. Well, you weren't in the team. Right? So this is where it kind of, now I remember all this stuff because it's awesome. It's showing that English has nuances that aren't communicated, that are ambiguous. And Japanese people are using certain things that are ambiguous at first, but also are nuanced too, right? So just like the, like for example, that example I used for the garage. I have a car in the garage versus I have my car in the garage. That would suggest that I have my car in a garage that may or may not be owned by me. However, implicitly, if you were to try to flip the script on a Japanese person, you would imply by context that if I have my car in a garage, that garage also belongs to me. Likely. Much like when Japanese people use aru, they're referring to something that is in the presence of something that that person owns. That is the most likely contextual case. However, occasionally it might not be the case, right? So if you want to remove that ambiguity in both English and Japanese, you add particles. But the particles are not in the shape of particles in the same in Japanese. In English, you add participles, things that modify the things, right? You add the ownership. Those are the particles. So I have my car in my garage. In order to modify all things, that implicit topic that Japanese people are, the implicit subject that Japanese people are contextualizing is removed, is explicit in English. So to be extremely explicit, you can say, I have my car in my garage. However, you can strengthen the implicitness, the context in Japanese by saying, this Ken's garage exists a car, or there is a car that exists in Ken's garage, in which Ken has a car, or have a car, sorry. So that's the leap that's implying. So when someone's asking, there's a pencil, does a pencil exist in your bag? They're asking if you have a pencil, of which you probably own and can freely give. If you go up to someone and you say, and you hear that phrase and you suddenly say, oh yeah, you're right, yes, there is a pencil that exists in my bag. That's a loss in translation, in my opinion. So both, it's everything. It's the nuance of nuance. It's fantastic. Oh, and let's talk about some fun stuff that I discovered about animate and inanimate. The reason why it's very important about existence and possession is because aru, there are very specific ones that it's not going to make a lot of sense if you translate it to an English person what their intent is. Time is one. In idea is another one. In object, not using to an object that is not alive but moving. So basically avoiding using aru on an object that is not alive, but moving. So when we come to inanimate, the nuances, they literally mean animate and inanimate, as in, is it moving or not moving? So for example, use aru with plants. So this is the nuance of English and the terminology of English. An inanimate object has an implicit nature of being not alive. Inanimate object has the implicit nature of being alive. So using these terms in itself requires an understanding of nuances. The nuance here is animate and inanimate has contextual understanding in the English language. Animate are often synonymous with living things, and inanimate are often associated with non-living things. However, that is not what is being used. So it's the nuance of nuance. You have to understand that inanimate and animate can be confusing because of living and non-living. In the case of this, the nuance is that aru is referring to something. Iru is often referring to something that is in motion or capable of motion on its own volition, and aru is not, right? However, there are conceptual nuances where it gets a little hairy, where if a bus is moving, you use iru, because there's a driver that's driving the bus. Iru, right? Bus driver. So this is a transitive property. A person that is animate is moving the bus, of which now is animate. Iru. So if you want to apply the same method that I'm suggesting about, if a pencil exists in the presence of something that someone else's own, then naturally you're contextualizing that the pencil belongs to the person because it's in their bag. Usually. And that's the contextual understanding. Much like buses, if there's a little bit of confusion a lot of times when people think about the fringe cases of iru and aru, but transitive property is based on contextual assumptions. When a bus driver drives a bus, it becomes animate because the bus driver itself is animate. That's how I'm interpreting it in order to distinguish how when you use iru and aru with a consistent principle. So if an inanimate object makes something else animate, which the bus driver is the subject oftentimes, and a lot of times it doesn't have to be a bus driver, it could just be he, she, it, which is a subject that is implicit. When a bus moves, then you're implying that someone is moving the bus. Therefore, that implied subject is imparting an animation onto the object, making the use of iru appropriate for a bus that is moving. And that's awesome. A couple of extra steps, but also a lot of fun. I think it was incredibly fun, this specific topic regarding iru, aru, and then maybe using a different turn of phrase, using motsu and suru versus no, was more. The reason why I think this is so interesting is because it's a play on logical systems, right? So like, it's one of those things like, if A imparts meaning on B, right, and B imparts meaning on C, then when you say A imparts meaning on C, you're skipping over B, but you're implying You're implying, or a lot of times in Japanese, you're saying contextually. You're contextualizing. You're contextualizing B. So you can skip from A to C when you're contextualizing enough. And in this case, A could be exist, and C can be have, right? And when you bridge this, you are using context. So how do you contextualize it? Well, in Japanese, you can use things like ni, ga, and specifically ga. Ga is a very specific one that demarcates when you want to translate to have. That most of the examples, whenever they say, oh yeah, it means exist, they usually gravitate towards an example that doesn't have ga. It's more like wa. And sometimes it's not ni in a no. So a lot of times when you have ni into something that has a no, it's implying by transitive property that you have something. So for example, Ken-san knows garage. I don't know how to say garage, so garage. I don't know how to say garage at the moment. Ken-san knows garage ni something, right? Ni car o arimasu. Or ga arimasu. Sorry. Ga arimasu. So the car is in Ken's garage. Therefore, it's Ken's garage. So Ken has a car in his garage. Right? That's where all the things that Duolingo isn't explaining, however, is becoming very apparent to me because we had this discussion. Without this discussion yesterday, I wouldn't make all the logical points here. And for the animate and inanimate object, right? Animate and inanimate object, it starts with the same two. It's where A, B, and it could be any amount of B. B is infinitely big, like B1, B2, B3, and then where B equals C. And so what you're saying is like a bus driver, right? You can get from a subject, which is animate, for example, and you can approach an inanimate object that becomes animate. And it goes through a lot of steps. And B is all the subject stuff, the contextual subject stuff. B establishes this how, where, when to use iru versus aru when it comes to animate and inanimate object. Right? So a lot of times, like for example, the time example, the fringe case, like time you use aru. Well, figuratively, time actually moves. I'm just saying, time does advances, like figuratively. But to explain it to someone, why aru is using time is that this person doesn't own time. Like literally in that sense. So aru is more, but at the same time, you can accept that time doesn't move. If you're saying time is not alive, all of these have nuances because time technically moves. So what you have to know is nuances of nuances that you can accept as truths. So time doesn't move in Japan, I suppose, and not alive. But then you can also go figurative and literal. Right, figurative and literal. So all of that is understanding that all these words in English have multiple meanings and implicitness. So to be fair for most sides, as a person that's English who also learns Japanese, and as I continue to learn Japanese, both Japanese and English have nuances. However, oftentimes when people learn a language, they are learning specifically and destructively by ignoring the nuances of their own language, in my opinion. In this case, it's from my experience, where it's what the Japanese think, but you're not making it concordant with what you know about English. It's this direction. And for me, I'm doing both. Oops, it's this direction. Like, I'm doing both. So how can you see what they're trying to say? And when someone says aru in time, they are inferring your time, not the time that exists everywhere. Like, time exists for everyone, but you're gonna lose the meaning if you don't understand that that person is saying, do you have time to help me? Not their time, does time exist to help? Well, okay, yeah, time does exist to help. Wait, oh, you're asking me if I have time to help you. Oh, okay. And that's what the great majority of aru is when they have. What's another place that aru was shown up? Do you have hobbies? Do you have any hobbies? Aru is used there because there are hobbies. Hobbies exist everywhere. I'm sure hobbies exist everywhere. But the implicit nature is you're asking the person, do they have hobbies? And hobbies is inanimate, right? So it fills the criteria. Aru, inanimate, and it exists. Hobbies do exist, right? However, the implicit nature of trying to communicate to an English person what does that phrase mean is they're asking you if you have any hobbies, not that there are hobbies that exist. That meaning would be lost. Like, well, yeah, lots of people have hobbies. What do you want to know? So ga is introduced there. It's ga arimasu. At least that's what I remember, to emphasize something. So to me, that's how they're introducing it. The context is often within ni and ga particle when arimasu is used or to translate to have. So just my 2 cents. And just so I can demonstrate, it's been an hour and a half, which is how long I plan on going, just to demonstrate that I'm not, I actually know what I know before the discussion. Unit 6, right? I'm on Unit 6. And you hit the guidebook. Here it is. In English, we say there is a table, or there are tables. In Japanese, you can use the verb arimasu. Keep in mind, nouns in Japanese have the same form, whether you're talking about one thing or many things. In a conversation, you can tell based on context, or it's just not as important, right? So you could say, mada ga arimasu. There is a window. But, toire wa arimasen. There is no bathroom. These are actually the examples they use for generalized use for exist or to be. The times when they use have, there are gas and ne's phrases that qualify that it's in someone's possession. Okay, so, but if you want to say something like there is a cat, you actually need to use imasu instead of arimasu. Arimasu is for inanimate things, while imasu is for people and animals, which is good enough. It's good enough to understand the practical uses of imasu and arimasu. So depending on your level of experience, in my opinion, I love nuances. So give me all the nuances even before I'm ready for them, I suppose. So for this, yes, it would be enough, but the nuance goes deeper. And when it comes to interpretive translation, I would probably interpret it with more than simply saying, arimasu is for inanimate things, because inanimate things would imply they're non-living, but non-living things can become animate. So there is a limitation. And then they say imasu is for people and animals. There are things that can move that are not people and animals, even conceptual things that can move. So that's kind of the nuance of nuances. But in general, much like when someone says, oh, you should try to think of it as just exist. This is what you're doing, in my opinion. Humbly and respectfully, my colleague, thank you for setting me down the line of this. But generally, it means both. Aru and iru means to exist, and with enough context and nuance, it also means to have to an English person. Like when the Japanese person is saying aru, if there's enough context, it actually does mean to have. So it's both. Mechanically, it's helpful if you separate the two, but they're not separable, in my opinion. So there we have it, at least for now. Maybe the definition will get deeper and more engrossed. I have other questions that I couldn't find answers to. So there are some loose answers to even deeper things that I wanted to know. Like, how often is the frequency of literary use, right? Literary use, because something that's imaginative can probably be iru, but not aru. So that's still some. And then there's even more fun stuff, like historically, it has been aru, just aru. There wasn't even iru, right? So there's also that. And if you travel back, so there's some really fun little trivia after diving into aru and iru. And I have not done, I don't know if Duolingo will go into this, but you know, the suru, like a suru mod or a motsu. I have been told by this specific colleague that I'm incredibly grateful for offering information that I can talk about all the time, is the idea of ownership, to own. And it is in Duolingo. I didn't get to it yet though. So it might be motsu, it might not be, it might be some other way, but whatever it is, there's another thing somewhere down the line. But yes, Duolingo does cover animate versus inanimate, and oftentimes that's good enough. And what they're going to offer is that instead of saying have, which I talked about this yesterday, if Duolingo introduces maybe motsu, for example, as own, it's to own. It's not the same as have. That's the nuance of nuance. When someone suggests to me that exist is not have, well, both. Have is to exist. Exist can be to have. Can be. Much like have can also mean to own. So not necessarily the same. So if Duolingo introduces something as to own or to possess, it will, to me, I won't confuse them. However, I can see how others can. So that's fair enough. It is fair that if you keep thinking about it to have, you might end up substituting arimasu for own. However, they told you the one thing that even if you use arimasu, this rule right here, the animate versus inanimate rule, actually supersedes the interpretation of have. So if you use this as the first rule, which Duolingo has, when you're trying to express have or possession, it actually comes off as possession still. As in if your intent is to tell someone I have a pencil in my bag and you use arimasu, there's no loss in there's less communication loss. So like, oh yeah, arima, pencil, the phrase, and then the Japanese person would say, oh, okay, so the pencil is in there and it's likely belongs to you, right? As opposed to, hey, I'm just telling you, like, this is cool. This pencil is in my bag. Isn't that neat? Versus, oh, there's a temple. And even that has nuance. So when you say there is a temple, you could say des, like you could use it is, right? Right, is, des. And this goes into another deep discussion that I'm not comfortable in sharing at the moment, but it will just extend the time too much. But commonly, adu is preferred for the existence thing, because this sounds abrupt. And why does this sound less abrupt? Because it almost feels like it's even broader. Like, oh, okay, that is a temple. Whoa. There's no it's like out of the blue, right? Like, oh yeah, thanks, that is a temple. Versus there is a temple with adu, as in this is a temple that is here in this location, which belongs to this location. So it's more interesting, in my opinion. That's kind of why it is also important to know that adu and idu can mean to have. That's even more interesting than to just exist, in my opinion. So it is necessary to know that, at least in my opinion. If it makes it more complicated, well, nuances. Ironically, it complicates things. Nuances are complicated, and it's fun. I won't ever forget this because of our discussion, right? Yeah. Anyways, now forevermore, idu, adu, even suru, motsu, and no are gonna be rattling around in my head everywhere. And des is something else. Des is a loose thing. I just got to the idea of contrasting between des, adu, and idu. But that's a story for another time. Yeah. There you have it. Right? Fun times. And before I start on my lessons, because it's just at this moment I'm reviewing because I didn't get through the unit 7. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay. So, what is this Duo .eu site? Let me check this out. I gotta make sure I don't. Oops. Okay. Oh, interesting. Thanks, Dojo. Duo.me.eu. Leaderboards, practice words, tips and notes. Huh. Where's Japanese at? Common phrases, possessives, determine, verb, future perfect, common phrases, possessives. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look at this in the future. There's like another site that deals with Duo, or what's on Duo. Huh. Or maybe it might be a community site. I'm not quite sure. All right. Let's get to, I think we're basically trying to get to Unit 7 and start using non-adjectives and get emergency help. That's actually probably quite helpful. All right. Oh, I only have 3 hearts. Okay. I suppose we can practice our keyboard entry here. Okay. So, 大学生。
大学生。
いいえ、娘は7歳です。
娘, my daughter is 7 years old. Sure. 妻。
弟はうるさいです。
弟. Okay. My younger brother is noisy. 6.
その大学生は6歳ですか？
Is that college student? Oh, this phrase gets 6 years old. うるさい。
うるさい。
弟は7歳です。
弟. My younger brother. Okay.
姉も医者です。
Alright, let's try this. Ne. Whoops. That was weird. Okay. Ne. Mo. Did you just say urusai? Oh no. They didn't say urusai. Isha desu. My bad. Ima. Ima. Nok. Sai. Yes.
弟は学生です。
弟
は学生です。
Okay. Did I misspell that? Oh, there's no E. It's just got. Yeah. Oh, and that's say. Whoops. Oh no, I got it. Yeah. I thought it might have been guy say this, but Doc say this. My bad. Hane. It's like Einstein. Ka I N Sha I N. I'll just go for it. It's probably not right. Oh, it's just Kai. Kai. shine. I. No,
妻はエンジニアです。
fair enough. We took the leap.
妻はエンジニアです。
Okay. G ni that looks right. Engineer. Okay. All right. Yeah. Musume wa 7歳. Oh, I don't actually have 歳 yet.
その人はエンジニアです。
And what is with you an engineer? Eh? 弟は
姉も医者です。
弟は学生です。
Okay. Oh no, I hit space. Dang it. I hate when that happens. Okay. Dang it. Stop hitting space. I don't have these kanji yet. Okay.
Pan.
よく弁当を食べますか？
11大きいサンドイッチです。 10
このサンドイッチは美味しいです。
それは私の朝ごはんですか？それは私の朝ごはんですか？
10時に昼ご飯を食べます。
Oh. Why did I click on music? I don't remember clicking on music.
はい、毎日朝ごはんを食べます。
Uh. Oh no.
はい、毎日朝ごはんを食べます。
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Is there a typo? Oh. I typed O instead of whoa, of course.
私の弁当はどこですか？
That's a input error more than anything.
中山さんは7時にピザを食べます。
Oh gosh, please.
中山さんは7時にピザを食べます。
Oh, pizza. Whoops.
10時にコーヒーを飲みます。
What the heck? What? Number 9.
10時にコーヒーを飲みます。
Why do they keep yelling at me for the Nomimas pop up? Fair enough. Did I screw this up? Oh no, I didn't screw this up, did I? Oops. I
10
double
時に
spaced.
昼ご飯を食べます。
Oh, this is where somehow I clicked on music.
"はい、毎日朝ごはんを食べます。
Alright. We got our 5 hearts. Alright. Let's get this.
ここは渋谷です。
Koko wa Shibuya desu. Oh, yeah, the alternative use of Coco is what caused me to lose my last heart yesterday. The flip on des.
次は秋葉原です。
次
は
は
秋葉原
秋葉原
で
ですす。
次は秋葉原です。
Yes. このバスは横浜に行きますか？
秋葉原は賑やかですね。秋葉原
は賑やかです。
賑やかです。
ね？
秋葉原は賑やかですね。
Yeah.
ね。
That didn't track very well without the desね。Akihabara is lively, isn't it? With the Once again, このバスは東京に行きますか？
はに
このバスは大きいですね。
バス
What's our other choices? 姉、地下、and 普通。So we have older sister, my older sister. Close. No, sorry, underground, 地下。Underground level, and then choose. このバスは秋葉原に行きます。すみません。ここは空港ですか？とても広いですね。It's spacious. So, excuse me, is this the airport? It's spacious, isn't it? It's very spacious, isn't it?
空港
And we have 地図 map, 本棚 bookshelf, and 掃除機 suck machine. I mean vacuum cleaner.
次は東京駅ですか？
次は京都駅ですか？ is the next station Tokyo Station? Or is Tokyo Station next, I suppose? Yeah. You can kind of phrase it in. Just doing some interpretive translation now, I suppose. We're not doing like literal one-to-ones. So what is the wrong choice, which often doesn't have a responsory reply like "はい" or "いえ." Naomi さんは毎日8時に起きます。Naomi gets up at 8 o'clock every day. Yep, that's it. いいえ、次は横浜駅です。No, this is Osaka. This was one of the ones, the use of koko in this context, in this way, got me yesterday. Caught me slacking off.
いいえ、
ここは大阪です。
ここは京都駅ですか？
ここは京都駅ですか？ Right. This Kyoto station? はい。京都駅です。次は大阪ねです。So next is Osaka. What do we have? 母は有名です。Well, you just really want to share how famous your mother is. That's perfectly all right. Tracks. Next is Yokohama. Tsuki wa Yokohama desu. Yokohama desu.
次は横浜です。
次は秋葉原駅ですか？
次は秋葉原駅ですか? If it's is Akihabara station next, or yes. What is our top choice? Sono akai kutsu wa ikura desu ka? How much is the red shoes, or how much are the red shoes, or these red shoes? Those. How much are those red shoes? いいえ、次は東京駅です。No, it's Tokyo Station. This is Tokyo Station. Or, it's Tokyo Station.
いいえ、ここは横浜駅です。
Or next is Tokyo Station. I actually think there was a Tsuki. Okay.
いいえ、ここは横浜駅です。いいえ、ここは。いいえ、ここは横浜駅です。横浜駅です。
Gotta make sure. Gotta check for the car.
いいえ、ここは横浜駅です。
Yes. Okay.
この電車は秋葉原に行きますか？
この電車は秋葉原に行きますか? Does this train go to Akihabara? Gotta check everything. この電車は秋葉原に行きますか? Okay. 横浜はいいですね。
横浜はいいですね。
バスは秋葉原に行きます。
バスは秋葉原 に行きます。
Okay. Hey. All right. Up and away, Adam. Ue no koen. Ue no koen wa ii desu ne.
上の公園はいいですね。
もうすぐです。
もうすぐです。
もうすぐです。もうすぐです。
Soon. Is it It's soon.
来ます。
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 I only laugh because lots of internet memes, right? Soon. TM. Might as well just say もうすぐ。
来ます。
タクシーはいつ来ますか？タクシーは来ますか？いつ？タクシーはいつ来ますか？
When is the taxi arriving? Or when is the taxi coming? I think that's what they're going for.
タクシーはいつ来ますか？
When will the taxi come? Ugh. Yeah, man. We gotta be more literal. When will the taxi come? Yeah.
タクシーはもうすぐ来ます。
Taxi waもうすぐ. Yeah. Taxi wa もうすぐ来ます. The taxi will come soon. The taxi will arrive soon.来ます。
来ます。上野公園は有名です。
上野公園は有名です. Oh, that's kind of nice. A great way to bring back Yume. Ano bus wa ue no koen ni ikimasu.
あのバスは上野公園に行きます。
次のバスはもうすぐ来ます。Okay.
バス
What other choices we have? Casa? I mean, I am umbrella blind. Casa, Isha, Doctor, Isha, and Yoga. Self-explanatory. Tsuki no densha wa Shibuya eki ni ikimasu ka?
に
Oh, I don't even want to talk about this. Yesterday, I put Imoto. I clicked on Imoto just because it was the last choice. Yesterday, I was a little bit exhausted. Perhaps I'll try to end earlier today. I've been putting up some... As much as I love being enthusiastic, my brain... my body definitely most certainly does not keep up with how active my brain is. I was pretty exhausted yesterday, but couldn't stop reading about stuff. Tsuki no densha wa mo sugu ikimasu. Mo sugu ikimasu.
Teishoku.
Teishoku. Whoops. That's not what I'm looking for.
電車
Just click on the first box. Teishoku is a meal set. And then onikae, no, not onikae, sorry. Onigiri rice balls. I just read the first syllable and I thought of onikae. No. Wait, what the heck is oni? No, I'm thinking of norikae. But this is onigiri. So, and ongaku. Ongaku. Closing off my U's again, my oohs. Tsuki no bus wa Yuen no koen ni ikimasu ka?
は、に。次のバスは浅草に行きます。
I heard Asakusa.
次
Tsuki
は、
wa wait.
は。次のバスは浅草に行きます。
Wait. Whoa.
次のバスは浅草に行きます。の。
バスは浅草
に行きます。次のバスは浅草に行きます。
There's no eki?
次のバスは浅草に行きます。
Okay.
次のバスは浅草に行きます。
Okay, sometimes I lose eki ni when eki is in there. I'm trying to be a little bit more diligent early on. In the middle of the sentence, I tend to lose two syllable nouns when they have attributors, or the other way around, losing the attributors and remembering the nouns. Gotta make sure. Kono densha wa Asakusa ni ikimasu.
は、に。
ここは秋葉原ですか?
Having kanji for proper nouns is something that I really prefer. Although I imagine in terms of use cases, it's not very useful. However, it helps with reading what is a proper noun and what isn't a lot of times. Indirectly, for now. Since most things are in kana, or at least a lot of it is in hirakana, with the exception of specific nouns, and other nouns end up being in katakana. So right now we just have a bunch of pools of nouns and then thrown in with a bunch of proper nouns, like city names and locations. And when I see like Kyoto, or names for that matter, so names, even Naomi doesn't have a kanji at the moment. Tanaka, Yamaguchi, and Nakayama, it just pops out a lot because they're surrounded by kana. It's weird seeing Osaka like that, even for me. Koko wa Akihabara desu ka? Akihabara no eki desu ka? Yeah, right on the first one. Shumatsu wa geimu o shimasu. Well, I mean, wanted to really share about playing video games every week. Oh, not every week. Shumatsu on weekends. Shumatsu on weekends. Ie, koko wa Asakusa desu. Asakusa. That name, it takes a little bit. I have to pause. This is Asakusa. This bus goes to, oh, of course you would combine Akihabara and Asakusa. Heck. Okay. So, このバスは秋葉原と浅草に行きます。
このバスは秋葉原と浅草に行きます。
Is Asakusa close? That is Chikai. So, Asakusa は近いですか？
浅草は近いですか？
Radio?
はい、10分かかります。
Oh. Time for some time. And かかります。
はい。
はい。10分。
10分かかります。はい、10分かかります。
10分10分10分
10分はとても早いですね。10分は
早い
ですね。10分はとても早いですね。
とても。
とても
Sure.
とても
Stop!
とても
Oh my
とて
gosh.
もとても早いですね。
Okay. 10分はとても早いですね。10分ぐらい10分ぐらいかかります。
10分ぐらいかかります。
この電車は早いですね。What else we have? Ramen? Yeah, ramen's pretty fast. I mean, you know. Yaku? Baseball is fast? Yeah, suspicious about that one.
電車
Densha and then Kuko. Uh, 10分ぐらいは早いですね。
ね。
このタクシーは早いですね。
タクシ
タクシー what do we got? 電車空港 Oh, you know what? That's a good one. Could have been a Densha here, obviously. And then Chikatetsu subway. ここは東京ですか？早いですね。
はね。
このバスは横浜に行きます。
このバスは横浜に行きます。Yes. Dono. Oh, hey. We got the dono phrase. Dono guruai. Gurai. Dono gurai kakarimasu ka? Yeah, this bus goes to Yokohama. How long does it take? About how long will it take? And then we have Reishoku. Ooh, that's a good one. Reizoku. Reizoko. Yeah, Reizoko. Still having on the first pass. Takes me a while to get the kana for fridge. Reizoko ga hoshii desu. Yeah, it's still expressing in the first person. This is from yesterday's digression about hoshii desu. Rarely has it ever been expressing more than a third person's feelings. They have contextually have dual stuck with what you desire, what one desires. So still checks out. With the ga, actually. With the ga. Okay, 10分、10分は早いですね。
はね。
この電車は渋谷に行きます。
この電車は、はい、この電車は渋谷に行きます。Okay, this train goes to Shibuya. 父と母は弁護士です。Falstaff. どのぐらいかかりますか? Right. How long does it take? Right.
行きます。
10分。
10分。
4時。
4時。
います。来ます。
来ます。
どのぐらいかかりますか? どのぐらいかかります。どのぐらいかかりますか?
Forgot the car. Don't forget the car. 10分ぐらいかかります。
いいえ、10分ぐらいかかります。
I don't know set this, right? どのぐらいかかりますか?
どのぐらいかかりか。
すみません。Same thing. すみません。ぐらいかかりますか?
すみません。どのぐらいかかりますか?
Lots of little deltas here and there. Get a lot of practice in. Okay.
時間。
So we're going with hours now. 分? Oh, 分? Yeah, 分.
30分ぐらいかかります。
30 分
30分ぐらいかかります。30分ぐらいかかります。
We have alright. Shulten wa place. We have Tokyo. Shulten wa Tokyo desu ka? It's the last.
東京
is the final stop, Tokyo. We have sushi, shinbun, shinbun, and chizu.
1時間は長いですか？ 1 時間1時間は長いですか？は
Oh, nagai. Nagai.
長い
Yeah,
ですか？
desu ka. Long. Nagai. Nagai desu ka.
1時間は長いですか？
1 hour long? Eh. Okay. What do we have? Blank wa. Suten. Shuten. Shuten desu.
こ
Koko.
こ
Koko wa shuten desu. We have ani. Okay. Soba and kutsu. Shuten wa doko desu ka?
はか
Hun.
分
10
10
分.
分
10分. 来ます.
来ます
行きま
行
す.
きます
新聞.
時間
Oh, jikan. Whoops. I thought I saw the thing that sort of looks like it. It's close, but not really. It's the middle thing is different. I really want to learn. I really want to say newspaper. I suppose. Nichikan. Nichikan wa. Nagai desu ka. Nagai is not something I would use very often or think about. Nagai. Nagai. 来ます。
来ます
10
10
分。
分
行きます。
行きます
時間。
時間
分。
分
Not to be confused with 本。分。20分。20分はOh, 早い。It's 20分は早いですか？
か
When you have two ha's next to each other, I'm like, wait a minute.
どのぐらいかかりますか？
どのぐらいかかりますか？ Oh, take. What is this? Ohio. Oh, Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio gozaimasu. I mean, okay. And then we have 5分ぐらいかかります. Take 15 minutes or 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 15. 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. 5分ぐらいです。
5分ぐらい
ぐらい
です。どのぐらいかかりますか？
どのぐらいかかりますか？ 3時間ぐらいかかります。お茶を2つください。 Is 1 hour long. Long was Nagai. It's gonna take a while for me to remember Nagai. Okay. So 1時間は長いですか？
1
1
時間
時間
は
は
長い。
長い。
ここ
ここですか？ It probably takes about 15 minutes. Okay. 10分ぐらい。Oh, 多分10分ぐらいかかります。いや、かかります。多分5、10
10分
Oh, that's actually incorrect, but okay. 10分
かかります。
かかります。Oh no.
ぐらい
I forgot ぐらい。Oh! Oh no. Wait. Oh. Oh, 15 minutes, not 50. Oh my goodness. No, that is correct. I went for 15 minutes, not 15 minutes. Gotta remember, things are fast in Japan. No, that is correct. I see the errors of my ways. Alright, let's try this again.
10 分
10分
ぐらいかかります。
Oh, wait. Oh, it's about. Ooh, I'm rushing now. I'm definitely rushing. I should slow down. Already got tilted. Back to back tilted. Alright, so let's look. We need to slow down here. Let's reset.
15分長い多分
So, 多分15分
ぐ
ぐら
らい
い
か
かか
かりま
りますす。And then this is des, right? Alright, des.
20
10分
です。ぐらい。
Let's get our hearts back quickly here.
かっこいいです。
Okay. Or
かっこいい人です。かっこいい人です。
優しいです。
優しいです。優しいです。
優しい弁護士。
学生です。学生です。
先生と弁護士。
弁護士です。弁護士です。
かっこいい弁護士。
先生です。です。
かっこいい。先生です。
優しい医者です。
かっこいい医者です。弁護士です。
優しい人です。かっこいい弁護です。
One more. Let's fill it back in for our pepperonis.
お手洗い
Otearai.
バス停は遠いですか？
Us? Wait. Ooh. Basu. Oh. Wait. Basu toi. Toi. Oh. Baste. Baste. I'm like, what did I just hear?
バス停は遠いですか？
Oh. Baste wa toi desu ka? Sorry, far. This is Aidan.
階段
すみません。地図はありますか？
Yeah, here's one, right? Sumimasen. Chizu wa arimasu ka? So, you can say, because of the contextualness, oh, here's a good arimasu ka thing, right? So the question is directed at someone, right? And that person is the one that is transitively going to be in possession of the map. So if you say chizu wa arimasu ka, or chizu wa arimasu ka, you could suggest that does a map exist, right? Hey, does a map exist? Like, that's fair enough. Now, if you add more like sumimasen, then you're also implying even more. So it's strongly creating, not only is it a question, a directed question, it is also contextualized by asking someone specifically. You can still interpret, is there a map, a general map somewhere, for sure. And, right, so you say, do you have a map, right? Do you have a map? Preferably yours. But technically, it's the have in which it's implying the location. Does anywhere in this current location have a map? And oftentimes when perhaps if you approach someone and says, excuse me, do you have a map? Your first inclination would be, do I have a map? Like a map that I possess now, as opposed to, is there a map that exists here? Which can be a possibility. I would say if someone asked me this question in Japanese, and for me, like if they asked me this in English, I would suggest either I have a map to share, or there is a map somewhere in the current vicinity. In that case, it's still figurative that is there a map around, and that map belongs to the place or the subject. So I would still use the phrase have a map as the reference, as opposed to do you know, or like, does a map exist? Well, yes, a map does exist somewhere, someplace. Oh, does a map exist here? Here is possessing a map. So it's my 2 cents.
はありますか？
Obviously,
はありますか？
they cover all of this, right? Is there, do have, does have, right? So it is here.
はありますか？
I wouldn't think that's the notion when when asks me that in Japanese. It's nonsensical to go up to someone and say, "Is there a map?" Like, well, which map are you referring to? The map that I know about, which is, by the way, arimasu. If you have an idea of a map, it's arimasu. As in the idea of a location of a stationary map, it's still arimasu. If you want to think of it that way. Since maps don't move on their own. Okay. Elevator. 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 Elevator.
Elevator.
Elevator. I just can't. Elevator. My re is too long. Elevator.
改札はどこですか？
改札はどこですか？改札. 改札 is the ticket gate. Where is the ticket gate? And then this is the other string where you have an overlap between des, the use of des with the interrogative, des with arimasu and imasu, or aru and iru with da. I forgot what this root is. I guess da maybe. But yeah, here's another one too. In this very specific case. Right, ticket gate? Yes. Still implying that the locations ticket gate. It's the locations ticket gate. Wherever you are. Ticket gate. Kaisetsu. When someone asks you that, where is the ticket gate? I imagine you're not talking about the ticket gate that's in America while you're in Japan. Right. Context.
出口は遠いですか？
Although it would be really funny to ask someone in a very clever way, where's your head at? Like, where is your, like, do you have your head on right? Oh man, there's so many idioms that would be funny to see how a Japanese person would go about saying the idiom. Do you have your head on straight? Probably fall under literary use, which is a rare use case, I suppose. And I think, as far as I know, most of the use cases just default to aru in the literary sense, because a lot of things are figurative and they're ideas. Okay. Deguchi. Oh, deguchi. Exit. Deguchi wa toi desu ka? Is the exit far?
出口はあそこですか？
Deguchi.
出口はあそこですか？
Asoko desu ka?
あそこですか？
Oh yeah, asoko. It's over there. Where's the elevator? Elevator wa doko desu ka?
エレベーターはどこですか？
お手洗いはありますか？お手洗いはありますか？
Yeah, here we go again, right?
お手洗いはありますか？
So, it's often in the form of a question. Even with the wa, I don't think in the arimasu ka is asking a question. And the question is directed at something, at someone. and oftentimes you're referring to in this location, or what the person is representing. So, and also inanimate. Atearai is inanimate, right? So, do you have a bathroom or a restroom? The transfer on the underground level. Norikae. Norikae wa chika desu. Chika desu.
乗り換えは地下です。
あ、地図はありますか？あ、地図は
ありますか？
ありますか？
Right? So, O, once again, directed as a question. Chizu wa arimasu ka? Inanimate object, map, right? Chizu. But it's also talking to that person. Do you have a map? Or does this place have a map, which is still possessive? The convenience store is on the underground level. So, コンビニは地下です。Such a long phrase. I like コンビニ more than convenience store. Hands down. From now on, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna head to the コンビニ. Or even the depato. I guess it could be confused with apato, but I like where Japanese is going with that. Go around saying basket, the basketball. Stairs over there. Oh, there's a word for lopping off words. I forgot what it's called. I happened to coincidentally came over a YouTube short where someone introduced the English term for when words get lopped off, to simplify. Like their example was somewhere in the continental United States, mushrooms have become rooms and something has become stills or tills, where instead of mushrooms, you lop off the mus, which is what they're kind of doing with katakana. You're lopping off parts of the words that more or less stand alone as those single words. I forgot what it's called. I forgot what tills is short for. Tills? Oh, cookie would be a funny one. Can you shorten cookie? Well, if you go with cooks, right? Ku, a cookie, cook. It would end up getting confused with cooks. And then if you shorten keys, you would end up getting confused with keys. So you get that. That's hilarious. Even though cookie is not the combination of cook and keys, as in cooking food and opening doors with keys, but you have cookies. Funny. Interesting. Okay. Aidan. Right? Aidan. Yeah. Aidan wa asoko desu ka?
階段
は
あそこ
ですか？解説。改札。Okay. 改札は地下です。
改札は地下です。
Okay. Alright, we got our hearts back. Let's get back on the train. Aha, dad joke. Let's get on that public transit. Oh, this is what I messed up yesterday. I'm gonna own this up. I totally just click on emoto to, emoto I clicked on Emoto and just hit check here because it was the last thing I read. Ooh, I was fading quick yesterday. Even with the aid of the aid. So, chikatetsu. Chikatetsu.
地下鉄
So, これは東京駅の地下鉄ですか? Right, it's Tokyo Station's subway, which is the other way to express possessive, the possessive speech, which is often implicit when you're asking a question about something that the place has. So if you're in a station and you ask, is there a subway? You're implying have, as opposed to a subway exist. So, kaidan, right? Kaidan, Toronto, and Imoto. What did I do here? Oh, this is the last mistake I made yesterday. So, koko wa Akihabara desu ka?
秋葉原ですか?
It's usually the other way around when you first learn, and they're demonstrating to you that you can do it the other way around. It's flexible like that. It's about 20 minutes. So, did I screw this up too? No. Nijupun. 20分ぐらいかかります. No, that's what I messed up actually. 20分, it's about, right? Oh no, this is not what I messed up yesterday. Just kidding. Just kidding. The thing I messed up yesterday was not this. This is the des thing earlier.
10分 です
Des.
ご飯
Forgot.
長い
No.
ぐらいご飯長いご飯
This is earlier. Never mind. It's not yesterday's. But yesterday's final error was similar to this. It was similar to this. Probably takes about 15 minutes. Tabun 15分15分ぐらいかかります。多分15
15
分ぐらい
ぐらいかかります。はい
うん
多分10分ぐらいです。
はい、多分10分ぐらいです。Yes. It's about 10 minutes. It's probably about 10 minutes.
10時間はとても長いですね。10
10時間
時間は
は no
10時間はとても長いですね。は
は
とても
長い or wait
10時間はとても長いですね。長い
長い
ですね。
Why are they separating that? Oh, is it na for the like no? Oh, wait.
10時間はとても長いですね。
I'm gonna have to look this up.
10時間はとても長いですね。
Interesting.
はい、多分10分かかります。
Oh, I think someone told me this already. That the particle nullifier is the na in the nagai, maybe. Or was that the to? No, it was the na. はい、多分10分かかります。Okay. Yes. it will take 10 minutes. It will probably take 10 minutes.
多分5時間ぐらいかかります。
That was another correct answer. I wanted to see that. I keep pushing too quickly.
多分5時間ぐらいかかります。
Tabun.
多分
Tabun.
多分5時間ぐらいかかります。 時間ぐらいかかります。多分5時間ぐらいかかります。
15分ぐらいかかりますか？
15分ぐらいかかりますか? Huh. Does it take about 15 minutes? I'm thinking about the expression, will it take about 15 minutes versus does it take about 15 minutes? Nichikan wa nagai desu ka?
多分15分ぐらいかかります。
多分15分ぐらいかかります。It takes about 15 minutes. It probably takes about 15 minutes. It takes probably about no. Okay. Okay. It's Mosuku. And then we have Tsuki. So Tsuki no densha wa Mosuku desu ka?
次
Tsugi
の
no
電車
densha
は
wa
もうすぐ
Mosuku
ですか？
Okay. Up and away, Adam. Alright. Yeah, you know what? Let's do a legend, right? Nah. Just kidding. We're doing the review. このバスは横浜に行きますか？
どのぐらいかかりますか？
どのくらいかかりますか？3時間くらいかかります。いえ。狭い。Whoops. 狭い。Of course. エレベーター。ドラマ。広い。
すみません。どのぐらいかかりますか？
すみません。どのくらいかかりますか？20分ぐらいかかります。 key? Keyten. Keychain. Keychain. Yeah, keychain. Totally forgot keychain. This is 冷蔵庫。冷蔵庫。
冷蔵庫。
Yeah, 冷蔵庫。狭い。
狭い。
狭い。長い。長い。
長い。
長い。And
アクション。
ここは秋葉原ですか？
ここは秋葉原ですか？いいえ、ここは浅草です。
このキッチンはとても広いですね。この
キッチンは
このキッチンはとても広いですね。とても広いですね。このキッチンはとても広いですね。
Very spacious, isn't it? 終点は渋谷駅です。駅です。Yeah. 終点
は渋谷駅です。
次のバスはいつ来ますか？次のバスは次のバスはいつ来ますか？いつ来ますか？次のバスはいつ来ますか？
いつ来ますか？When will the next bus come?
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
No. This train goes to... I can't click on it. To Shibuya Station.
多分15分ぐらいかかります。多分15分ぐらいかかります。多分15分ぐらいかかります。
この電車は東京駅に行きますか？
Okay. Does this train go to Tokyo Station? Next bus will come soon. 次のバスはもうすぐいます。
次のバスは
もうすぐ
来ます。
多分40分ぐらいかかります。
多分4 Okay. Oh, hey! First time with the yon. Huh. Instead of go. Which didn't change. 多分4 Maybe second time. 多分10分くらいかかります。It takes about 40 minutes. Probably takes about 40 minutes. 多分10分ぐらいかかります。
はい。多分10分ぐらい
Oh, it's probably. Oh, des.
です。
Yeah, I gotta be careful about that. I'm being a little complacent. Hooray! Unit 6 is complete. Now let's do new vocab.
ここは
Knowledge.
静かな町ですね。
I like how the new word just highlights the period. Alright, let's see what's new here. Koko wa... Let's see. Koko wa... Shizuka. Shizuka... Oh, Shizuka na. Okay, Shizuka na. So,
静かな
yeah, Shizuka na. Oh yeah, machi. Machi desu ne. Interesting. So Shizuka is a na verb or a na adjective. I see. That's why it hasn't been used in an attributive form like this. Fair enough. So this is a quiet machi place, isn't it? Fair enough. So Shizuka. Shizuka. Our first na adjective.
ここは賑やかな街ですね。
Koko wa nikiyaka na. Okay, so nikiyaka is also a na verb. A na adjective. I gotta stop saying verb. Koko wa nikiyaka na machi desu ne. Okay, sure.
京都はとても綺麗な都市です。
Kyoto wa totemo kirai na. Oh, kirei.
Kirei na.
Sorry, kirei is also. Okay. Kirei na toshi desu. Kirei is also a na verb. Wow. Wait, did they pick that intentionally? Kirei, nikiyaka, and Shizuka. Oh, they deliberately picked all the na adjectives. The first round, Shizuka, Kirei, and Nikiyaka were all introduced in the same place. But they weren't ever used in the attributive form because they were all na adjectives. Fair enough. Fair enough. So now we're combining the cities we learned with all the other adverbs and new particles while introducing old vocabulary again because they are non-adjectives. Fair enough. Seems reasonable. It's only one step forward, one small step forward for now. So, Kyoto wa totemo kirei na toshi desu. Okay, fair enough. I don't know why they're highlighting this. I suppose it's highlighting, yeah, it's hiding the relationship, right? Fair enough. It's telling what of equivalence here, which is technically this whole thing though with Kyoto. So Kyoto is a very pretty city. Oh, and it's highlighting this as well because now they're using the implicitness of pretty, which originally it was saying it was clean. Things were clean. So Kyoto wa totemo kirei na toshi desu. Okay, fair enough. Kirei na toshi desu.
大阪は綺麗なところですか？
大阪は綺麗などこ綺麗なところ That's new. Tokoro. I guess somehow. What happened to you? They're no longer. I guess you can figure out what the new word is, but still, it's not highlighted anymore. Okay. Osaka wa kirei na Tokoro Tokoro. Tokoro desu ka? I don't know if I got Tokoro. No, I don't think I got Tokoro.
ところ
Place area. About to. Interesting. Oh, that's a nuance we'll maybe learn later. Some random person's probably gonna drop by and tell me about the nuances of Tokoro. That's fine. Osaka is a Ireina. Okay. Pretty place. Is Osaka. Osaka. A pretty place.
大阪は賑やかなところです。大阪は賑やかなです。です。
Sorry.
ところです。大阪は賑やかなところです。
大阪は賑やかなところです。
渋谷は静かなところじゃないです。
Shibuya. Oh yeah, now integrating the new locations. Shibuya wa Shibuya wa Shizuka na Tokoro janai desu. Oh, okay. Shibuya isn't a quiet place. Oops. Fair enough.
上野公園はどんなところですか？
Ren no Ueno. Oh, Ren no Ueno koen wa Dona. Oh, hey, there's Dona too. Wa Dona. Oh. Wa Dona. Tokoro desu ka? Interesting. So we have the desk, Dona. Oh, there wasn't a duck. Okay. I see. So Dona here is I see. So do, okay. So and then it's the na. Okay. The na is the article. Fair enough. What do we have? Totemo kirei na tokoro desu. Yeah. And then kaisatsu wa asoko desu. No. Okay.
大阪は静かな都市ですか？
大阪は静かな都市ですか？都市です。Is Osaka a quiet city? 都市。
東京は本当に綺麗なところですね。
Okay. 東京は本当に It's not like really, yeah. Really, truly, over there. とても本当に綺麗なところですね。そう、東京は本当に綺麗なところですね。Okay, sure. So Tokyo is a really pretty place, isn't it?
横浜は本当に綺麗な都市ですね。
Okay.
横浜は本当に綺麗都市ですね。横浜は本当に綺麗な都市ですね。
Did I miss something?
横浜は本当に綺麗な都市ですね。
Oh, I did miss something. Nah. Right. The literal point of this section. I almost forgot the literal point of this section. Okay. Okay. 横浜は本当に綺麗な都市ですね。
秋葉原は本当に賑やかなところです。
Wow. 秋葉原は本当に賑やかな都市です。都市です。No, not even 都市です。ところです。Ooh, there's some back-to-back, very similar. That looks really messy. So, 秋葉原は本当に賑やかなところです。Okay. A really lively place.
私は賑やかな都市が好きです。
Ooh, even more mix up. 私は賑やかな都市が好きです。Neat. Even more mix-ups. Wow. Neat. So I really, or no, not really. I like lively cities. Okay.
この街は本当に賑やかなところです。
Onomachi. Ooh, this is a mix-up too. Now we have the demonstratives as well. So, この街は本当に賑やかなところです。So this town is really lively. No wait. This town is a really lively place. Nice. Oh, I'm starting to really feel these. Ooh, that's really nice. So now we have a demonstrative possess onto a topic marker in which the object is being modified twice using honto ni and nikiyaka which ends up being a na verb, and then using des as the copula. Nice. Very nice.
京都は静かな都市ですか？
京都は静かな都市ですか？ Okay. 京都は静かな都市ですか？ How are you saying it?
京都は静かな都市ですか？
Oof. Rolls in really fast. Okay. Is Kyoto a... They still include the word clean. Interesting. A quiet city. Kyoto wa shizuka na toshi desu ka? Yes.
エリカさん、横浜は静かな都市ですか？
And now they're throwing in the other proper nouns in katakana and throw in the Erika, Danieru, and Andoriu. So they're throwing in those pools as well. Erika-san, Yokohama wa shizuka na toshi desu ka? Is Yokohama a quiet city? Toshi, not Tokoro. Toshi. Yes. I'm giving myself as many opportunities to say Tokoro. Okay. This is a quiet town, isn't it? The other demonstrative. Oh wait. No, wait. Hold, wait. I see what they're doing here. Because we're talking about a location. Yeah. Interesting.
ここ
Koko. Wait.
ここ
Yeah. Koko wa... Oh, I'm gonna have to read about this. It's still a little hazy for me, but we'll just use the pattern that is most common. So, Koko wa shizuka na
静かな町
machi desu ne.
ですね。
Tokyo is a really pretty place, isn't it? Okay.
東京は
は本当に
本当に
きれいところですね。
ね。
Oh boy, what did I do? I forgot the na, didn't I? I forgot the na. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
東京
東京は本当にきれいな Wait, am I being a pep? Oh, I clicked on na instead of wa.
なは
なところ
ところ
ですね。
ですね。
Alright. So we got, Shizuka, きれい and にぎやか。Okay.
何ですか？
Nan desu ka? Oh, wait. Oh, they're introducing nan here. Okay. I'll give you another point, Duolingo. So I don't have to keep a mental note about nan. We're still missing Takai and I think that's an error, but Takai and something else. So none. Maybe they'll give us none this time. Nan desu ka? This is good. This is a familiar phrase.
Nan desu ka?
Nan desu ka? Nomimasu.
飲みます。
Ooki.
大きい。
Ji.
じ、
And hanashimasu.
話します。
Nan desu ka?
何ですか？何ですか？何ですか？
Building. Oh, it's hirakana. Tatemono. Oh my gosh, really? Tatemono? Okay, that's fine. Okay, it's fine. Tatemono. Curious if it's like breeding. There's something like a katakana for that. Okay. It's fine. Tatemono. Tatemono.
建物
Tatemono. Yeah. Didn't use restaurant too much. Yo. Oh, that is the katana version? Oh my gosh. Oh, come on, man. Biru? Really? Biru versus Tatemono? Man. I'm Biru gang. Sorry. It kind of sounds like Biru though. But is it Biru too, but with longer, like Biru? It's probably Biru for beer, if I had to guess. Yeah, Biru. Yeah, Biru versus Biru. Yes. So classic. That is such a classic. That's almost Chinese. That's so remarkably Chinese, if you know what I mean. Although like Japanese only has that much when you switch up the mora, but man, and then like some pitch accent things, but man, that is such a Mandarin thing. Or like, oh, it's just slightly longer, and then you add the up and down, like biru, or biru. They all mean different things or something. Not that that's a Mandarin word. I'm just saying it's so Mandarin to have biru and biru. Feels like home. Anyways, biru, interesting. What was this? Tatemono. Tatemono.
東京駅は綺麗ですか?
Tokyo Eki wa. Oh, they're bringing back the station thing right away. To use. Interesting. I see what they did there. And it's obviously unexplained. Basically, you don't use the na particle if it's standing alone, right? That's what they're trying to tell you. They're trying to tell you that if it's not in the attributive form, you don't. They're reminding you. Technically, it's not new. It's just reminding you that don't gnaw your face into a desk. Don't get a little gnaw crazy. The particle is for the attributive form, and not a predicate. In this case, it's the predicate. It's part of the predicate. Not that it's explained here. I'm curious what the unit review is. The guidebook, what it says in guidebook. Maybe it does cover this point, but it is a grammar point. So, Tokyo eki wa kirei desu ka? Right? It's Tokyo station pretty?
あれはレストランですか？
あれは are?
あれは
Okay, so now we have are. that one over there, that's. Hold up.
Arewa.
Okay. I have it sorted out. I was just sorting it out with like sore, kore, korera, and sorera. I was just sorting out the stuff, just seeing all the like things in this situation. Okay. Arewa. Re su do ra oh, restaurant. I was just talking about how they Duolingo doesn't use restaurant too often, and there you have it. Took me a while. I'm like, okay, let's put them together. Deska. Okay. Is that restaurant? Is that a restaurant over there? Fine. Is that over there a restaurant? Fair enough. I still would phrase it this way. However, we'll make sure that we do it the other way. Just to get familiar with it. Would it sort out better? It would sort out better. In overall positioning. Is that over there a restaurant? Well, fair enough. I'm glad they accept this. Interesting. The flexibility of prepositional phrases in English, right? Is that over there a restaurant? Or is that a restaurant over there? Flexibility of a prepositional phrase.
これは何ですか?
それは何ですか? I like it. It's kind of like the all-purpose stuff, you know, the super vague things. 何ですか is such a super vague stuff, like nanji, right? Nanji, and even as super vague like the all-purpose stuff like do desu ka, doko desu ka. We got nan desu ka. Finally. Not that I don't know what this means, but formally it took so long to get. I mean, I get it.
何ですか? 何ですか?
Oof. This is probably what people were talking about. some of the synthetic voices struggling with things like this. That sounded really weird.
何ですか?
Yeah. Fair enough. I heard about this criticism. This one's
何ですか?
This one's probably the weirdest one so far. Poor Falstaff. Maybe the other ones aren't. That's rough. Falstaff, please. He's just very moody. That's why he's saying it this way. You know? Is this... Wait. What is this? Right?
これは
Yeah, the korewa. Yeah. So they're bringing back korewa to juxtapose it against arewa. It's a nice touch. So then now you have the trifecta, right? The are, sore, and kore. Which they introduced sono, kono, and ano already. They covered up the ano. Ano was the last demonstrative. And now we have are. Yay.
何ですか?
何ですか? Okay, what is, what are, what's, fair enough. I feel that's pretty comfortable. Oh, you're trying to tell me to use tatemono. Tatemono. That's a pretty fancy building though. Okay. あれは何ですか? Yeah. あれは何ですか? Oh, clever. I think that's cool. They went with あれは何ですか? And they use ano to demonstrate what it's referring to. I see. The pointer. Okay. Alright. 建物は有名ですか? Oh, interesting. Just gotta throw in the yume. Alright, anyways.
建物
what else we got? Tomodachi, right? Tomodachi yaku. And ototo. Okay. So, what did they translate it as? What's that over there? Okay, got it. What's that over there? Is that building famous? Yeah. Which, technically, you could say, what's that over there? Is that building over there famous? And instead, because this is contextually relevant, saying over there, even in English, would be redundant, right? So, it's implicit. It's implicit now in this context. When ano was introduced, it was similarly introduced as that thing implied over there. So now in this context, it's already implied in the first place. So you wouldn't necessarily say that twice, even in an English as well. Kind of a clever way to demonstrate having both of them in the same like conversation. Back to back.
この建物も綺麗ですね。
Back to back. And then now they're using all the demonstratives. Yeah. Lots of demonstratives. Or various demonstratives. このそうこの建物この建物もこの建物も綺麗ですね。I'm gonna mono you momo. No more, please. This building is also pretty, isn't it?
田中さん、あれは何ですか？田中
Tanaka-san. Wait.
田中さん、あれは何ですか？
Oh. Are
あれは
wa
何ですか？田中さん、あれは何ですか？
Yeah, I'm seeing this as separate things, and it's kind of weird when they lump things together, and it takes me a time to get used to. Like, I would probably still separate nandes from ka, but nandeska is indeed kind of slapped together now in terms of its meaning, right? It does help cluster the idea, but it also removes the different components of it. So it's faster. However, it's kind of also skipping a step. Like nandeska is nandes ka. Tanaka-san, are wa nan desu ka?
田中さん、あれは何ですか？
I like this phrase though. It's nice to have it now. What is that over there? Sorry.
ナオミさん、あの建物は何ですか？
Naomi-san, ano tatemono wa nan desu ka? Tatemono wa nan desu ka? Okay. いいえ。弁当はありません。Okay. Oh. Sorry. あれは東京駅です。That's fair enough. Works. Yeah, that over there yonder. That over there yonder.
私は綺麗なお寺が好きです。
私は綺麗なお寺。
綺麗なお寺。
お寺。Temples. Buddhist temples. Oh, hey. Didn't we just talk about this yesterday? Otera. Someone told me this yesterday. I think it's Lotus.
綺麗なお寺。
Otera. Otera ga suki desu. Otera ga suki desu. Watashi wa kirei na otera ga suki desu. And are you telling me this is
綺麗なお寺。
with that period? Not quite clear, but we'll find out soon enough. Otera. Tera. Oh. Interested in the difference between temples and shrines? For Japanese? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Oh wait. SoCal, you might be the one that mentioned the Tera. And then I see that it's Otera because of the honorific, the O in front of Tera. Okay. Low key, Lotus. I thought you were gonna
tell me about the difference between Shintoism and Buddhism, because I would like to know what your background is. I actually know the I actually academically studied Shintoism and Buddhism. And there's a reason why I studied it. It's because of my heritage. And then how Buddhism, Taoist, and Confucianism relates to Shintoism in Japan. So yeah. That is the kanji for... Oh, you were just giving me the word? Listen, Lotus, I wanted you to explain. I was curious what you know about the difference between a Shinto shrine and a Buddhist temple. You know a little bit of Shinto, almost nothing about Buddhism. Here's my my fake thing, or like my, you know how if there's a stereotype that everyone knows or be exposed to get an idea of Buddhism, Journey to the West. I'm sure, Lotus, you have at least, I'm almost certain you might have watched something with Journey to the West. Anything that's dealing with Journey to the West, you might have gathered something from Buddhism already. It's the classic, like, Chinese related thing. Journey to the West. In case that might not be specific enough, Journey to the West is the Monkey King thing. Pixie, Monkey King, the monk on a pilgrimage to deliver the scriptures to reach enlightenment. Is Journey to the West good? You've heard the name a lot. Journey to the West is like it's like Mulan. Nah, it's kind of like Mulan. Mulan's a little bit more contemporary. What is the closest thing? Journey to the West is the most common folktale that is used in the Chinese culture, or an extension of the Chinese culture. And it's quite good. I like it. Well, it's my personal childhood thing, so I like it as a childhood thing. It's almost like Journey to the West to me is like the Disney Lion King is to a lot of people. I still like Lion King. Lion King is also part of my childhood, but I had Disney and Journey to the West next to each other. And that's where I learned about Buddhism. And Journey to the West is talking about the current status of the religion during that time. And that's the difference between Taoists, the Taoists, and Confucianism. And Buddhism is one of the things that kind of tangentially outside of China at the time. So this monk was on a pilgrimage in Journey to the West. And there's like different representations, different gods. There's like the conflict and melding of Taoists and Confucianism. It's a time when there were a lot of religious... it's a time in China's history where there were a lot of religions. And then Shintoism is a combination of all the above. So Shintoism is a mismatch of all the influence of Taoist, Confucianism, and Buddhism. And that's largely why I was interested in how Lotus understood the difference between a temple and a shrine. I was kind of hoping you guys were going to talk about like Journey to the West, or like the pre-secular years of Shintoism. So how like how Shintoism was represented in like the shogunate period or something like really funny and very particular. But you know, Lotus just wanted to tell me the heckin' word. Come on, guys. Is it an adult book or more like the Jungle Book level? It is an adult book, but also like the Jungle Book level. SoCal. So what I mean by that is Disney's Jungle Book, you know, all of Disney's fairy tales, it's now more represented like a fairy tale. However, the book itself was not a fairy tale, as in like it was not kind of made for kids. So however, all the Journey to the West stuff is used to be made for kids or loosely adapted to be entertaining. So whenever you see the Monkey King, right? Wukong, I'm sure you've seen Wukong somewhere, the Monkey King, like in League of Legends or tons of video games. I mean, there's a game coming out soon called Black Myth Wukong, right? Or Black Myth Wukong. And Wukong is the monkey in Journey to the West. He is one of the demons. We're gonna say he's one of the demons who ends up being picked up by the monk who is set to journey through a pilgrimage to reach enlightenment, to become a Buddha. And Monkey is accompanied with 2 other people. And Monkey is paying penance and trying to become enlightened because Wukong is a demon that has a lot of power and mischievous, and Wukong eventually overstepped and was punished by the gods. But to make up for it, they command him or forced him basically under the tutelage of the monk. So most of the time it doesn't get that far. All the Wukong stuff is the exploits of Wukong before he went on the pilgrimage with the monk. And it's a adult oriented, it's a Chinese proverb story. So it's talking about like the human condition. Like Pixie represents passion and lust. Wukong represents a lot of mischievous things that happen, and it's dealing with like being enlightened, right? It's a Buddhism teaching thing with the spice of the antagonist or the opponents in the Journey to the West is kind of reflexive of Taoism and Confucianism, which are the more central religions before the secular regime of China. So it's a time before then, and there is still a contentious point now where the exercise and free expression of religion versus the secular Chinese regime. Such a interesting education. You got my education in Texas, so very little international religious knowledge here, unfortunately. I feel you there, Lotus. This one, the closest thing that I learned in school, I had a Pennsylvanian education. The closest thing I learned about school when it comes to the Far East was what the idea of Buddhism is and the idea of Shintoism. And that's it. That's as far as it goes. The reason why I love Journey to the West and Shintoism is some of easily one of my favorite nuances anime and anything that's related to Chinese folklore, right? It relates to Shintoism, which just it relates to Shintoism and Buddhism, which just happens to be related. So Journey to the West had led me down, admittedly, a journey down learning and exploring that myself. And then Shintoism comes about because of the constant conflict between Buddhism, Confucianism, and like a national religion of Japan. And if you think about the shogunate periods and stuff, Shintoism's all over the place. I think one of the earliest games I've ever played was about the Tokugawa period, like one of the shogunate periods, and Shintoism's all over the place. It's also all the imageries, and when you think of the dynastic Chinese period, the imageries and stuff comes from that same time period. So it's kind of neat. Okay, don't worry, Lotus. I know at least SoCal and Lotus. I think in the stateside, right? The stateside, obviously we know the difference between a cathedral, a church, right? Or a what are the other words that we have? I mean, I'm joking. I'm not actually clear on the different. Oh, are you? Yeah, see, there you go. I think it's the same thing, or it's a similar thing. It's a parallelism. The difference between a cathedral and a church in the United States, right? That's kind of the whole thing behind shrines and temples. They are related. So shrines, Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines are related historically, much like church and cathedrals. They're like their own name for the similar thing. Yeah. And then we have other things, right? Like stuff that I don't know enough, like mosque, a mosque, whatever a synagogue is. And there are other forms of temples in the other worlds, and the English still uses the word temple for those too, if we're not talking about Eastern, but more like Mid-East. So there's that. It's so interesting. Obviously, I'm talking about it from a scholastic point, the linguistic point. But yes, now we're going back to this. What was the word? Shinsha. Okay. Hara and Shinsha. Do you go and say Oshinsha in this case? So if I were to make it like really nice sounding, you can just put an O in front, right? Oshinsha. Or is that not how that works as well? Can you put an O in front of most things? Like most object things? I'm still not quite sure about this O thing. I know that it goes, every instance of an O has been in front of like a noun. You're reminding me of a book I have meant to get as well. It's killing me now. A book. It was like about the collectivism versus independent cultural differences between the West and the East. Collectivism and individualism. That's kind of a lot of things. Yeah, that's quite a lot of things. It's a great topic, though. It's a great topic. I wonder who you're talking about. Like, which book you're talking about. Society-wise, are we talking about, like, Karl Marx kind of stuff? Okay, alright. I'm like, where are we going with this, SoCal? SoCal, we're treading into very suspicious territory. I'm just kidding. Thanks for sharing. I'll let me know. I wouldn't mind reading something too. I've been picking up books from like other people's interests. Yeah, collectivism versus independent culture. That's amazing. So West meets East. Obviously, you have social variances and all that stuff, but that's not the exception. I mean, that's not the rule. It's the exception. The whole contrast between communal versus individualistic. And I talked about this a little bit when it came to the face culture. Face culture is the result of collectivism most of the time. Face culture takes a back seat when it comes to independent culture. It's suppressed but not entirely absent. It's just very secondary. And one of the biggest extensions of language, like the honor culture. Yeah, like the honor culture. So Japan is a face culture. Chinese is a face culture. The whole like hyper focus on being polite is to save face. And the phrase face culture comes from that. It's your appearance on the outside, your public image. Versus individualism. Individualism sidelines face culture. It's secondary to maintaining or concerning yourself with how you appear to others, right? And that bleeds into the language. The language, you can really tell by how some people feel weird, like what type of phrases feel weird, what type of phrases don't feel weird. it bleeds a lot into the mannerisms of the language system. You have to know what you're saying appropriately versus expressing your own opinion and doing more flexibility on your word choices and whatnot. It's a fun topic. I talk about it all the time because it's something that genuinely is unique to me and anyone who comes from a first generational face culture country, which is China in this case. I'm a little bit more expressive nowadays, though. You know, not that timid Japanese person or Chinese person who says nothing about themselves ever because they might be afraid that it might affect their public reputation or like their appearance. I like the whole don't speak unless spoken to. That's a consequence of collectivism and face culture. You are under the pressure of representing a collective. The face culture is heavy because what you do reflects upon the group, not just yourself. So that fear, I talked about this maybe like almost like 2 years ago, actually. One of the things that resonates so much about Asian culture, especially Asian American, when they're trying to express it to Americans, like double generational Americans, is that sometimes being polite is not the goal. It's the fear of disappointing. So they're kind of one in the same, but sometimes, like I would say 60-40 split. It's the fear of losing face that edges out striving to be polite. So they are melded together, right? Like they're very close, like 60-40%. But what drives performance, decorum, and like the raw emotion that drives it is fear. Fear a lot of times edges out from compassion, so to speak. Like they're both one and the same, they do overlap, but generally the fear of ruining your image, the fear of upsetting someone is the bigger driver, in my opinion. Slightly bigger driver. So when it comes to performance, like that fear is so strong. And I was trying to say it in a way that it's encouraging, as in we're associating with something that ends up being desirable. So a lot of people talk about, oh yeah, social anxiety, yeah, and China as well. China, Korea. So I talked about this because I was talking about it in the sense of mental health, and it's felt now. It's not just felt in the East anymore. It's felt in the internet generation. So the internet generation has suddenly culminated and normalized the behavior that is very similar to the social anxiety that Asian cultures feel, especially in a very burdensome face culture. That fear is felt and emulated on the internet. So to me, I connected with a lot of young people, not through the use of the internet, but through the use of the story of being raised in a face culture. Because you are literally in a face culture on the internet. Earlier ones, like millennial Americans, it's their proximity, their local thing, their local depiction. But on the internet, you are in the face culture. Everyone has an opinion about you. If you say the wrong thing, it will haunt you forever. Like, that is the essence of living in a face culture. When you do something embarrassing, you are not just embarrassing yourself, you are embarrassing your entire collective. And the internet has unusually created a facsimile of that. And that's kind of the idea with that. It's called the Geography of Thought. Okay, let me put this. I am unfamiliar of that, but I will have to look into this. Geography of Thought. Interesting. How Asians and Westerners think differently and why. By a by social psychologists. Neat. 2003. That's really recent. All right. Oh, place this on the side. How long is this? Wait. $15. 288 pages. That seems like a solid two nights of reading. I'll have to scope it out. That sounds very enticing. Back in college, there was a short story called the Myth of Asian Superiority. I really like that one. It's very short. It's only 1 page long, but it was like an essay on the myth of Asian superiority. And when I was reading it, I was like, yeah, it sounds all nice and well and stuff, but man, it was like an essay thing. It was supposed to teach essay writing, like how you like structure an essay and what. It might be part of a bigger thing. I'm not sure if it was an excerpt from a thing, but it seemed pretty contained. It's probably an excerpt from a bigger piece, but it's the idea that Asians perform well, above average, but what are the motivators and how that works, and it kind of bleeds into the whole idea of social pressures that are placed on themselves. They place the social pressure on themselves. Oh yeah, let me know, SoCal. That's some interesting reading. I am definitely a fan of East meets West, or doing the English to Japanese and Japanese to English, like the back and forth, not just one way lens, right? The one-way lens. Anyways, thanks for sharing, guys. What was the term? Shinsha. Yeah, Shinsha and Tada. Tera. Shinsha and Tera. I swear. You got my hopes up. I blame Lotus. You heckin' Californians. You two happen to be California. Sorry, SoCal. You're taking the die for Lotus as well. I love culture, and as far as Western culture is concerned, Eastern culture is the furthest, at least in my mind. So it's really eye-opening to gain little points of view on the societies. Yeah, me too. Me too. In a interesting way, I know so little about what's in between. And what I mean by in between, I mean geography. I know very little about like Arabic, Middle East. So there's still so much to explore. While at the same time, I've already spent my entire life barely scratching the difference of being a person that's a product of East meets West. Life has so many things to explore. It's almost like world traveling, but for your mind. I think when you're starting to explore other people's cultures and then reframing it or adjusting your frame, it's the parallelism of figurative journeying through traveling, right? You're traveling figuratively in your mind as opposed to literally traveling. And I understand being able to literally travel around the world would be super awesome. Like, I know a lot of people love the idea of world traveling, but oftentimes even world traveling doesn't necessarily mean they're culturally and intellectually traveling. Because when you're experiencing for the act of traveling and experiencing, you're not necessarily inclined to culturally travel around the world. Can't have an informed version of the truth without seeing other frames of view. Real talk. All right. My goal today is to finish this new vocabulary section. So I'm pretty far ahead, actually. I was kind of focused today. Let's get back into this. I'm curious if Shinsha is going to show up in the same unit. No. Okay. Watashi wa kirei na otera. Otera ga suki desu. Okay. Wait. I like pretty temples. Okay. It's such a basic soon. I hope one day I can say like I'm intrigued or interested, or that might not give the same. This just isn't enough. I'm still not there. Not even close.
Otera. Hana-san, それは何ですか?
Hana-san. Hana-san. それは何ですか? Are you gonna talk about your mother? No? Okay. Shumi wa arimasu ka? It just dawned on me what that says. Sorry. Oh, and this is another great example of the hobbies being inanimate or a concept. However, since it's a directed question is how you contextually understand the transitive interpretation that they're asking about your hobby or someone's hobby. So have would be the phrase that Duo would translate into. I'm reading what I think is an essay you mentioned on the side. Pretty interesting. Oh, the myth of Asian superiority. Yeah, that should take a few. It should take even less, like 10 minutes. 10 minutes tops. It's a really neat little example of essay writing. Yeah, and we had to choose. So I think in the English class that we had, or the literature class we had on writing, we had to choose how to use it. And I chose that one because it was particularly personally relevant. Yeah. And it's from the perspective of an Asian American, I think. Pretty sure it's the westernized look into multiculturalism. There are similar things with like other immigrants, especially like African American. これはそう。これは京都大学です。大学です。大学。Oh, 大学. Oh, university. Kyoto University. Oh, that works. This one doesn't. It's fine. I like the points of the Korean success myth. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a huge deep cut. That led me down to watching a documentary on the manufacturing of the Korean success myth, where it gets deep. Holy heck, it gets really deep. How you use the modeled Asian technique to spawn a whole generation of perceptions to maintain higher status quo. It is kind of what is already done, though the success of it was very great because it mirrored how Asian cultures do it. You see what I mean? Like, while from a Western point of view, that might seem almost amoral or deceptive or potentially like suspicious, like ethically dubious of creating modeled families and model cultures so that it creates consistency among everyone else. It already happens naturally in a monocultural state. So like there are models that you uphold in Japan, Korea, and China. So it's very effective for Asian populations, arguably because it parallels the systems that they use to maintain social order, face culture, etc. So it's a very interesting deep cut. And yeah, the Korean immigrants were part of that equation. Yeah, household incomes becoming higher, but also having more people in the household. Yeah, I have a ton of Korean friends, and honestly, a lot of them are below the average income line. On the other hand, I know some who are incredibly successful. Yeah, so it's technically a myth in the sense that the system works if it's out of sight, out of mind. But the problem with this is it's considered a myth because this is a United States thing. It's a place that has greater diversity than, say, a monocultural place like South Korea and Japan, right? So it's a big deep cut, in my opinion, into how the standards are so rigorously upheld in a country that already has a system in place, right? So Japan, especially Japan, has a system in place that maintains that social order. It's a myth because in the United States, Asian Americans do not end up succeeding like that. They end up, there's mixed bags. There's a lot of mixed bags. There's so much noise because that's the minority. It's not the majority culture. So a lot of times immigrants can be represented as doing very well because you can't see the ones that don't do well. And that is the whole, like, just to put you into a bigger context, at the time the American dream was also a concept, right? Like when I in class, when I was reading this stuff, I had another class was dealing with empire building and all that stuff, and I was thinking of the American dream, and I use these like phrases all the time to describe the myth of Asian superiority, because oftentimes there was a time the American dream was portrayed by Asian immigrants, and I jokingly and not really jokingly, like realistically, I would characterize my life as the American dream. However, I don't want to give people the impression that this is something that just lands in your feet or as an immigrant in the United States. It's not to say that the United States doesn't offer great opportunities relative to the places they came from, because the American dream is something that is like that lofty goal. It's that lofty goal that you work really hard to try to achieve, and on that way you can achieve to some extent of it. And that's kind of the blend between our democratic bumping heads of philosophies right now about like the Democrats and the Republican thing. It's kind of like meeting in the middle. The reality is harsh, but at the same time, it's interesting how the standards were portrayed. In Japan, the standards are enormous. In Korea, South Korea, the standards are incredibly high. So I can't even imagine how the American dream relatively compares to those types of monocultural standards. with all due respect, it's largely why I don't see myself as someone who wants to be or to be considered as someone like that. I'm a bit of a mix. I'm a bit of a mutt when it comes to cultural intelligence. So it's very difficult to unlearn things that you grew up with. And I choose not to. Appreciate you telling me. I assumed it was an anti-Asian American paper. And yeah, it really wasn't. Yeah. It was to talk about it's more of like a sympathy letter. You know, like a more of a let's get a little bit more of the bigger picture. A little picture that it's not sunshine and rainbows, but it still did something. And it's kind of what it was. And I really liked the essay. I forgot who wrote it, but it's one of the things that got me thinking. You've seen some Japanese documentaries on smaller Asian nations sending workers and their paid and housing. Yeah, it's debatably borderline indentured servitude. Yeah. So it's one of those things, if the standard is so high or consistent and you don't meet the standard, you are less. So how do you create more value out of someone who is less? You provide and prescribe to them the manner in which you can contribute to the whole, as so that you are not a burden to society. It's rough. That's kind of how it feels, at least to me as an outsider. So it's not the idea that they will uplift you. You have to lift yourself up. You are responsible for all the burdens you have been born into. And that kind of clashes. It kind of clashes with westernized ideology. Like I'm a sap because I'm not Asian. I know how that sounds. I'm not saying they're unfeeling or anything like that to some extent, but relatively speaking, my sympathetic and empathetic side is not learned from my parents. You choose to be successful, and failure is not a choice. You do not fail. When you fail, tough luck. It can be pretty brutally pressured, and all that pressure is supposed to guarantee the consistency of success. And I probably wouldn't have the perspective to appreciate it less unless I lived in another nation. Yeah, I get it though. My parents, there's no way I can match up to that. When it comes to like, if you're valuing the idea of how much pressure you're living in, I'm incredibly privileged because of my parents. And so much so that my education is viewed as a privilege, right? Education, food, all that stuff is viewed as a privilege, as opposed to a basic need. So oftentimes it's hard. I have to make sure that I'm not being so callous and unfeeling when someone says they can't eat their favorite food all the time and it costs like $30 at a takeout place. It's oftentimes like we got to think of the perspectives, the different perspectives, right? I err on the side of human psychology most of the time. Like universal human conditions, psychology focuses on the idea that individually, even possibly at the larger collective, humans collectively have certain conditions. And if you grew up with a certain condition, I must be sensitive to that. It's not to say that I would reject my own values to embrace someone else's value, but to be able to speak so that they can form these relatives. Like, what does my school look like when I was young? It might not be the way your school looks like when you were young. So let's bridge this gap. And one of them is this idea of Asian superiority. It still exists. It's the internet culture. What do you get? What's the meme that I can tell you if you have kids right now, there is still that meme. That meme is still strong and going hard. If you're good at something, there's an Asian that's doing it better. That meme has existed to this day. That essay I read was 16 years ago. And that what is said in that essay just took on a new shape. It's not necessarily about Korean Americans anymore, but more like Asians as a whole. And when I say that, I like to also raise the cost, the mental cost of having such a lifestyle. And hence why I talk about mental health a lot. Because you don't talk about mental health a lot. You suck it up and overperform. That is the standard you are expected to. Right? If I ask my parents things like really tough questions like, were you happy when you guys were raising me and my sister and moving to the United States? They probably say no. But it's not about happiness. It's about standards. You succeed. It's about success. It's not about happiness. And then nowadays, they're still having trouble enjoying retirement. I'm actually curious on my thought of the East-West divide, but I don't want to. Yeah, it's fine. We'll save next time. We'll save. There's got to be other times. There's definitely other times about talking about this. I use it though. The hot take here, the hot take here is this feeling that I'm describing, like the myth of needing to be super good at everything, is no longer just an Asian thing. When you have kids, if you decide to have kids, I'm a prospective parent in the future, right? The internet is already doing that. And that's why I think all this stuff is pretty relevant again, because the internet legitimately creates a microcosm where kids are reinforced to understand that they are held to standards that are almost inconceivably unachievable in one person. They don't have to know it's happening, they just feel it's happening, right? So what does that look like? It's nihilism. Nihilism is the result. When you ask a kid like, hey, you want to go play baseball? But this kid is so good. What's the point of playing baseball anymore? Like, oh, I like music, but this kid here is 5 years old and they like play 3 times better than me. What's the point of even playing an instrument anymore? They're just going to like that person more. Like, it's constantly raising. And it's to the point where now when people go out and say, hey, I ran a mile. It's like, well, I just watched a YouTube video of someone running 16 miles at the age of 6. You're not impressive. It's like, oh, okay, well, now life is just dull. Like, so all this is happening already. And that's kind of like, it's the hyper-realized version of Asian culture, in my opinion. It's the hyper-realized version. Where, while Asian culture, I feel there's still like a reasonable standard, right, that everyone can achieve, so that they can live beyond that standard. On the internet, it's unhinged. It's like skill capped to oblivion. So when you go on and learn, and we'll tie it back to Duolingo, right? We'll tie it back to Duolingo. When you're learning Japanese, immediately the internet culture comes in full force. You have to get it right on the first try. You have to prevent yourself from ever making a mistake. You have to learn it by a certain amount of time. And you have to always be using the best strategies available on the internet to learn something. And for me, I'm already old. Like, it's not affecting me as much. However, you have to put yourself in the perspective of a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old. Though those are the most common people that are taking advice from strangers, right? I'm already too old. Like, I'm old. I'm experienced. That doesn't impact me as much anymore. However, a kid between 16 is usually the youngest when it comes to like getting into this phase. They are getting feedback from easily the most brutal community in the human condition. It's the internet. Everyone knows the best, like collectively as the internet group, they know collectively the best of everything. So when you become a person, an individual versus the collective, you will get knocked down and put in your place if you are not exceptional. So if you are lucky, the one in like 10 million people who are incredibly exceptional so no one can touch you, then you're on the internet. No one's going to touch you there. The odds of that happening is practically like 1 out of 10 million. Maybe 1 out of a million. Something like that. So being old is healthy to be on the internet. It kind of raised that concern about how do we moderate the internet so that kids do not grow up depressed. I know I sound sappy, but I genuinely think that's a very alarming situation where kids are nihilistic and depressed most of the time. And it's not necessarily anyone is harming them or maliciously doing it. It's an unintentional consequence of being exposed to basically the best of everything. You have like envy, jealousy, emotional ambivalence, uncertainty, everything rolled into one on the internet. And if all our generations are moving forward with being connected to the internet, that does create an imperative that the ones that are in charge now, the adults and the current generation, are responsible for making something to curb some of these escalating issues, in my opinion. Okay, just a hot take. I've worked on this idea for so long and collecting, and I don't see that it's improving significantly. I don't think it's getting worse though. Not as fast. You're already old. I missed a bus for the become the greatest of all time ever. Yeah, I think it's tapering. So, like the human condition, when the problem becomes big enough, right? When the problem becomes big enough, humans actively work together. So I'm not trying to spell doom and gloom or doomsaying or anything. I actually am very optimistic about humans. Humans solve problems when the problem becomes too massive. And it's pretty clear that nowadays the response is, hey, we need to chill and talk about certain things so that we don't have like 90% of our bright people on this planet that are young, that have the rest of their lives burning out like Icarus slamming into the sun every single time. Like, every single year at the end, here's one that is kind of depressing and bittersweet. At the end of the year, during Christmas and New Year's, there's constantly a new wave of people who spent the last 5 to 10 years doing something and they slammed into the sun and say, I'm out. So some of them end up stopping before they run themselves ragged. Most of them run themselves dry already, and you don't even hear about it. So it's kind of one of those things. I ran myself dry at the age of 32. That's so much older than the average age of like 20. I think it's gotten a lot earlier. The shifting of the first burnout in someone's life is pretty much younger. Anyways. Nice. Good talk. It's getting younger. Every year the average is dropping on how soon a young person gives up. Like, how young are you going before you give up? Like, you give in to nihilism. How early is that? My generation, when you have a midlife crisis, you're thinking about a middle-aged person in their 40s, right? I think that's usually how millennials see it, American millennials. Like, if you're having a midlife crisis, it's around your 40s. You felt real burnout. Oh, you felt real burnout as well? 26, 28? Yeah, mine was 31. So pretty close. I think it's at least getting closer to 30s. You're having a midlife crisis. I'm sure you'll recover. I think you are more likely to recover than someone who's like 16 and already contemplating on planning the rest of their like the next 30 years of their lives, and they already failed on the first step, and they're like, what do I do now? I've already planned the next 30 years of my life. Yikes. Very yikes. Okay. We're almost at the end of this, so it was a great distractor. You're very early 30s, but I'm thinking about I need to have kids, get home, have my long-term plan set. Yeah, I know. I told myself in my 30s I had the same feeling, and now I'm almost 40. That cut me deep, SoCal. That cut me deep. Yeah, that cut me pretty deep. And you know, I have Chinese parents, so they've been talking about this since my cousin caught up. So before, all my relatives and I are in order by age, but just recently 2 of my younger cousins got married. So that means like I'm failing. It leaped both my sister and I kid you not, every single cousin in chronological order has gotten married, and every single cousin in order had kids in chronological, except for me and my sister. So we got leapfrogged. My sister had a kid, and then I felt the time on the clock really ramp up. Yeah, that's something me and my sister shares. We are very American, is the I would say that very lightheartedly. We're very contemporary Americans who are deciding that the burden and the responsibility of children can be objectively quite too daunting to address, let alone be in a relationship. And that's kind of 37 years old right now.
Watashi wa
otera. Oh, right. The whole point of the unit.
Kirei
na.
Otera na. Otera.
Oh my gosh.
Otera.
It's so hard to sort these out. Like, it doesn't let you slide in anymore. Watashi wa atera na. No. Kirei na. watashi wa kirei na otera ga suki desu.
Ga suki desu.
Okay. It's a really pretty hontoni. I like hontoni.
Hontoni.
Ooh. I don't know about that pronunciation. We know how hontoni sounds. Anyways, hontoni kirei na. Where is it? Oh. Wait. Why is this grouped together?
綺麗なお寺
I was looking for 2 separate phrases, but it's grouped together. 綺麗なotara ですね.
ですね
Wow, they really lowered the barrier on this one. I mean, lumped it all together. Yeah, we're good. It's a really pretty temple. Yeah, we want to get 3 more lessons. Three more.
ピザ屋はどこですか？
Pizza, yeah. Huh.
ピザ屋
Pizza, yeah. Okay. Yeah? Shop? Neat. Pizza, yeah. Wa doko desu ka?
はピザ屋
Don't give me that kanji, SoCal. Spoilers. Spoiling a
Pizza, yeah.
1,000-year-old language.
ピザ屋
Pizza, yeah. Oh, it actually looks pretty cool, though. It looks pretty cool. Oh, which, by the way, the kanji thing, that's kind of a... I got nickeled and dimed and needled pretty hard. Someone yesterday asked me how satisfied I was with my progress, right? Someone asked me that, and I was curious because I was thinking about my vocabulary and my grammar points, and I would say I'm about close to N5. So yesterday I decided, hey, sure, why not? We'll talk. I'll see. So I did some sample questions. There were like 20 sample questions. It was a bit like a third of the random things. I actually had more difficult time reading the instructions for the question, like for the actual question, than actually doing the actual question. So at some point, I basically just ignored all the instructions and inferred what I had to do from the actual prompt. Right? Because they have instructions in Japanese, like, what the heck does that mean? Are they saying that I need to fill in the blank or the order or what's going on? So they had like diagrams and stuff. However, I did notice that when they use kanji, they include kana in the N5 stuff. And based on the sample questions, the prediction is I would pass. I would pass with like, I looked at the passing score. You only need to get around 50%. That's crazy. Anyways, I can rest assured that my thinking about where I am with the combination of like you guys, SoCal, Lotus, Indie, explaining to me random stuff, and then I'm looking on my random stuff and then using Duolingo, I can pass the N5. I think I got about 80-90%. The downside is it did not imbue any more confidence in how much I learned. Like, I did not learn really well. Like, what I mean by that is, when I was reading that test, it made me feel incompetent. I actually felt incredibly ignorant. As in, what I mean is, I couldn't read everything. Like, a lot of it was using test techniques that I understand. I went into test-taking mode, as opposed to, oh yeah, I can read all this stuff. It's more like I can read most of it. I can read this. I know how to get to the right answer. That's how I felt the entire time. And that only made me feel less and even less confident that I can hold a conversation in any capacity. So that's it. It was both a bittersweet moment where I got the answers, but there's no way getting those answers would even help me understand how well I communicate, like or can communicate. Yeah, like breaking down the testing method to get the right answer. Yeah, it's like, okay, but really, did I understand the essence of everything? Like, am I coming up with these words? No, I'm not. I'm listening to keywords and I'm getting the answer. So I'm doing what a lot of people in Duolingo will be conditioned to do. They're conditioned to look for the correct answers. Yeah, did I know the word? No. Did I get the right one? Yes. So that's like, did I understand the full capacity of the word, or did I just know that that's the right answer? Or I did this a couple of times and it got me the right answer on like 3 or 4 of them. I know what it is not. So since there are a lot of them are multiple choice and fill in the blank, I know what it is not. So, but I still don't know why it is that. Like, I can't explain the whole thing, but this is the closest answer, and all the other ones are just worse. They're worse answers. And that's what I did with English. As in, when I use English and learning about other topics, these are the methods that are coming through. And it doesn't measure that because we're measuring language comprehension, and it feels so weird. It feels incredibly dissatisfying that it's not because of my command of my language that I got the right answer. I was trying to get a good score, and it's pretty clear that I understand how to take exams, right? I know how to hedge my bets. I know methods in which using deductive reasoning and inference. So a lot of times, I think at least a third of the right answers felt like I didn't actually know the Japanese language, but more how to take exams. And I think that's a great way to illustrate what Duolingo may struggle with. In the end of the day, you have less understanding, but you know what are the correct things to do, right? So that's kind of the whole idea of mechanically doing something versus understanding why you're doing it. And it was bittersweet moment. Not that the way I'm using Duolingo now is doing that, because I talk to you guys and everyone else, because it's rough not feeling dissatisfied with that. You would take the JLPT with a grain of salt. I've seen some N1 speakers who are, in my opinion, arguably below my level or are borderline for having real conversation with natives. It's not the end all. Yeah. So the idea was it was in the beginning of just a little bit, to keep the story short. Yesterday, someone asked me if I'm satisfied with my progress, and my answer is I'm always satisfied, or I try to always be satisfied with my progress, because I'm a journeyman. 95 to 99% of the time, I'm happy with learning something, period. However, when someone asks, are you satisfied with your progress? You have to be sensitive to that. They're looking for different parameters. Is it fun so far? Is it fun so far? Is it average, right? What are the statistical parameters? What are the numbers? Like, how many words have I learned? What grammar points have I learned? So when I was going through that, I was trying to give different perspectives. Like, when someone asks you, how do you feel about your progress? You need frame of reference, not a catch-all, cop-out answer. Like, when I do something, I'm always doing it in a positive way. Even when I have negative experiences, they immediately become a positive experience. So that's when I was curious. I'm like, I told myself what I understand about what is required for N5. I think I meet that. So technically, statistically, I might be ahead, or maybe right around the same amount of time. Some people rated around like 200, 300 hours, a whole college course, which is like once a week or twice a week. And I extrapolated and it's like, I'm ahead of the curve at the moment, but I am slower than I usually am. But that's why I wanted to take an N5 exam, like a mock exam, and it was pretty good, but bittersweet. Granted, most learners are putting in the same level of time. Yes. So here's the thing, right? I think more in the way that, granted, most learners are putting in the similar amount of time, just not consistently at the same time. So, right, like if you collectively measure all the time they spent in a year, it could be the same amount of time that I spent in 30 days, right? So I'm condensing everything into a specific amount of time, but the net amount of time that I rate my vlogs, my VOD, collectively can show that I am around 140 hours now. It's been around 140 hours, barring all my discussions. It's closer to 200 hours if I didn't spend 60 hours randomly talking about things. So, and just so you know, the VODs only show the things that are in Duolingo. I'm adding the hours I spent now out of academic curiosity. So I'm going to disclose all those things at the next summary, which is at 30 days. So in 60 days, if I don't finish section 2 before then, I will have a review of all the things that I do in addition. And I am, as far as I know, Duolingo covers most of the grammar points of N5 and N4. And they cover all the vocabularies up to like N3, right? I haven't disclosed this yet, but I've covered almost every single possible N5 grammar topic and then half of N4 stuff already. But since I haven't used them, they're not salient. Like, they're not salient, right? If you don't use it, you only know them abstractly. So you're terrible at using them. you haven't even used them. There's no examples. I just went down a list and like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But I haven't used them. So then you only know like how math, right? Chemistry, they're abstractions. Unless you can apply them to something, it rarely stays for very long. So give it another 2 or 3 months and I might just forget everything if I don't use them. So Duolingo is kind of helping me with that. Basically, they never explain anything, right? So because I'm learning grammar on the side, every time I learn Duolingo, it gives me an opportunity to explain it. It gives me an opportunity to explain it to myself. So one of the hot takes about using Duolingo to learn Japanese is be encouraged to learn grammar, only to be satisfied by the idea that you can explain why Duolingo provides these examples. It's a switcheroo. It's not so that it turns into a proactive thing. Learn grammar on the side because Duolingo might actually end up being even more entertaining than the other way around, where you're frustrated because you keep getting things wrong and you need to go out and look for the explainer to compensate for Duolingo. That's a cost. We talked about this yesterday, about the difference between paying and costing. When you are responding to something, it's costing you time. When you are getting ahead, you're paying and investing forward. So for me, I'm learning grammar to invest forward in what Duolingo is going to show me, as opposed to waiting for it to cost me. So I'm voluntarily learning ahead. And that is a strategy that very successful college students do all the time. I learn something. That's why teachers ask you to read your sections before you come to class and read it over. If you're that kid that says, oh, I don't have to go to class, I already know all the things. Like, it's kind of boring when you go to class knowing everything. So that's the point. that is actually the point. Teachers give you reading assignments so that you aren't busy being distracted by falling behind during the teaching session. And then when you review it, it reinforces everything. So you see more when you're at least momentarily prepared for it. So that's kind of what I have elevated my Duolingo experience from the first 30 days. The first 30 days was way different. And I have to talk about that in some way in the future. Review it first to have an idea that can be reinforced. Yeah. It's so powerful. Yet, sometimes when you tell a student to do it, you kind of get that human condition where they're like, nah, I don't need to do it. I can get it on the first run. Like when you say like, oh, these readings are optional, so they don't do it. So what's the natural way to do it? Give a pop quiz in the beginning of the class. Say, hey guys, you're gonna read this, and I'm gonna give you a quiz when you come into class. Be ready. You might be saying, oh yeah, but what if they did horrible and they got less points? The secret here is you make the quizzes worth way less than the rest of the class's grades, but they still have to do it. Now, I can attest to you that those people who give pop quizzes in the class but still make them like feel the loss of those points, they are more likely to consistently perform better in midterms and finals. They just don't know that. For the cost of, a smaller insignificant portion of their grades, they actually end up performing better. But they don't know that. The kids don't know that until you graduate. And then you look back and you think, oh wait, the quizzes, all that stuff, it's just so that I can get the frame of reference where like I'm already doing something that I needed to do, but I didn't need to do it. So you paid for it. You paid 5 points instead of not having it at all. If a teacher don't give pop quizzes, you're going to lose more points percentage-wise in the midterm and the finals because you haven't even obligatorily engaged the student to do something. So they overall will still score lower, in my opinion, consistently score lower on the midterm and the finals if you didn't give pop quizzes. So even if they lost all the points on a pop quiz, they will probably still do better on the midterm and the final than someone who goes to a class that has 0 pop quizzes. Because that person has no stimuli, no obligations. So they will ultimately tank even harder. That's investing forward. That is, you can make mistakes on a quiz to not make mistakes, or less consistently make mistakes on a midterm and a final. That is proactive thinking. Make your mistakes soon, when it's less impactful, to make a greater impact when you're on your A game. So it's one of those things. And that's kind of how I'm doing Duolingo. I'm going ahead, and I'm always ahead. I walk into a class, I know at least something about the topic before I walk into class. I start a stream knowing something about the stream already. I don't come in cold turkey. I'm not a reactionary person. As soon as I see it as they're just saying that so I have a better shot at getting it easily or right, I'll be fine. Yeah. It is what it is. It's a human condition, so it's not a bad or a good thing. You gotta get used to it. It sucks. It sucks about the human condition. Human condition, take the path of least resistance. Right? If something is gonna cost you something, you take the most efficient cost. If you're paying for something voluntarily, you can convince yourself to pay any price as long as you're willing to pay it. I didn't realize the power of that until I learned some obscure words. I thought, should I learn this? I'll never see it. I saw it 2 hours later watching the news. Yeah, you never know when your investment forward will pay back. It may never happen, but that's not what you're worried about. You're worried about the opportunities. Like, what opportunities can you imagine? Sometimes you can even make your opportunities happen, right? Hey, using Duolingo doesn't help me understand Ling Q's design. Well, make it about Ling Q's design. Go look at Ling Q design and frame it with Duolingo, right? Like, compare and contrast. It's one of those things. Someone would say, oh, don't use Duolingo, just use Ling Q. Well, they'll never know what Duolingo is like for them. It's not informative. What? You're not gonna have anything. You're taking someone's word for it. It's like, okay, hopefully that person is very reliable and know you so well that you don't even need to experience something to have some sort of reflection on it. It's kind of like you don't need to take the pop quiz if you're already learning the right way to take a midterm and final exam. You'll never know. You'll never know. I'm in the neighborhood of doing more proactively. If I have time, I make time for it. And then in the long run, it may or may not pay out, but it's about doing it as opposed to guessing what you should and should not do. Not that I'm trying to diminish expert advice and whatnot. There are times when you can't take these back, right? Fair enough. Anyways. Learning is such a great thing. The trouble with taking someone's word for it in language learning is anyone recommending things is typically in the early stages of learning. The road is long. Yeah. Also, here's another, the opposite is also true. The opposite happens just as much, where the first thing you think about when you're trying to learn a second language is go to a native speaker. Well, the native speaker probably haven't ever even experienced most of the things you're going to hit. Like, it's so ridiculously overwhelming. Like, how can you, I mean, some native speakers, like for Japanese specifically, this conversation happened because of Dogen and others. When you ask someone, it's like, hey, can you explain to me your pitch accent that you decide to use in this word? It's like, what pitch accent? You just say it the correct way. It's like, no, the thing you're doing. Like, I don't understand. It's always been this way. Like, no, you know, the thing, is that higher or lower? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. There's like, it's so that's kind of the thing. It's so unconscious. Yeah. So my advice a lot of times when someone says, oh, do you have any pro tips? It's like, well, let me ask you, what's your background? What are your things? What are things that paint you as a learner, right? Then my tip is to find someone who you can see those same qualities in, but they are at a later stage than you. That's probably the one that you want to grab onto. If you happen to be someone like who knows Fujianese and Mandarin-ish and Spanish, like have my education background, then feel free, take those elements away with you. Not to model yourself after someone that you desire to be because they're so far out thing, right? If you're a Spanish speaker, go find a Spanish speaker that learned Japanese if you want to learn Japanese. It's highly encouraged. That's the human condition. If you can't, then you can settle for other things, right? If you can't find something, then you settle, you keep going more and more broader. But generally speaking, oh boy. When you go up to a professional, like, oh yeah, I want to be, so there is a grain of salt here. You can farm the expert with the right questions. However, those right questions, those effective questions, still come with need of enough experience to know how to ask them. So when you get to a point, yes, you can go to a native speaker and ask them the questions for the information you want. Sitting there and expecting a native speaker to offer you advice when you haven't even, started or have different conditions, that's a whole different story. That advice is probably not going to be applicable. It's not, I'm going to say you have an 80% shot of failing from an advice that is almost highly unintelligible or even empathetic to your person, to your current situation. Finding someone that's how you're currently trying to reach is ideal. Yes, learning together, it's great. Do you know this from second language experience? Or I find like I spent 2 years learning how to learn a language. Yes and no. I've learned Spanish, and because of disuse, my Spanish is not so great anymore. However, I have had previous ways of learning like this, which is Spanish. Other than that, though, I do speak a lot of other things. So speaking might actually be something that's underrepresented. Like when it sounds like I'm hearing things better than I'm reading, it's largely probably because I hear a lot of different things, as opposed to seeing a lot of different things. I don't stare at like kanji and drawing, like kanji, that type of pictorial writing or anything like that. But I hear a lot of different sounds and whatnot. So a lot of times that might be something that's underrepresented. You tried like every method. I finally figured out how it actually worked. It's not grammar tables, memorizing brute force like I thought it was. Interesting. What worked for you, SoCal? And while I keep at this. Where is the pizza shop? Door. Alright guys. Maybe Lotus is still here as well. What is the difference between a shop and a store in Japanese? Like what I mean is, I know mise is for store, but like fundamentally, what are Japanese people referring to when they say a shop and a store? I talked to Indy and I had a discussion about the difference between convenience stores and department stores because the United States have a very probably a different nuance in department stores and convenience stores. But what the heck is the difference between a shop and a store? Is it like locally owned versus commercially owned? Or corporately owned? Smaller versus larger? I was thinking of this just momentarily a bit ago. I know this is pizza shop because they're looking for pizza ya. Anyways, I'll have to think about this a little bit longer. Okay.
Pizza ya.
このピザ屋はとてもいいです。
このピザ屋はとてもいいです。Oh, interesting. For me, I boil it down to review vocab, review grammar, then watch a ton to reinforce what I learned. I didn't realize how powerful seeing it in context multiple times and the associated satisfaction would be retraining the knowledge or the... Yeah. You know how I do it? I explain it to someone else. I got a meta. I got an even bigger meta, I would say. I do all of the above. But also be able to explain it to someone else. No matter, like, whatever broken thing. Tell someone else what you learned. If you have someone who is interested, that's why the whole, like, if you have someone who's learning with you, it's very useful because you are also actualizing your knowledge to someone else. It's the late stage, but you can do it temporarily. You don't have to wait to the end. Yeah, the see one, do one, teach one. Yeah, the medical field method or scientific field method or pretty much the life cycle of mastery, right? And you can compartmentalize information pretty easily when it comes to a lot of things, right? Especially language. You can talk about a singular concept to another person, and over time your concept will change too, and your knowledge will continue to change. So you will form the associations and all the experiences. Not only that, you will have an emotional motivator, which is that other person you're learning with. You guess I arbitrarily do that since I float around the Japanese? Yeah, the Japanese streams. That's exactly it. Me, when I'm learning something, I'm immediately already thinking about how I can explain this to someone. That's my major motivator. And if I can't, it motivates me to go and look for the explainer. So like, I can't explain this. How do other people explain this? Whoop, there I go. There's all my excess knowledge. Like, that's where I accrue all the excess knowledge over time. Like, I ask myself, can I explain this? Well, I can't. Let's go find out how other people explain this. And that's it. It's never pride. It's never about a pride or like being consistent to one thought. My end goal has always been, regardless of my level of mastery, I can explain those concepts that I have learned so far. And truck along. I can probably explain certain concepts far more vividly than someone who's racing to the end to accommodate their N1 thing. It makes things so much easier in my opinion. Anecdotally, if you feel so comfortable in talking about a concept that you just learned to someone else, and it just sticks. In my opinion, it sticks so hard because it's applying everything you've done, reviewing vocabulary, reviewing grammar, watching the things, looking for something. In the end of the day, the moment you can explain it to someone, even in broken Japanese or like whatever thing you're using, that is the culmination. It is the last step. It's such a cliche, but that's how that's what the medical field method is. That you see, well, I'll add another step. Prepare for it, see it, do it, review it, then teach it. You know, proactively prepare for it as an exposure. So expose yourself, then see it, then do it. Well, actually, then learn it. See it through learning, right? Then do it by applying it for yourself, review it, and then teach it. Plenty of ways to extrapolate and enhance your how long, and it can get long. However, when you practice it for a really long time, it takes so little time. I do it every single day, the last 39 days. Every single day, I've done all those steps. Be it 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It depends on how much I actually get in. I remember all you guys' names, though, all the stuff that you told me. So I'm learning other things, too. I'm learning about you, Lotus, Indy. I know that Indy is going to go to hike Mount Fuji tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, this summer. And he's been running 10 miles a day, prepping. He's a little bit shy about my prediction that he could bench 300, being a 5'6", 140-pound male, multi-generational white in central USA. The reason why I remember those details is because we discussed about it. And then I'm talking about how I can summarize things and things. So those are the details. They become salient when you're actually explaining things to people, or you're thinking about the act of how do you describe someone? How do I make sure that I can tell you, SoCal, that I'm listening to you and I remember the details you're telling me about yourself and all the discussions we have? It's constantly about that, so that you can pick up and remember all the details. I'm not gonna say it's effortless at first. It does kind of end up seeing a little bit more effortless afterwards. He's gonna hike. Yeah, it's crazy. Someone should ask him about it. He's actually doing the whole thing. To be fair, even if you didn't, I wouldn't. You wouldn't mind? Well, you see, if I don't practice this with everyday things, how could you expect me to learn Japanese? If you know what I mean. Like, the things I do as a lifestyle is the reason why, it's one of the major reasons why that's how come learning is a lot easier. At least in my opinion, relatively. I sense no tension. No, like, when I need to learn something new, it's a breath. It's like riding a bicycle. When I need to master something through like rigorous practice and grinding, I'm not that. So I move on. So that's kind of a thing that I made proactively. If you see him again, tell him someone said to buy a walking stick at the base. They stamp it at every station. Oh, that's kind of cool. I want to ask him more about it. He just whipped that out of nowhere. I asked him if he's gone to Japan, because everyone asks me about if I'm going to Japan or have I gone to Japan, and he just randomly whips out like, oh yeah, I'm gonna climb Mount Fuji. I'm like, what? That sounds amazing, by the way. I might actually plan. I don't know. I want to ask if anyone wants to climb Mount Fuji with me too. I mean, I'm kind of old, but not that old. It's like a little firebrand stamp on the stick. Oh. Wait, have you climbed Mount Fuji? Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you telling me you have climbed Mount Fuji too? Okay, why have I missed a memo? I even thought that people don't climb Mount Fuji because it's like a country, like it's a iconic, you know, like a country symbol. It's an iconic symbol, but you haven't? You had a number of friends. Okay, that showed you. Okay. It's time, SoCal. You gotta go back to Japan and climb Mount Fuji. I'm gonna tell everyone about it, and then I'm gonna tell Indy, look what happened. Look what happened when you shared this information. Now everyone's climbing Mount Fuji. I would love to climb Mount Fuji. That would be awesome. Terrifying, but awesome. Terrifyingly awesome. Yeah, one day. One day. I would love to climb and then show everyone the stick. True. True. Love to go. Lotus is going soon too. He is going to Japan for extended stay. And I can't wait to hear about his journey in Lotus. With Lotus and for Lotus and whatever he's gonna do in like the half year or more. Kono pizza wa okay. So dona pizza ga arimasu ka? Oh, what type of pizza do you have? Yeah, what type of pizza do you have? What is this? Honto desu ka? No. Oh no, wait. Honto. Honto de da shi. Wait. Hondo. Oh. Books and magazines. Sorry, that I gotta switch back to Japanese now. It's hondo sha za shi o yo yomimasu. It's books and you read books and magazines. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Sorry, it's fine.
あのデザートは何ですか?
Dessert? Desato.
Desato.
Okay. Katakana. Desato. Desato wa nan desu ka? What? Dessert. Wait. What is that dessert over there? Yeah, no. Yeah. I feel it. I'm starting to feel it, especially when things start going like haha mini mono bo, like mono mo haha, like seeing them like constantly really close together. I'm like it hurts my soul after I was like ha ni wait, that's not the particle, that's part of the other kana. Like there's just no units. So I was very grateful when they started converting some of the names from the kana to the kanji, right? Tokyo, Kyoto, and like Ueno Koen Dude, Ueno Koen. What? Earlier I was like, oh no. Oh yeah, the kono tatemono mo. Monomo. Well, yeah, sometimes it'd be like haha, gaga, kaka everywhere, and sometimes, and I'm like, okay, well, I can see the separate words and from the particles, but man, it's not great for reading. You'll still say the same. You know what I mean? It's like a psychological trick. It seems less difficult to say when you're seeing them separately, as opposed to seeing like, wait, is this ni from the ni? So there was like ni, like I don't know. Oh, nikiyaki and honto ni nikiyaki na, right? Or nikiyaki na toshi des. That's what happened already just now. It's like, wait, ni, no, that's not the ni particle, that's honto ni, and then this ni is part of the first ni of nikiyaki. Doesn't help the particles. And I understand now. I have a great appreciation for why they keep the particles in hiragana, right? They keep the particles in hiragana so that it separates from the katakana, and then there's kanji to help separate further from the particles, so that it just flows better when you have like katakana separated by hiragana, and then the rest are largely kanji with maybe some slight exceptions, but those are modifiers. The hiragana are often modifiers, like the tails, right? The tails of the kanji. So things like I don't know, atama ngai, right? Atama ngai, or like oki, chisai. It separates them. So the moment you see it, it's like, it's oki, it's chisai. And then I see Osaka, and I'm like, wait a minute, is this are they spelling out oki? No, this is Osaka. Even though I have the kanji for oki, I can't like unsee oki if they don't give me the I'm guessing, what is the kanji for Osaka? I'm probably, it doesn't look like anything like oki. Yeah, like that's, oh wait, oh, it does use the o in oki. Oh no, no, that's still fine. That's still fine, I guess. So it is shared, so it's a shared kanji between oki and Osaka. Interesting. That's a bad example, but I'm sure you know exactly what I mean. I'm sure you feel it way more than I do when you're seeing this in retrospect. I imagine most of this kind of triggers. It's like big slope, hill, incline, yeah. The very first exposure to the whole idea of interchangeable proper nouns in kanji was Nakayama, and Nakayama, Yamaguchi, and Tanaka. They all have, each one of them has one sharing kanji with one other. Yeah, I'm sure like Lotus and Indy and Hideyoshi and stuff, when they look, it's like, yeah, so that's what that looks like in kana. I'm like, yeah, I know. And it's so hard because every time someone tries to type and teach me some Japanese phrases, it comes out in kanji. I'm like, what is that? And then it takes them a while. It's like, okay, here's the kana. Like, you just got to make sure the kana is right. But the nice thing about typing is you technically type the kana, right? You type the kana and convert it. So you're still doing that thing. So it's kind of nice. But I'm not sure if that translates to speech as much. Like there's an extra step in speech. And I don't ever want to force you guys to like give me voice samples here. It's like if you want to talk to me in Japanese, you gotta record your voice. Send me a link so I can play it back. Sorry, that was a little aggressive. I've already forgotten. Desato. Oh no, desato.
Desato.
Dessert, right? Desato. Is this a long oo thing like that? Honestly, I forgot how to spell them in hiragana. Sometimes I'm like this. Is this a double oo sound or a double e sound? I don't know. Is that a long? You know what? That's a little bit. I can't comment or contribute to that because actually that's one of the criticisms of Duolingo that I have. It's actually quite inconsistent. So. I just go with the flow. When you're talking about that, you're gonna hear it in this. Sometimes the synthetic voices aren't incredibly consistent with doubles and holds, especially when they're saying longer phrases. So I do hear a difference there, and I don't know if I'm mimicking it or not. But desato sounds alright. It's very noticeable in the katakana. The long vowel holds. Anyways, I think this is fine. What is that? Yeah. Wow. That's ice cream. All right. Oh, they want desato.
Desato.
I mean, you could say kono ice cream. That was an opportunity to say ice cream. Kono desato. Wow, actually, can you say ice cream here? Yeah, you can say ice cream. It'll be perfectly all right. It's the best answer though. The common one I trip up on is actually a beginner word. Shosei? What does shosei? I tend to want to write it shosei. What's a good one for me? I think the oo is really good with katakana ones. Like they get there are plenty of those like ototo, right? Ototo. Or kuko, hyaku, moski. Man, there are a lot of oos. There are a lot of extra like run into in oo. The ou, man. And katakana is like littered with it. Oh, like jasu. Jasu? No oo. There's no like ja. There's no like hold a vowel sound. It's not jasu. It's jasu. That was an early one for katakana. I'm like, is there a long? I want to say jazz, as in jazz, right? Jasu, but it's jasu. No, like jaasu. As far as I remember. It could be not right, but I'm pretty sure that was the one that I tripped up on a lot. I add like an extra vowel. Yeah, jasu. Yeah, jazu. Sorry, jazu. I'm terrible with z sounds too. Yeah, jazu. And then like jusu. Double U's. You expect jasu. Yeah, exactly. You got like jusu, nusu, sportsu, basketball. the weird one. Bere boru. Bade boru. And then suddenly you just got Dagio. You know, it's not Dagio, it's Dagio. What the heck? Come on, Japanese people. Just kidding. It's funny because radio kind of translates to Dagio. It's the same mora. It's similar mora, but all the other ones are like ee. Well, we got use Ototo is definitely a great one. Ototo. I think I saw earlier someone said oh yeah, biru. Yeah, Lotus said biru for tatemono, but biru is beer. And I remember biru. I totally remember biru for beer. It's one of the it's kind of weird, but it's an N1 vocab. You gotta think about this for a moment, right? Oh, sorry, not N1, N5. It's an N5 vocab, right? You gotta start thinking biru came before biru. Just saying. I mean, they're both in katakana, so I mean, when I was doing like N1 N5 vocab in advance, right, just to get myself used to it, like niwatori and tori and like all the haru, like natsu and fuyu and the seasons, right, kitsetsu, things like that. I start thinking, why is biru here? So I started thinking, oh man, it's such a lens into, like, if N5, these are the N5 vocabulary, it speaks volumes to you get insights into the culture baseline of, oh, these are the words that people know. I'd be curious to learn how the first traders learned Japanese without resources to learn from. True, that's a good point. Yeah, seriously, what indeed? Like, how do they communicate? Dude, that's crazy. And in fact, that's a East meets West. It's a classical American meets Japanese, remember? Because one of the biggest opening trade lines was, what was the general's name? Perkins? I feel like it's Perkins, right? Or something. One of the Captain Perry. Yes, Perry, that's it. Yeah, one of the biggest, like, monumental openings of Japanese isolationism was that moment. Yeah, Perry. Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty sweet. It goes like kind of full circle, oddly enough. Being American English speakers who learn Japanese and having it's so weird. Such a weird poetic coincidence. Anyways, or if you don't believe in coincidences, it worked out, right? Anyways,
ここは有名な町です。
ここは有名な. Oh, okay, so yume is also a na one. Okay, so real talk, SoCal. I know you skipped these sections, but here's why I feel people discredit, in my opinion, how really grouped Duolingo is, okay? All these na-verbs, adjectives, every single na-adjective adjective in this section was taught in section 1, in 6, but they completely and intentionally avoided using these as the attributive form. So now in this section, I'm actually legitimately not really learning any new vocabulary that's part of understanding the na grammar point, while still learning new vocabulary that is not attached to the na grammar point. So when they're making grammar points, like implicitly making grammar points, it's often not at the same time as they're introducing new words, like the word itself being the grammar point. So here, all of these words have been introduced, and it's funny because if you practiced enough, you'll know that it's not just they sprinkle different words. All of them were na verbs or na adjective. So now you're learning all ones that you learned before, but you're not learning anything other than na. So now I can already predict all the adjectives that they're gonna come up because it's just a na. They're using it in the na form, like the na form. I guess you could call it the na form, the attributive form. I think that's brilliant. It's brilliant. How do you grind and remind you of all the things, make you feel satisfied that you know all these words? Well, Yume, you know these words. Yume, Hirei, Nikiyaka. I mean, I'm gonna throw in some new ones. Maybe like I'm curious now if omoshiroi. Oh no. I don't remember how you say busy. It's a word that they don't use very often because not a lot of things are busy. They're usually using lively, which is nikiyaka, as opposed to busy. Takarui? Something like takarui. Yeah, with work. Takarui? No, that can't be right. Oh, isokai. Isokai. Anyways, we'll see. I look forward to it. It's kind of like a video game where, like, oh, are they gonna throw back all my old mechanics? Are they gonna build on the old mechanics? That's kind of how I feel right now. When a new section comes up, I'm excited to see what other things they recycle. It almost feels like playing a roguelike game where once you get to a certain distance, right, they introduce a new mechanic, but all the new mechanic is layered on top of the old mechanic. So all your old vocabulary constantly comes back in a new context. And that's kind of how they're structuring it. And that is dopamine central. So you're always constantly feel like you're learning something new with the comfort of all the things you already learned so far. So you feel very, very rewarded. And that's kind of how I feel right now. Every time there's a new section, I look forward to the new vocabulary, since it's always in the context of old vocabulary. Pretty nice. I think so. Hirachuku? Wait. Where is this place? Another proper noun. A gateway drug to language. Small cap. It is what it is, for sure. I will be talking about all the stuff that obviously I'm compensating for. Streaming Duolingo is great. It's a shame that it didn't work out. Probably due to a lot of toxicity. The reason why there's a Duolingo section on Twitch is it's largely the only language learning app that made an initiative by the company itself to try to push for language learning. Let's put that into context for a moment. What that actually suggests, right? Yeah, Babbel, Bushu, all the competing ones are like, yeah, language learning is great, especially grading with friends. But in the end of the day, the one that's most heavily criticized is the one that didn't, try to make the initiative and it fell flat. Stream it, but don't use Duo because it's the most known. Yeah, they use other things. I definitely totally saw other things. Yeah, it's like the language learning category. Yeah, so it's a little bit disappointing, but That's how okay, just so you know, that's how come I chose Duolingo. If you wanted to ask me what was the pragmatic reason I'm streaming Duolingo, is the only reason I encountered Duolingo is I asked myself, how can I integrate the things I want to do, streaming content, using an experience, and learning something all at once. So I searched up what language learning category exists on Twitch. And I'm guessing that's what they attempted to do. They attempted to do that. Unfortunately, if I had to guess, the Twitch community basically buried anyone who wanted to stream Duolingo when it first started. It became like a cop-out, maybe like a company attempt to greed and all that, all the ad hominem arguments you can have. So now though, since no one's using the category, it's left with only individuals who are at least still invested in the idea of using it or being exposed to it. So nowadays, what kind of comments do I have? Well, I can tell you 90% of the time is someone who comes in, share their bit, and leave, and I never hear from them. And usually it's the expression that it's like, why are you still doing this? It's a dead app. It's kind of like the way I play video games. Whenever I play a video game, 9 out of 10 times, it's a video game that's an indie game that people come in just to say like, well, this game looks like garbage. It looks like an Adobe Flash game, and then leaves. Funny how that works. It's a story of my life. And I'm not fazed by it, because obviously I'm too old to... I mean, like, I'm way more experienced to handle this than someone who goes around and say, oh, you're still playing this dead game? I thought this game was dead. Well, guys, Duolingo is not dead. In fact, most of the games I've played over my life, they're not dead. Just because they're not on your radar doesn't mean they're not relevant. Ironic, isn't it? Desne. It's ironic because most people accuse me of being all up about the American spirit because I speak American English, yet they constantly project that ethnocentrism about their own interest. Matt vs. Japan had a great video on this. It was a short thing, like people told him, you can't learn Japanese through anime, and he responded fluently in Japanese, but that's what I did. Yeah. Yeah, there are so many. Where there's a will, there's a way. If it's for righteous indignation, that can feel great. I'm just gonna go on the record and say, most of the time, it's not for righteous indignation. I'm too old to be concerned with that anymore. You know, the whole, oh, I want to prove the people right. It's like, yeah, I mean, if I was 20 years old, maybe I would still be motivated by that. That's just not good enough. It's weak. It's weak fuel. Self-verification. I do it because I like to do it. I like being challenged. So that's great. If someone comes in and one day I want to do what Matt vs. Japan did. Basically, they come in and say, whoa, dude, you can never learn with Duolingo. How much did you learn in 90 days? And I prepared an entire Japanese paragraph to explain what I have learned in Japanese. And then thank them. Say, thank you for listening. And that's it. I'm already working it up. I'm telling you now, I have a few sentences down. It's okay. That even if it's rehearsed, it is something I've learned. So, hey, who knows? It's in the future. Maybe. Okay. So, what are we doing here? This is famous. Oh. This town. This is a famous town. Yeah. Attributive form. Machi. The highlighting. It's a hit or miss with the highlighting. However, I do like that they highlight. This is like the game mechanic. You have to think about this like a game mechanic, okay? You come in, and that's yellow paint. I know you see purple, but it's yellow paint. If you ever play video games, you'll probably know what I mean. That's yellow paint. People despise yellow paint. Nowadays, if you gave this to a gamer, they're like, dude, why do they have to explain everything? I want to learn it myself. It's like, nah, that's not how people think about learning things. They want everything explained to them. The highlight makes it feel like it's part of the word. Yeah, true. It's inconsistent. The highlighting is inconsistent. When they introduced the verb, it only highlighted the period. Earlier today, when they introduced one of the ones, they highlighted just the period. Two of the things said new word, no highlights. 2 words, like 2 prompts. It said new word, no highlights. And I get it. Some people might be miffed. They might be miffed like, oh yeah, but it's a bug. Like it's a visual thing. It's like, well, you know what the new word is. It's the only word you don't recognize. And then it's like, well, none of those words are new. It's like, but something's new about it. Like, where's that current trend of gamer motivation you have? Don't you want to figure it out yourself? I'm being a little bit facetious, but generally speaking, the kids that are very impatient about these things, they're the ones that are also proud when they figure things out, right? And of all the criticisms with Duolingo is that this is a gamified version of learning language, and they want the language to be explained completely. So there you go. If it were a test in the RPG, they figure it out. Yeah, it would. And I get it. Learning. It's here's a little hot take for me. When I play video games, I use it as a learning experience. If the video game doesn't teach me anything, then I need other people to make it interesting to me. So I'll play a video game because other people find it emotionally interesting. However, if it's not intellectually interesting, I wouldn't pick the game myself. So that's kind of a thing, right? Like I pick a game because the designer or the developer is innovating. So if there's something this designer and developer is doing, great. If the game's really popular, I'll also play it. But I'm playing it to learn something about why it's popular. Why I don't see it as popular, but why other people see it as popular. That's the same thing as reading into someone's culture. I want to learn about the people playing it and the people making the game. If I'm making my own game, real talk, I probably wouldn't play my own game. Sorry folks. I would get playtesters to play my game. I don't know if I would play my own game because like I made it. That's not as intellectually stimulating as getting other people's feedback on the things that I make. So that's kind of the idea behind this. Like, do I want Duolingo to explain everything to me? I don't know. These last 39 days have been a blast not knowing. Because know why? The only time that anyone has spoke to me on Duolingo is to explain to me what Duolingo doesn't explain to me. I kid you not, 100, maybe 99% of the time. I think there are a few people who said hi, and that's about it. But nearly 100% of the time, the reason why people watch other people do things is because there are things that are unexplained and they want to be part of it. They want to see if the person figures it out or they provide the answer. So call it a silver lining, if you will. Duolingo being the, like, having gamified things like this. This is gamified. This is gamified design where you leave things out intentionally for people to figure out themselves. And that's part of the game. And I haven't met so many more people learning a language if Duolingo was to explain everything. If you explain everything, it's boring. Like, it's boring to watch even. Like, you don't make mistakes. Well, at least I don't make mistakes if someone tells me the answer. Like, if this, and that's just called reading. Yeah, exactly. It's just called reading, and there is, and just, I don't want it to sound a grain of salt. I love storytelling games. However, that is a different type of nuance. This is not a storytelling game. So yes, you do read storytelling games, but now it's about experiencing the performance, the writing. You know, like we're not going in that direction. But this, if you take out all the effort in figuring out things, I don't really know. I think actually Duolingo might get worse in its results. I actually firmly believe it might actually get worse if they kept telling you all the answers. It might get even boring-er. Like some people say, oh, I already know all this stuff. Duolingo's slow, so I'm gonna go somewhere else. And then somehow they force themselves to be told what they need to know, and that somehow worked out. Yet, what exactly is the, what exactly is the purpose? Well, you want to get all the answers as easy as possible. Fair enough? Fair enough? I mean, Duolingo does make it quite easy to not understand the words and still get the right answer. So. Anyways, more motivated people definitely try other things, for sure. If you're not motivated. Am I motivated? Yeah, I am. My answer is both. I do both. All of the above.
これは有名な店ですか?
I like to have my cake, bake it, bake an extra cake so I can have the cake and eat it at the same time. To heck with baking one cake and complaining about not having the cake and eating it. I'll bake 2 cakes. I'll eat one and keep the other one. Just because I can. Take that, you idioms. That was a dad joke. I meant to say idiots, but, idioms.
これは有名な店ですか? これは有名な店ですか? これな
What?
これは有名な店ですか? なはですか? これは有名な店ですか?
Okay. Okay. I was expecting something a little bit more like
pizza屋?
Like pizza ya somewhere.
ピザ屋?
But okay.
これは有名な店ですか?
Oh! Oh, I did miss something. Wait. Oh, I did miss something. Oh, I couldn't even hear it. I missed Mise. Yeah, I missed Mise.
これは有名なデザートですか?
Yeah, I missed Mise. Have you ever had that problem earlier? Were you the one that I talked to about, like, in the early days, if it's too kana in the middle of a sentence, sometimes it gets buried in the sentence. So I need to like hear it a couple of times, like, wait. I think there might be two kana somewhere. It just doesn't sound right. But instead of reading the sentence, right? Instead of reading the sentence back to myself, I'm like, I'm listening. I can't hear it. Where is my... I'm umbrella blind. Oh, like, my example would be kutsu. Kutsu and kasa. Or early on, like when the sentence gets longer, I'm like, I'm missing a noun, but I can't hear it. Or ie. Ie is the most recent one. House. Like, wait a minute. I hear hiroi. I hear hiroi, but where's the object? Where did the object go? It's like hiroi, and then it just goes to like okaimasu. I'm like, wait. Hiroi. Oh, ie okaimasu. Oh, okay. All right. These days, when motivation fails, I move to making it fun. If that fails, I move to panicking about the sunk fallacy cost. Oh no. Oh no, that's a deep cut. The sunk fallacy cost. That cut a little deep. I think you went a little dark there. I definitely had that experience when I was developing my listening. Yeah. It's okay. I was more like not paying attention. It's the story of my life. I'd prefer not to pay attention if it's worth it, you know? What do we have here? Kore wa yume na deserto desato desato desu ka?
デザート
Okay, desato. Okay. Kore wa yume na desato desu ka? Okay. Is this... I probably offended so many Italians. I make this like gesture all the time, but sometimes I do this gesture and I know it's an Italian gesture, but it's my fidget. I'm trying to like punch out my I'm trying to punch out my, like, what am I trying to say here? Yeah, the gestures. I know. I watched this Italian American couple on YouTube, and it's like rubbing off. I know I'm I know I'm also using it correctly. It's inherited from this Italian American couple. What's his name? Alicio, when he's like doing that. It's not appropriation, I promise. I'm not trying to appropriate. I just find it very adorable. They're a very cute couple. Kore wa yume. So is this famous? Is this a famous dessert? Okay. Kono ramen ya. Okay, ramen shop. Kore ramen ya wa nikiyaka. Okay, nikiyaka desu. So, see, this is what's confusing, right? You see the highlight is wa nikiyama desu. Nikiyaka desu. So it's saying, you know, wa nikiyaka desu, right? But the new word is ramen ya, right? Ramen ya. But technically it's not new now. It's ya. Ya is the new thing, but ya is already introduced. Now, you're trying to figure out, why is it highlighting this side of things? It could be an error, but let's read it a little bit more. Nikiyaka. In this situation, right? In this situation was introduced as a na adjective. So the many times before, nikiyaka had na after it, right? So technically, now this is reminding you that nikiyaka, when it is not in the attributive form, doesn't have a na in it. So it's also unintentionally reminding me of what it is not as well, which was way back in the old days where nikiyaka was used as part of the predicate. So technically, it reminds you of something else too. I don't know if it's intentional, but generally speaking, I'm guessing they're trying to highlight ramen ya. So, hey, things like this confuse me because I didn't understand without kanji that ya wasn't the grammar particle, but the actual thing meaning shop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ya can also list things. I know. I'm so curious when they're gonna introduce the other things like conversational topics. How are they gonna introduce conversational topics, and how is it gonna screw up their highlighting, right? Like adding yo and no to the end of the sentence. I know. I'm looking forward to it. Like these are the things that I know. Still, I basically went through all the particles so far. And then I'm just reviewing all the articles before they even show up. There are no examples of conversational particles yet. I mean, the closest would be whatever particles you use in a topic. I use, this is a dad joke, but anything that's topical, in my opinion, as an English speaker, is conversational. So if you're going beyond the object predicate, right? The object predicate, anything topical, as in was, knows, anything before like that's modifying the subject, right? The object, sorry, the object, anything topical, it makes everything more conversational. You could say, yes. You could just say like, I like. That's it. I like. It ends. And I isn't even in Japanese. It's like. You just say like. So anything beyond like is topical. If you add hai, suki, right? Right? Hai suki. Or you can say hai suki desu, and now even desu is kind of topical, but you can add what you like or reinforce, or you could even be a pep and say watashi mo suki desu. Just really, really hammer it home that I also love this. Well, of course you also love this. I just said I like this, and you said you like it too. Come on. Anyways.
Ramen ya.
Ramen ya. I'm still waiting if they ever touch. Wait, you've done section 4. Do they ever touch like complex clauses? Like a te linker? Linking two independent clauses together? Define that to me. Compound phrases. Compound clauses. Compound sentences. Say like I like this and you like this. So I like this and you like this, instead of saying we like this. Which you could probably, it probably ends up being something like we like this instead in Japanese. I don't know if you can be intentionally wordy in Japanese. They do introduce those, but they aren't built upon heavily till later. Okay, fair enough. I'm looking forward to it. I definitely look forward to such things. I mean, in general, the way I speak tends to be incredibly filled with adverbs and chains of adverbs, if you know what I mean. Every point I make tends to be very fruity with perhaps at least negotiably 1 or 2 adverbs. The story stuff? I haven't gotten to the story stuff yet. When do I get stories? Hello? I was told there are stories, and I didn't even get to stories yet. I was told it might be in section 2. No. Wait. No. Wait. I refuse. I refuse to believe that's the case. Oh, okay, you can check for me. I was gonna check myself too. Ain't no way. If you're telling me I've been missing stories because I've been using the web version, that's a bit of a suck. That's quite a lot of suck. That's Soljiki suck. Okay. Alright. Okay, so this pizza shop or this ramen shop is lively. That's it. That's all that says.
あのラーメン屋は賑やかですね。あの、賑やか？
Oops.
賑やか？
You can't log in because it's linked to a Facebook account that you deleted.
あのラーメン屋は賑やかですね。ラーメン屋は賑やか？あのラーメン屋は賑やかですね。ですね。
Yeah, second verification.
あのラーメン屋は賑やかですね。
Well, it's the thought that counts. Thanks for trying.
は
I
い、
didn't even
これは
realize
とても有名な店です。
I didn't even realize you could actually check something like. I'll look. I'll look. Kore wa totemo yume na mise desu. Oh no. Oh no. If it's like a phrase like this, I am definitely gonna miss mise. Hold up.
はい、これはとても有名な店です。
Oh no, that's gonna be rough. It's like buried in there. It is buried all the way to the end. Poor Mise. Mise's gotta hold up to all of this. Okay. Is a very famous store. はい。これはとても有名な店です。Okay. Oh, they did? Okay.
いつもこのラーメン屋に行きます。
This is the newest thing that I've done so far. Complete the chat, fill in the blank. Complete the chat, fill in the blank, and response. Those are the newest thing. And it happened just recently, the last 3 days. So these are the newest ones. And I absolutely have a blast with these. I think they need more responses. Because all the non-relevant responses help me learn all the other things. And also, they're hilarious out of context. Legitimately, if there's any day, if any moment in my life when I say out of context means so much more than it's ever meant, Japanese. Like a lot of times, you know, you make the jokes like, oh wait, I shouldn't have said it that way in English. Some people might take it out of context. But when you learn Japanese, oh boy, that phrase taken out of context it's like a new matrix. Like it's a whole new world dimension of what that phrase means now to take something out of context. Just seeing an example sentence is good even if it's wrong. Yes. Oh, here's a thing that I do most of the time. I look at all the answers that they're not. I look at all the not answers all the time. It's one of those things that if you keep looking for the right answer, you start forgetting how answers are wrong. So that whole like N5 thing was bittersweet, but it also means that I kind of knew more about all the answers. Like every time I needed to find the right answer by knowing how the other answers are not appropriate, it still means that I knew something about all the other answers, which aren't the right answers. And that's kind of something that, in my opinion, Duolingo kind of discourages, only because it's time sensitive, right? So I read stuff and I actually have a blast, and they need more responses, in my opinion. Personally, I would love them to auto-generate 2 more responses so I can like read them. It's fantastically fun. That's how I learned kana. I read everything out, combined all of them on all the choices, not just reading out the correct choice. So anyways, although with the interest of time, I am not going to read. Well, it's kind of humorous, the other one. It says like Japanese game. I like Japanese games, and obviously it's not relevant. Nihon no game ga suki desu. That can't be the right response. Let's see. いつもこのラーメン屋に行きます。They swapped it up. They added the last unit things. 行きます。いつもこのラーメン屋に行きます。This is from the last unit. I like it. I think it's one of those things. What is this feeling? You know how a video game has like a tutorial that lasts way too long, but I love those games. I go through the tutorial, I make sure I know everything, and then suddenly it's like the title screen drops. It's like now the real game starts. That's kind of how I feel right now, where now it's finally breaking open, where you can make commentary and random things, and you look forward to like how the fundamentals link all together. And that's kind of the stage of entertainment I'm having now. Hey, I play the tutorial no matter how long it is. My last game's tutorial session, do you know how long the tutorial was in the last game I played? Ironically, it is also a Japanese game. Or coincidentally. It was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. It took me 28 hours to get through the tutorial. Like the opening chapter in the game. It was 28 hours. And then the rest of the game happened, which was another like 150 to 160 hours. So pretty funny. So when people skip like 5-minute tutorials, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, all right, it's 5-10 minutes. I still do it, but you know, I think section 1 is Duolingo tutorial. In Japanese, the first section of the Japanese section is just all tutorial. No grammar points. They're not focused on anything. Here's a tutorial. Here's some things you want, maybe something. It's throwing things at the wall. And then section 2 is where it gets hot. I can't say much. I tried Persona 4 in Japanese. It took me forever. Yeah, dude, Persona 4 has a long like you know, the beginning chapter before they open it up, right? They open it up like, here, now you can do whatever you want. That moment is when the tutorial ends, right? And Sega properties, especially Persona 4, yeah, when you can free flow and just pick whatever you want and learn whatever you want, yeah, they remove the shackles. Yeah, I think Sega properties, Atlas being fit the bill, right? Sega owns Atlas now. They probably acquired it just because their building philosophies are very similar. Like JRPGs have notoriously long opening chapter tutorials. Like, they are so long that the modern standard now is to offer you to skip it. And in the most recent game, Final Fantasy Rebirth, right, this one, you can actually skip the tutorial, the beginning chapters. But those who like JRPGs, they play through the entire tutorial. It wasn't that long. I think it was For Final Fantasy Rebirth, it was for like a fan, it took them about 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours to get through like the tutorial sequence. I want every scrap of story I can usually play it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, learning Japanese, you bet your dollar that when Final Fantasy Rebirth is available on PC, which it's going to be exclusive, then it's going to be an Epic Store exclusive. I'm going to attempt to play it in Japanese. Obviously. That's in some way in the future, I have to play a JRPG in Japanese, and we're going to struggle through it. You know, it might take 30 minutes to see one Japanese scene, but it's going to happen. There's gonna be like miscommunication, there's gonna be jokes, there's gonna be like yep, and then, you know, there's gonna be visuals, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what this says about what this does, but maybe I can attach the Japanese words to whatever the button does eventually. That kind of thing. I've done this before, only I knew nothing about the Japanese language, where you just play through a game because it's only available in Japanese. So you use all your visual cues, all your like alignments and like, you know, attack, action. You get used to trial and error. So you trial and your error through the entire game in Japanese. I've already done that before when I was younger, when the game was only available in Japanese. So I just played it in Japanese, and it was fine. You still beat game. Unfortunately, you can't understand the nuance of the conversation and stuff, but yeah, there's just blatantly brute force and understand how each Japanese character is associated with an action. If you force yourself through, you'll learn a ton. Yeah, I know someone who I consider better than myself, and I really only played Final Fantasy 14 in native. Wow. Yeah, I was told Final Fantasy 14 is pretty wild. Like, you know, and at least arguably like N2 plus kind of thing. So I'm gonna play small Japanese story games too. Like I'm gonna start with small Japanese story games. Like I have a really personal favorite. She's a musician turned game designer or something, and I played a game called Rakuin. Rakuin is a great storytelling game, and I might replay that in Japanese actually. It has a smaller game that came out called Mr. Sato, and I'm probably gonna play that in Japanese just to see what it's gonna be sometime down the line. It's gonna end up me pulling up a dictionary, right? I'm gonna do a dictionary, we're gonna find the vocab words, but at least I'm gonna know the grammar, the structural grammar and stuff. So it's basically just then gonna be learning the vocabulary. So over time, we're just gonna constantly search for vocabulary. There's quite a few in kana or with furigana. Yeah, furigana as well. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. There's plenty of things you can do with the Japanese thing. I learned Spanish, but I didn't follow up with using Spanish, so it fell apart. We're gonna relearn Spanish after Mandarin. And there are Mandarin games. There are, like, the Chinese titles are pretty uptrending. And they might be minimalistic in how complex the dialogue is. Like I imagine, they could be pretty philosophical though. Like Black Myth Wukong. But the reason why I think Mandarin is going to be a little bit less difficult for me is because I hear what they're understanding. So if they're speaking and there are Mandarin subtitles, then I can just have Mandarin subtitles on and listen to the Mandarin. It's kind of like watching a show in English and having English subtitles on, where I can attach the phrasing and the language to the actual sounds a little quicker, because I'm used to listening to Mandarin far more than Japanese. Even though Japanese, I've watched a lot of anime and manga, I still pick up your phrases and stuff. It's still far more at home listening to Mandarin. That's your greatest fear with Japanese? When I lose a word, it hurts your soul? Yeah, true. True. I mean, think about how my soul was shattered by the N5 sample questions. I felt like I understand 70% of all the words. I couldn't even read the instructions for the questions. I kid you not. You know, the first thing you have to do in college, you always remember the professor telling you, reminding you, don't forget to read the instructions. Sometimes you don't answer the question. You write so much, but you don't answer the question. So I couldn't read what they were asking, so I had to guess a lot, like sort of 60-70% guess what they're saying. Like, oh, okay, find the best. There's some complicated ones. They would have 3 blanks, and it took me a while. Like, is it like the 3 order? Like the star is pointing in the second spot. So is it what position out of the first 4 that's in this position? Or it took me a while, and I got one wrong, and then I got the next one right, because I found out, like, oh, okay, so they're talking about if all these words are arranged, which word is in the star position. So all the other words are supposed to help me complete the sentence. So they had all the different parts of the Japanese word in the rest of the sentence. I simply had to pick the one that belonged in that position. It was so weird. There was so much diagramming. And then extracurricular explainers, like, I have no idea what that's saying. So it felt like playing a video game. It felt like playing a puzzle game. Like, well, I don't know all the rules yet, so I'm going to make a guess, my best guess, and then see what new rules I can figure out. And I got all the other responses correct. So once I got the one wrong, I'm like, oh, okay. Because they tell you if it's wrong immediately. They tell you if it's wrong or right immediately. And they tell you the solution. So because I know the solution, I can connect all the dots. And I like that type of question structure. I don't think that exists in, at least I don't remember it existing in when I was taking exams that deal with proficiency like that, where you have to order 3 different words into a full blank, and you're trying to imagine the words, but you're only concerned with the single word in this position. You assume it's a cultural kind of format? Yeah, I don't think it's in English. I haven't ever seen that before, and it was a culture shock. I think kind of funny. It's an academic Japanese culture shock. When I saw that, I'm like, dude, half the page it's explaining what the question is, like how the question. I'm like, I see this diagram, and there's like this smiley guy, right? There's this smiley guy. Is like, this star means all these Japanese words, and I'm like, I can't read the instructions. I don't know what that means. I try as like, nope. So I'm like, okay. There are 3 blanks, or like there are 4 blanks. There are 4 choices. I'm gonna choose this one. If it's this one, then all these words are in those blanks. If it's this one, then it's like the best thing that goes in there. And it turns out it's the second one. So I'm like, oh, okay. So they're all in there. It's fine. And I think Duolingo kind of does that in a way. When they do their fill in the blanks, they're not doing it, in my opinion, in like an English way, where like they do, you know, if you think about fill in the blanks in English, what they would do is they would like pick 4 really closely related words so that they all can go in there, but you have to pick the best word. subtextually. You know what I mean? Like when a language get like to make an English like exam difficult, you put in related words. And in Duolingo, none of them are related. It's just kind of like, oh, this is the ni particle, this is the wa particle, right? Like it's so exact. Like, okay, well, the wa is obviously here, the ni is obviously here, the no is here. Like you could make a case for one other particle, but that's about it. And in English, it's like, well, which article would you use here? Would you use, is this a preposition? I'm like, okay, well, there are a lot of examples, but okay. You have to know the feeling, yeah. Yeah, it's so weird. I think it was pretty cool. It was hecka culture shock. And I'm not sure about listening either. It's been a while since I've taken an English exam. I don't know about listening. As a kid, I don't even remember if I had an oral exam. As in the N5, I've never taken an English proficiency test before. I'm guessing you still have to hear. But as a kid, I didn't learn growing up hearing. As in, they play back something. I don't remember hearing that. Oh, no, wait. I do now. The teacher says it out loud. The teacher says the sentence. That's what I remember now. But, you know, it's like, okay, number one. The word is amenable. Used in the sentence. I am amenable to any unsolicited advice. Amenable. That's kind of what I remember, sort of. Like the teacher would say the stuff audibly. And it was kind of interesting to do the N5 listening sections. I actually think the spelling bee format. Yeah. I did the spelling bee format. Have you ever, SoCal, have you ever watched this guy named, I'm totally distracting myself from finishing this lesson. Don't worry about it. Have you ever watched a YouTube video called a YouTube channel called Southern Things? When you said spelling bee, it reminded me of this skit that came on my YouTube feed. And it had the two kids, they were spelling bee champions, but they were part of a skit. So they just finished a word, and then someone's like, okay, we're having a change of judge, and then the judge comes on. It's the guy that runs the channel. And he said, Pian. And then the kid was like, okay, can you use it in a sentence? I have a pian on my table. Or on my desk. And then the kid starts sweating, and I'm like, oh no. Because is it a pen or pin? And that's exactly it. It was so good. It's so relevant. My YouTube video, my YouTube algorithm on my personal account has been spitting out so many like linguistic or like all sorts of random stuff about language. And Pian was really good. And it just kept going. The skit went for like 3 minutes. Like, how do you spell it? And then eventually the kid settled on pen, P-E-N, and he got it wrong. And then the other girl, the second, the contender, comes up, and then he said something way out. I don't even know what he said. And then the girl is like, screw this. She just takes off the little collar and just walks off the stage. I'm like, I'm sorry. Mine's full of English, Japanese language. Yeah. Now I have things like lots of Englishisms, and I came across just like Dogen, right? Dogen is a classic. I came across Lost in the Pond, which is Lawrence. I don't know his last name, but he's a British person who has moved to the United States and have lived in the United States for over 15 years, and he talks about like the variances and the things as a British person exploring the United States language a lot of it deals with language. He's specifically focused on language because he's a linguist. And I learned so much about American idiosyncrasies. It's wild. I feel like I've largely become uncultured about my own language, and that all spawned from talking about the Japanese language. I'm really ignorant of my own, like, the language I primarily use, and discovering this stuff is great. Hey, do you call your mushrooms rooms by any chance? Apparently, in places in central United States, they go with rooms. Not to be confused with rooms. Context matters, guys. If you're talking about rooms, make sure you're either talking about garden fresh rooms or house rooms. I don't, but I call the top of the building a rough. Oh no, a rough. A rough. There was this really old clip. There was this really old clip that came out on my YouTube algorithm again. It's a skit about how dumb the English language is, like as a comedy, as a satire, where they start off with like, oh yeah, so we're gonna start off with the word like tomb, but you think tomb, and then they switch the card. It's like you might be thinking this is comb, like coom, but it's comb. Right? And they started doing all the rhyme words where every single 4-letter word that they did that was rhyming as they were going were pronounced in a different way. Have you seen the one with a guy talking about English words meaning and the word no. Okay, you gotta link that to me. I'll like put it on the tab. This is so good. This is so good. Language learning is so fantastic. all right, let's click the right response here. This is the response.
原宿は賑やかなところです。
Yeah, see, this is what I mean by I think Duolingo is hysterically highlighted incorrectly. Like what I mean is I don't even know what it's trying to highlight. All I'm saying is I don't think you need to pay attention to highlight. You just need to find the new concept, right? In my opinion, because look at this. It's the whole sentence practically, except for des. Oh, he's Finnish? Let me grab this. Hold up.
My next guess is the...
Oh, a Conan. Oh, okay. All right. Good. I will watch it afterwards. Thanks. I don't think you're the one that told me about the One Piece laugh thing, right? Someone else told me about the One Piece laugh thing. Laugh with One Piece. I thought that was really funny too. Laughs in all the Japanese laugh versions of all the alphabet. Yeah, it's the laugh alphabet. Basically, someone decided to take all the ways they had villains laughing in One Piece. I don't watch One Piece, unfortunately, but all the villains, they had so many villains and so many different variances of laughing. It went through all the alphabets. Like the American alphabet, the Roman alphabet. Yeah. Yeah, those. All the different versions of laughing. And I get it. It was pretty funny. Because you can hear it. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, chi. Oh, there was some really funny ones. Like, yeah, a whole alphabet. Oh, was that you, Victor? Victor, was that you? That someone suggested to me way back, and I forgot to mention it. It was someone. I'm like, dude. Oh, you were there. Oh, yeah, I don't know who it was, but it was pretty hilarious. I can't believe they covered the entire alphabet. Like, the last one was like, Z, 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 Z. There was some really whacked one, but I can't believe. I mean, One Piece has ran so long. I imagine they had to have all these things. Anyways, so guys,
原宿
Here's the true question. What do you think is new in this phrase? And there'll be so many new chapters since that video. Yeah, I know, right? So look at this. This new word is the whole thing. I actually think this is hilarious. So I'm not offended or triggered by this. I actually think it's hilarious to try to figure out what Duolingo is trying to tell me that's new. So we got
原宿は賑やかなところです
So Harajuku wa nigiyaka na tokoro desu. So it's just Harajuku. It's just Harajuku. This is technically new, but it's an older one. So like it's in this section, but it's already introduced. And then the na for nigiyaka is also technically new. So technically all of it's new. So it did highlight everything that's new. So everything in this chapter is in that. Des is the only thing that is not actually new. Oh, and the wa particle. The wa particle is not new. But they also highlight, yeah, the na is for grammar. Yeah. So they introduced the nigiyaka na. So they would have to highlight nigiyaka na because it's related to nigiyaka. And then my guess, if I had to guess how like the automated system picked this up, the wa is attached and associated with Harajuku because it's something that marks Harajuku. So that's also new. And then the new vocab is Tokoro as well from this section. So technically you could also highlight des because des is talking about the equivocation of Harajuku and, you know, all topical nigiyaka
Tokoro.
And then Tokoro. So you could highlight des. It's hard to read? Yeah, it's hard to read, but Duolingo does support it. Now, by meaning support it is they introduce kanji at a steady pace, at a as one at a time. They don't give you all the kanji all at once. So yes, they do. Asteroids. At some point. Although I'm not sure about Harajuku. Harajuku is a proper noun and they come very slowly. But yes, at some point. They introduce kanji slowly. Right now, Duolingo will eventually officially use 1350 kanji. So 1350 kanji plus is how many are in Duolingo. But where I am in Duolingo, do not have kanji for these things. And Harajuku, they always introduce the kana first. They do not introduce the kanji as is. And then slowly remove the furi kana. Yeah, they don't have. Can someone explain to me the furi kana? Can someone explain to me, like in a very short, brief thing about the segregation between? Oh, they do. It's by default. Furi is by default. But if there's no kanji, there's no furi. So they do the opposite. They show the kana first, then it becomes furi kana once the kanji is introduced, and the furi kana stays above the kanji as the reminder. So in this very exercise, there isn't an example of it, but you'll see it. So furi is by default. However, you could just, yeah, they could do that. It is if you go straight to the kanji. Early on, the reason why they're using kana is the reinforcement of kana itself, like the hirakana and katakana. So I know a lot. I pretty much am. It is hard to read. No doubt about it. But kanji is introduced slowly, very slowly. Yeah. So once the kanji is converted, all the hiragana is shoved. Also, by the way, you can also like this, right? Like this, and then obviously the other is the romaji, but yes. Oh, so that's what furikana. Okay, yeah, I've been looking at furikana. Don't you want to be reminded of what you actually used to do, what you do automatically now? Isn't that so fantastic? I love triggering people with all the kana, because imagine getting to your position soon. Like you had to do it hard and then get to it. I look forward to kanji. Whenever they release new kanji, it's in a different section. You get to learn how to write it and stuff. So eventually I expect this to be a little bit not like that. Although I do have to admit, when I was reading N5 questions, like the sample questions, it's something about the formatting. But man, dude, sites or Japanese, I don't know if you SoCal, have you ever looked at the design language of Eastern versus Western? The format, holy heck, it's definitely not this. and if anyone takes an English exam, if you're from Japan and they take an English exam, that format is more like this. It's not the it almost feels like there's like there's no consistent demarcations. Like it feels like a website, a website that didn't use like actual indentations and alignment tools. It's like some of it's like big, some of it's like small, and then there's like a diagram with a finer text here, and then like vertical text. Like it felt like I was walking into Tokyo. Like downtown Tokyo. Like whoa, there's everything in my field of vision. Like I'm and then in English, like lots of the English exam, it's completely striated and indented. So like even proses rarely have it's kind of like reading it's like the difference between reading Python and C++. Sorry, SoCal. That's very geared towards you. I hope in the future you'll probably notice that the syntax, like the indentation in Python, it allows you to indent your things a lot more in the way it's a lot more flexible, so you can like arrange your things to look a little prettier, and then when you hit like the lower languages, it's not going to tolerate it, so you're going to add indentations where you can't add indentations, and it's gonna be like this. It's the kana way. It doesn't look very organized in my opinion, personally. Anyways. All right, let's do this. What does this mean? Oh, it's just Harajuku. Okay. So, Harajuku is a sorry, I was gonna click Harajuku is a lively curry. A lively tall curry. Sorry. I'm having a little too much fun here now. Wait. Harajuku wa nikiyaka na tokoro desu. Okay, fair enough. Ooh. mise? Probably mise. Shinbun, we have choices. Shinbun, mise, chika, and yoga. Obviously, the answer is yoga. I can't even click on the... Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I can't even click on these buttons. I can't even click on yoga. Okay, so... Harajuku no mise wa totemo oshare desu. Fashionable. Nice. Okay. Mise. Tokoro. Sure. I guess it goes high. Tokoro. Shinbun.
Jikan?
Oh, jikan. No one heard that. That last one was... Wait. Yeah, that last one was Shinbun. This is jikan. No one heard that. Shh. I do that by happenstance. It's fine. Fine. Desert. Desato. Oh man, kitchen. And basu.
私は原宿に住んでいます。
私は原宿に住んでいます。Okay. What are our choices? It's not the first one, but let's just talk. Ken-san. Oh wait. Ken-san wa watashi no ga watashi no kireishi. Sorry. Ken-san, Ken is my boyfriend. Kareishi. Yep. I mean, that's important information. And then we have Harajuku wa dona tokoro desu ka? I live in keep forgetting. Harajuku. And then you're asking what kind of place is Harajuku?
原宿は賑やかなところですか?
Okay. Is Harajuku a lively place? Harajuku wa nikiyaka na tokoro desu ka? Yeah.
これは有名な店ですか?
Hi, you. I have a boyfriend. I love reading those. It's so good. I mean, you just gotta... Man. Oh, how did I screw up here? What did I screw up here? Why is this a mistake?
これは有名な店ですか? これは有名な店ですか? は
I don't...
有名
Oh, nah.
な
Nah.
ピザ屋
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait.
店
I missed mise, right? It was mise.
ですか? これは有名な店ですか?
Yeah, I missed mise before. これは有名な店ですか? Yeah. Okay. I think we have one more lesson. It's either 3 hearts or 1 more lesson, and we're gonna call it a wrap for today. Wait. Oh no, I have 2 more lessons. All right. Let's strap down. Need to focus. I had too much fun talking about Japanese and English. Oh hey. Oh, we finally get Takai. Okay. No. So far, okay. So if we get Takai, if we get the other thing, which is, there's only 1 more kanji left that I saw that they, I guess maybe erroneously introduced early. It's not Yasui. I want to say it has something to do with, I don't remember. Oh, Skoshi. Skoshi is the one that there was a kanji for as well, along with Takai. But Takai got dropped as this and Skoshi early, but it didn't get cataloged into the kanji section. But now we finally get Takai. And Nanji was also introduced early, but now it's introduced here as Nanji desu ka? It keeps forcing use of kana in words that would almost always be written in kanji. I don't think it's forcing anything. It's using furugana as though the kanji doesn't exist. So there's no forcing, in my opinion. The idea that you say that it would always almost be written in kanji is assuming that you already know the kanji. So that's called a leap of logic in my opinion. Yeah, it's a gradation. So you skipped straight to kanji. That's perfectly fine. From a perspective of progression, to be able to say Takai, you could choose to remember that this is Takai. You did skip over the kana though. Yeah. It's kind of like if you beat a boss in Souls, right? If you beat a boss in Souls, you don't have to break down how you beat the boss. If you beat it on the first run, you will have less understanding of the many ways you can beat the boss if you stick to one way of beating the boss. That kind of thing. And that's great that you can write the things in kanji already. For me, it's okay. I don't mind it. I actually think it's hilarious how it's an experience. It's definitely an experience to have the whole kana phrase slapped in front of your face. Throw in a few like fantaji, throw in like fantaji, comedy, and then all the other kana, you know, like hirakana on top of that. Then you get like a wildfire of sensations. You don't need to experience that though. So I get the whole forcing the use of kana thing. For sure. If you already know the kanji, you'll definitely feel like it's forcing kana on you. That also means that you learn that kanji from an outside source. So is it really forcing you, or you already have outside knowledge? You'll be good at playing old JRPGs since they only use kana? Dude. Low key, I am going to play some old JRPGs. I will be doing like a somewhat of a Final Fantasy Legacy run and using the old JRPGs as a before we hit the new ones. And I'm kind of curious how the Japanese shifts from old to new. So yeah, I do know my kana like a lot, and I write my kana every 3 or 4 days just because it's therapeutic. Unfortunately, without the kanji, it's hard to read the kana. Like what I mean is to put together the thing. So I see all the kana as separate syllables per se, and when people type out the kana, it still doesn't help me recognize the word, and I notice that the kanji helps a lot. So like for example, ooki. If I see ooki, it would be like I would look at O Ki E, but I have to go O and then look at the Ki E, the ending, to separate like Osaka and Oki. Even though if you have the kanji, you'll be able to distinguish between Oki and Osaka very quickly. That's great. Writing practice really helped me a lot. I avoided it for too long. Was it fun for you? Why'd you avoid it? I really like picking up the pen. It breaks the tedium of like hearing, practicing, and speaking at the same time, and then comprehension. So whenever in Duolingo there's a section for kanji, whatever kanji came up, whenever you get like XP bonuses, I would just write the kanji because it's a excuse for me to write the kanji that's already introduced so far. Oh, you didn't have any goals that involve writing by hand. Oh, that's fair. That's actually very reasonable if you didn't have any goals. For me, in October, there's this thing called Inktober. And for this year, since I'm learning Japanese, by the time I get there, I'm going to be drawing the prompts to every single Japanese kanji. So my motivations are more like I'm practicing my drawing strokes. And kanji really helps give my... Don't take the... Sorry, kids. It helps me practice stroking, you know, different strokes while I end up drawing later. Your English writing is also terrible. We do live in the age of technology though, you know. So if your goals doesn't align with handwriting, it makes sense. I think that's prioritizing your things. I do enjoy drawing. And it wasn't always the case, but I love the idea of moving my hand stuff. Have you ever seen people play a game called OS? That also deals with hand motion and whatnot with a stylus or with a pen tablet. So I've been using a pen tablet for a while now. So naturally, Duolingo having a writing section for kanji, fantastic. You farm points too, so more gamified reasons. I'll show you the kanji section in a bit. Actually, I can quit out because I haven't started this. So here it is, and we just I guess that current lesson is gonna be getting these two. So we got none. So here's the kanji section. Yes, it's like ondan. Yes, it's like ondan. And OS is the long supported desktop of Peppy, designed by Peppy. So this is what the kanji section looks like. And whenever you unlock a kanji, you have to go through the unlocking process. And eventually you get all the way down here. Eventually. So I always look forward to whenever they introduce kanji. So far we got nanji, and then I just saw the first instance of takai. This is probably the, and then I don't know what this is. This might actually be the one for skoshi. I'm not sure yet. So I don't know anything until I get it. So we'll see. Yeah, and then before you start everything, right? In your first section, the tutorial and the second tutorial, you have to do all your hirakana. And honestly, I haven't even finished the hirakana and katakana. I learned all the dakuons and then the notation for the combos. I forgot what they call the combos. Actually, I think SoCal helped me out with that. The name for the combos, but you get to practice all that too. And what they do is they scramble. They scramble all the kana in any order. It's not dependent on if it's a word or not. Sometimes it is, but for the most part, it's all the different combinations. All the different combinations of the kana. So I did that for fun early on. It was kind of very nice. It was nice. There's no writing section for there's really no writing section for hiragana or katakana, but that kind of makes sense based on like what Hugh said and you, where a lot of times, yeah, you might occasionally need writing for kanas, but kana is far less frequent than the intricacies of kanji. So I imagine the reason why they chose to only have writing sections for kanji is it's probably a big majority of your writing. And if you can write a kanji, personally, if you can write these kanji, you have all the stroke capabilities of writing all the kana without just by visualizing them in your head, because all the stroke patterns and stuff ends up transferring to kanji. So in reverse, if you're already doing all the kanji strokes, you can pull out a kana whenever you need from your head on what they look like. So I guess that's why they did it. Although I would love to have hiragana and katakana lessons on writing. Anyways. So we're gonna get takai for this one. I don't know how to write them yet. That's great. Okay. Sen. Yama. Oh, this is the first time Yama was just left out in the open, which is mountain. Yama. Takai. And Tanaka. And Nanji. Nandeska. Sorry, Nandeska. Nan was actually introduced first with Nanji, but they didn't add Nanji. So this got skipped too. So there are kanji that, what I mean by they got skipped is if they already introduced Yama, they did introduce Yama already in section 1, like the way back in the name Yamaguchi and Nakayama. So they don't recategorize all the kanji in the different contexts. So that's kind of a somewhat of a limit. Otherwise you get a lot of redundancy in the kanji. So repeated kanji don't show up in new sections if it's an old one. So Yama is in Nakayama and Yamaguchi. And then we have all of these: Mitsu, Sen, Hachi, and Yama. Okay. Oh, Hana. And then, oh wait, where's Lotus at? It's it's Shinsha. 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 Jinja. Sorry, Jinja. My bad. Jinja. Sorry.
Hana.
I got a little too excited. Okay. Oh, and here's your furigana. Here's the furigana. The furigana is on top of any of the kanji. On any of the kanji. And someone already showed me both the kanjis for hana, as in the hana for the nose and hana for flower, but I don't know how to write them, and since it's not in here, it's not reinforced, but I can kind of remember what they are. And then the hana, so you probably answer this all the time, but what made you decide to start learning? Your phrasing? I have a different response for your phrasing. What made me start learning? That's a really great way of phrasing. So the straw that broke the camel's back was I was looking for another way to show that I can demonstrate how to learn something that intersects with how people play video games or how I play video games. So oftentimes those video games come from Japanese developers. And the last big project that I did for legacy purposes was looking at the culturalism of the Japanese contemporary society with like a media of something. So that was the Like a Dragon series from Ryuka Gotoku Studios from Sega, the Yakuza series. That's when I started wanting to learn Japanese, because right now I traditionally listen to Japanese with English subtitles, and then I hear English with English subtitles. And the most recent game I played had Mandarin with either Japanese or English subtitles. I'm not even sure if they have Japanese subtitles in that game, in the Western release. So because of that, that is technically what made me decide to start learning. The really long story is that's the straw that broke the camel's back, as in that is when I specifically started wanting to decide. So what I wanted to do is, now I want to learn Japanese to demonstrate that how can I still learn something the same way I play video games. And that's kind of why Duolingo came into being, because I looked for something I can stream that has a category of its own on Twitch that is involved in language learning. And this is it. I don't know anything else about Duolingo on day one until now. So now, 39 days later, I know a lot about all the criticisms and all that other stuff. But yeah, that's when I decided to start. The longest story is I have always been exposed to Japanese. It's been a long time. Japanese has been two-thirds of my life, but I haven't ever formally learned it or speak it or in any way. So I have a lot of ear training. That's about it. And I consume a lot of Japanese media. So that's kind of the idea. I also have a exposure to Mandarin in many ways. And English is my primary language. So it's technically the only language I'm comfortable in saying I'm literate in. I think I'm slightly comfortable in saying I speak more than one language in some capacity. And this is technically the third language I've ever learned formally in this way, like learning grammar, rehearsing, and all that stuff. It's funny you say that. I ended up finding this stream because I was watching someone study using this Duolingo category, even though they weren't using it. I guess it was the most popular game for language study. Yes, it is. Here's the thing. It is the most popular and only one. So Duolingo, a little bit back, I was trying to track down when they decided this. They tried to start an initiative in the Twitch space. And I have a deep cut about this. Because of its popularity and its like questionable resilience in gamifying things, it basically fell off. And I imagine because generally when you get a Twitch product and you have this type of exposure, the people who would want to stream this stuff become victims. Like, and I'm not being like victimizing in the sense that there's an aggressor unintentionally. So usually I would say, if I had to think about it, the reason why this is the only language learning program that has its own category is they took the initiative and it doesn't work with the Twitch community. And I can tell you now, if I was a different person, like someone who likes video games and want to learn Japanese on the side, I would probably quit already by like 15 days. But my goal is not to learn Japanese. My goal is to understand the culture that is involved in necessarily perpetuating and motivating people to learn something like a language. So my goals are very different. And if you're going for like entertainment value and things like, oh yeah, hype, like video game things, people who use Duolingo will be likely be exhausted by the Twitch community on how they react to these things. Because usually you're trying to look for people who are participating in it. Well, learning a language isn't an overnight thing. It's not going to happen in months, maybe even years. And with that need for consistency, kind of like OS players, you need a community that actually combats and promotes each other encouragingly. However, Twitch, well, in the language community, Duolingo, because of its popularity and its choices, it obviously attracts a lot of criticism. And that criticism naturally buries this thing. So if you're wondering if there are any other games or things dealing with language learning, I imagine they stay with their closed communities. And I say that because those communities are not forced to get ridiculed by opposing communities. When you do something like put your product on Twitch, it is open to cross-community criticism. Meanwhile, you generally have Anki people who support Anki, Bushu people who support Bushu, Babel people, well, not Babel. Babel is actually under the same radar. They just didn't make the same. Theirs is a paid subscription, so streaming something would be not very lucrative, not a great business practice. So Duolingo happens to be the only one. There you go. I really like the idea of using a platform like Twitch for language study. I've taken college level classes that don't encourage any interaction between students beyond taking turns reading at each other. Yep. Agreed. I took Spanish. Spanish was my second language formally. And it's very difficult to maintain a unique environment in which even having active communication with other people or having a pool of people who communicate while learning on things. The downside is the one thing that's unfortunate for the Duolingo community that I've seen, or at least what is remaining of the Duolingo community when it comes to actively using it to talk with people, it's drowned out by critics. So it's an unintentional consequence of something popular, right? However, a learning program, it's one in its kind. When you have people that are willing to commit 3 to 6 months to something, having outstanding critics shoot you down constantly, it kills the platform. Like, it kills the category that the platform is. I mean, I'm sure as a person who uses Twitch, you can probably see how games come and go based on how targeted the content creator is, right? The streamer. If everyone gets targeted of advanced criticism, the whole thing falls apart. Whether it's warranted or not, whether you agree or have hard feelings or you want to shill or defend, when there's a lot of resistance, usually the categories fail. And I think Duolingo was very brave in trying to do this. Regrettably, it's no surprise that after Duolingo fails, which has one of the largest audience polls, I would incur, in my opinion, if I was an investor in the competing products, I would probably stick to their own websites and their own platforms. Because generally, bad PR is still bad for business. So this is why 99% of my commentary in this using Duolingo is often asking other people what they use now. Because often they stop by just to tell me that Duolingo is a waste of time. If they're not telling me directly, they're telling me indirectly. The subtext is that the reason why there aren't any more people who use the Duolingo category to actually use Duolingo and instead using other things is because they're discouraging. I think people don't realize how much of a commitment learning a language is. I imagine it can be frustrating for someone who does Duolingo for a long time and still doesn't feel fluent. I can see that. If their goal is to be fluent, then they're probably never going, if I'm critical about this, they're never going to be fluent if they're expecting to be fluent with Duolingo. just as you're never going to be fluent with any singular tool. They're hoping for a panacea tool, which generally that's not how language learning works, right? It's a life skill. It's borderline a life skill. Much like communication and charisma, you do not learn it from a single source. But might not realize how far they come. I wouldn't be surprised if Duolingo gets a lot of hate from that. They do. That is one of the major criticisms. I don't think any platform is a waste of time. Any hours you put, yes. It's a building aspect. You're hitting upon a lot of things that I talk about a lot, which are how the learning process works. Learning process is not destructive. It's constructive. However, right now, the prevailing thought is oftentimes people need to unlearn things to learn another thing instead of changing the things you've already learned to build upon that. So one of my goals is to demonstrate that regardless of what the little things, I do 30-day reviews. So if by day 60 there will be something like this, I look at what's missing, right, or what I would like in it. I complement it. I build upon it. Duolingo explains to me things that I may want or may not want. What's not there, I can add to it. A lot of times the criticism is what Duolingo isn't designed to do. So what is some things that Duolingo is not designed to do? It wasn't even intended to be a comprehensive grammar tool. However, one of the major criticisms of Duolingo is it's not a comprehensive grammar tool. So, because of that type of expectations, learning becomes toxic. Learning becomes competitive. And I personally think that is such a shame. It's a disappointment, in my opinion, that the learning community wants to pit learning communities against each other as opposed to collaboratively learning together. Like, hey, Anki does this pretty well, let's put it in here. Like, it's not a collaborative thing, it's a competition. So whenever I've spoken to someone, 9 out of 10 times it's about how something is better than another thing, rather than, hey, I like this but I also like this, let's do the two together. The people who stay, though, are people who are using multiple tools that may or may not include Duolingo, but doesn't share animosity towards any singular tool. You use all the tools that are available to you. The Japanese language learning community seems particularly opinionated. That is a deep cut, and I actually agree with you for the time being. Like, from my 39 days, I say years, 39 days of experience, as I'm looking at feedback for like things like today I talked about iru and aru, or the things I've gathered from iru, aru, like motsu, suru, right? And then the day before we were talking about hoshii desu, and then kimasu and ikimasu. These are things that came up when you look and try to gather content and stuff. Ooh, opinions fly high, like really high, and it's something. It's an experience. So like, even to the point where if I started learning Spanish on Duolingo, I would likely attract far less of the opinions that I've encountered learning Japanese. Is that bad or good? It's not to me. I like hearing people's opinions and stuff, so it doesn't wear me down. That's why I'm still doing this 39 days in a row for 6 hours plus. The only reason I started this is because I finished what I was doing before. That's the one big reason. It's like, why now? Why didn't I start earlier? Is whatever catches my attention, I do them. So like for the Like a Dragon series, my last thing, I played every single modern Like a Dragon game back to back until the most current one. And it took me 6.5 months every single day, with occasional breaks here and there that I'm out of town and whatnot. So I played, I think, like 2,600 hours of, and that'll give you, the reason why I mentioned this is it gives you the impression of, hey, if you come back in 30 days, I'll probably still be using Duolingo. It might not be for Japanese, perhaps, if I got to the end. I doubt it. I think in another 4 or 5 months, maybe, we'll get to the end of the Japanese course. And I will be on the Mandarin course while I do something else with Japanese. Like play a old JRPG game, or online, like show it and applying the skills, or maybe talk to chat GPT in a synthetic conversation using Japanese, or something else that integrates the Japanese thing. And that's kind of the idea. So I'll be playing video games in Japanese, hopefully, in some capacity. Maybe a small Japanese visual novel game. Visual novel games are pretty fantastic, right? Things like that. You didn't realize that Duolingo, they do. It's not, I like going against, I'm a swimming against the current kind of guy. Sorry, the first thing I saw was about the kanji. Yeah, no, it's very normal. So I don't think you have to apologize for anything. It is actually a criticism. It is a critique of Duolingo, and I have my thoughts about that. Yeah, it's a very long set. No. we were just talking about this. Like SoCal and I was just talking about this. It gets longer. It's like really long. So I can laugh about it because I see it now. I see what they mean. So initially it started with short and I'm like, okay, it's manageable. And then recently it's ballooned to like double. And we don't even have a, right now I didn't even learn how to tay link. There's no tay linking. There's no listing, like making a yo, like a ya list, or, and then there's no conversational points, and they're all single sentence. Like most of them are still single sentences. And then just recently, yesterday, in the last 2 days, there are more than 2 statements put together. And when you see the kana, I can understand why they're slowing down and putting in kanji slowly, but at the same time, yeah, the sentences are very long. The listening stuff still feels as short as possible. And what they do to alleviate the length is they cluster all the kana together. So I'll show you an example. So this is fine. When you do the Japanese reverse, they cluster it all together. Have I seen the game? I want to play Shashinko. I'm going to play that. Yeah, it was released when I was already 2 weeks into Duolingo, and I'm totally gonna play that game. It's so freaking cute. Kawaii desu. Kakui do kawaii desu. Or actually, that's not how you do that. It's fantastic, and I'm gonna probably do that. Summer sale rolls around, right? Summer sale is on Steam is in July, which will give me another 3 months to be incredibly competent enough to even make commentary. I want to make commentary as well on it. Yeah, it's so great. And there's other languages, by the way. There are other games. There's a series called Learn with Hirakana, literally an old RPG Maker game in old JRPG style, using only kana. Exactly what you were saying earlier. There's actually in person that makes a series of that alone. So you can get used to all your kana again if you wanted to. There are many really cool ways to do so. Like for me, one thing I want to do in the near future after 1 month, I'm gonna use the NHK Easy Edition, the Japanese NHK website, right? The news site, the Easy Edition, and I want to translate. So I want to read and translate it, doing it live. Once I have enough competence, maybe another month or 2. So I'm gonna go on NHK's site, use the easy one, yeah, and then do that. So there are going to be other things to do. But yeah, Shashinko is such a cute game, and I think that's great. I saw some of the trailers, and I watched someone play it, and interestingly enough, after 39 days, I know like 80% of what's in that game, because a lot of times the interactive thing doesn't necessarily involve grammar points. And I mean, how can you get upset when you how can you not feel happy when you click on the storefront, like the storefront of the game, and you see a trailer with a cute like Shiba Inu, right? Shiba Inu in the screen. But yeah, thanks for asking. I really appreciate it. I appreciate your input. How's your Japanese competency? Like, are you a Japanese as a second language person, as a native language, and English is your second language? Are you learning Japanese? Do you live in Japan, etc.? I'm curious as I try to complete this lesson before the day gets too late. I'm in the East Coast, EST. It's 11 p.m. right now for me. So, wait. Kono hana. Oh yeah, kono hana. Oh hey.
Hana.
Okay. Kono hana wa hana.
Hana.
Kono hana wa nan desu ka? What's this flower? Oh, Fuji. Okay. Yama. Speaking of Fuji, we just talked about Fuji today. Someone's gonna climb Fuji in the summer that I've met. As a second language, I started in high school but have self-studied off and on since then. How long has that been on your study on and off? I was AFK, but in terms of this, I say the community isn't so bad, but the visitors seem fiercely opinionated. Yes. Yeah, I don't think it's bad or good. I think Japanese itself, like the language system itself, SoCal, is fiercely opinionated. And what I mean by that is, it reflects the rigidness and discipline of Japanese. So it's the irony of it. Like, what came first? Did the language system impart fierce opinions, or the other way around? And I actually think in terms of the secondary learning community, the language system supersedes the community. So oftentimes the language system may promote the behavioralisms that are appropriate to be successful Japanese readers and speakers. So the whatever that is remaining, it requires a lot of fierce opinions, because those people are strict and disciplined in order to appreciate the Japanese language. I haven't really looked at other communities yet, but to me, the English community, like the ESL community, it's a different vibe, right? It's more like, oh, did that person say that? That's fine too. Like, well, in my way of English, this is, so what happens is it's commensurate when it comes to English, because English is varied. So you don't have fierce opinion if your opinions are nebulous. Like there aren't rules to be opinionated about a lot of times. So oftentimes that's kind of a reflection of that. Instead of saying the Japanese people who natively speak, I'm guessing we're specifically referring to the communities that are learning Japanese there. And I feel like the fierceness of the opinions reflect how strict and nuance dependent the Japanese system is. Meanwhile, if I told you, like, for example, kimasu and ikimasu, I'm gonna attract criticisms. I'm gonna attract criticisms if I say ikimasu is to depart and kimasu is to arrive. That is my not my transliteration, but my translation of how I remember the sentiments that are promoted by using ikimasu and kimasu. The thing is, that is fiercely opinionated because there are very, very strict closed meanings of those stuff. I don't usually openly say that. It's like, oh, this is the it thing. I treat it more like the way I learned English. I may be a tad judgmental, but I tend to think those that are forceful in their stance are generally less into the language and more into what they think the culture is. That's fair. That is fair. That emotional, they are more emotionally invested, if you know what I mean, though. Like, what I mean is, consistently, they are probably more emotionally invested than intellectually invested. So, I would say, if we're going with the combination of emotional intelligence and intellectual intelligence, then yeah, like if the comprehension of a language also dictates the emotional intelligence, then it would feel like they're just as passionate. However, emotional intelligence doesn't necessarily lead to competence if it's not channeled properly, right? If you're channeling most of your emotional intelligence into hating other people and trying to prevent other people from learning, then you yourself is not channeling that emotional intelligence to learning. For me, you can hate me all you want. My emotional intelligence, I'm not sparing my emotional intelligence to not learn Japanese. You can't rob me of my emotional intelligence. And what is that emotional intelligence? It's motivation, consistency, reward, fun, and feeling of satisfaction. So, why am I so enthusiastic about this, even though someone keeps shooting me down? My emotional intelligence is that I understand why they're angry, and I don't spend most of my time worrying about it. I acknowledge that they have gripes, and then that's it. My reading comprehension is okay, but I recently started taking an online course to get speaking practice with native speakers. I'm very, very bad at it. Forming sentences is incredibly difficult. That's perfectly understandable. Do you see progress? How long have you started? How long have you been doing this? I think reading comprehension comes like as a person who uses English and then using Japanese and learning self-study. It's very understandable that reading comprehension comes. Yeah, sentence formation. Let's not talk about that. I have yet to form sentences more than answer reply. I can only do answer response. There's no conversational notes. I cannot do conversational notes. And they have to be germane topics. Like introductory topics, strangers meeting strangers, as opposed to how I'm speaking about it in English right now. It's absolutely, there is 10 Mount Fujis. There are 10 Mount Fujis between my English comprehension and flexibility and where I am Japanese. And here's one of the hot takes about this. One might actually feel more comfortable learning newer languages if they don't have a lot of emotional intelligence when their native comprehension is less. So there's a feeling of less of a gap between the two. I feel oftentimes I won't ever overcome the Mount Fujis that are gonna allow me to express my true self in Japanese. Probably not gonna happen. And I have to be satisfied. My big issue is I think I get stuck with an idea of what I want to say, but if I don't know how to say it, yes, you freeze up instead of pivoting to what I know. Exactly. That's the thing I'm describing. It has improved a bit since starting. My listening improved more than my speaking, so I'm overall very happy. That's awesome. That's awesome. You are encouraged to take the course. The gap, you know, the whole thing about you get an idea of what you want to say and then you don't know how to, you pause and you can't pivot, you don't want to pivot to basics. The bigger gap, in my opinion, in terms of like emotional intelligence and trying to get over the, like, reframe your mindset, the bigger gap your comprehension in your native language is, the likelihood that when you're going to speaking construction, it will hit a lot of interference. And oftentimes it can feel very off-putting in terms of emotionally. So nowadays I've become a little bit more accepting that I can only say, konnichiwa, genki desu ka? Nani, like, I don't know, things like, what do you like? I can kind of say that in a weird borked way, that kind of thing. So it sucks, kind of. However, I don't think most people would be discomforted by that. There's no way I can ever express whatever I'm saying now. All the words that I just spat out in the last 5 minutes, 4 or 5 years, not even 4 or 5 years, probably, with the subtlety and subtext of how I understand English. Some of the issues I had initially was I thought of what my response would be in English, yes, then try to Japanese it rather than having a pool of phrases from a lot of immersion to draw from. Yes, and I still do that right now. However, there is a use case, in my opinion, for thinking about what you can use in English and trying to Japanize it. And in this case, I'm asking myself, I have a pool of Japanese. Where in my English situations can I use that Japanese? Is how I use it now. Basically, if I want the sentiments, like I stream, what can I say? Something about studying Japanese. Do I have that in my pool? Right? So I use the framework of English. However, I contextualize it so that I can see if I can draw out Japanese situations. So oftentimes it's very usual things like genki desu ka is, you have to be able to say how are you to formally to a stranger, right, to some stranger, and then you can say yo seikin do, or seikin wa do, right, something like that, or doyo. When you get more familiar, and then that's kind of how I'm going about it. That sounds like, if a conversation topic I've practiced many times, my brain doesn't do the switch to English, like introduction to hobbies are no problem. Well, there you go. That's cool. That's very cool. That's progress. That sounds amazing. Sorry, I haven't, whenever I get sidelined, I'm not real, like, this is a disclaimer. A third of my time when I'm using Duolingo is probably just learning Japanese from talking to other people with their Japanese experience, their Japanese learning experience. This stream never gets sidelined. Yes, exactly what SoCal said. I didn't spend the last 4 hours chatting about people's experiences. This is how I form memories. To me, I learned more about my motivations of iru, aru, motsu, and suru use with no in the perception of promoting, like explaining how an English person defines possession versus how Japanese people define possession, and the use of their phrase of having something. So take it what you will, at least I'm learning something, and it's all usually through conversing with people, whether it's in Japanese or in English. The idea is you're doing something, you're immersing in Japanese without necessarily needing to use Japanese per se. So since I can't express most of these things, I will throw in iru, aru, suru, kimasu, ikimasu, like in my actual English conversations. So then I don't forget those terms, and those terms then lead to other things. So genki desu ka, just, that's Oh, wait. Someone, Lotus taught me this. I was supposed to remember this. Shiete, is it like shiete kurete? Shiete kurete. Arigato. Or I think you have to put an O in front of it. Is it like O? O shiete? Yeah, O shiete kurete. Arigato. Oh, okay. O shiete. Yeah. O shiete kurete. Arigato. Right. And that's from yesterday. So, I'm learning how to say afterwards, different ways to saying like, thank you for the advice, right? Other ways to express thank you for the advice. And then that's something I say all the time. When someone offers advice and I either know it or I don't, I am compelled to acknowledge their advice first. That is something that I do every single day. And then that's what SoCal was thinking, like, well, how would I say this in English? And what I do is I pick other people's brains and then maybe do a little deep dive. And that's how I'm motivated to do something outside of Duolingo. Right. Kinda nice. That's the way. I'm glad to hear that you're Japanese. Oh, the customary, I will, since Asteroid, you asked me a very common question, I will reflect a very common question, but a different question. Have you been to Japan or are planning to go to Japan? Because that is also equally top five question when it comes to when people learn Japanese. You can also be very, very presumptuous and say, what kind of anime that you like? A Japanese person wouldn't assume that. However, an English person would be very, very curious. You have once and you would like to go again. How long ago was it? I haven't been to Japan. The closest thing I've been to Japan is a virtual tourism game. I wouldn't be surprised if I could name more locations of establishments around Kabukicho and the Dotonbori sector of Osaka than a lot of people who may never have been to Osaka and Tokyo. or Yokohama. Yokohama is another one because of video games is recreation of the city. Because I memorized the map. It's from the game. Oh, you missed Yokohama? Oh, have you been on that Ferris wheel? I don't know what the Ferris wheel is called anymore. You could purchase it in one of the Like a Dragon games. But have you been to that Ferris wheel? The very classic one? You live 30 minutes from Yokohama? Oh, you have? Was it nice? Was it really nice? Did you do it at night? Oh, tell me, did you do it at night? Man, that specific location of Yokohama is so heckin' beautiful. And Chinatown is amazing. That Chinatown place is awesome. You went in 2019, and I always wanted to go back since you were a kid. Since you were a kid, huh? Yeah, I haven't been. Across the street, you can make your own cup noodle. Oh, God. My childhood best friend father is an immigrant from Osaka, so I like to go there next. I'm hoping to go with my friends. Dude, if you do, tell me about your experience. I would love to hear it. No obligations. I would love to hear your experience. So far, I know someone who's going soon, for like 6 months plus soon. And then I know I met someone now that is gonna go to Japan in the summer, and they're gonna climb Mount Fuji. So Fuji, right? That's pretty sweet. And if I had to pick up a place for people to visit, I recommend Osaka. Such cool people, great food, etc. Yeah, that's the impression I get. Yeah, less stiff than Tokyo. It's Kanto versus Kansai. So it's the Kansai lifestyle. It's rustic, you know what I mean? It's loose and rustic. And Kanto is light and business oriented. It's kind of like here's my take on it. It's not the same. I know it's not the same, but it's not upstate New York. It's not upstate New York City. It's the burbs, like not the burbs of New York. It's the other side of things, the rustic side of things, like downtown Manhattan and stuff, or Flushings, or the cultural, like the lively cultural centers, and not the business oriented like situations. Although they're both very interesting, there's a very different feel. His dad is very cool and very funny, I can imagine. I haven't actually had the pleasure of meeting someone who is strictly like Japanese. I haven't ever had like a one-on-one direct Japanese. Oh well, actually, sort of. No, not like in that way. So that would be kind of a cool experience. I spent a lot of time at their house when I was young, so I think I get interested in learning from all of their input games and stuff. Yeah, I haven't ever gotten to talk to anyone, like a one-on-one with a Japanese person. That is so weird to say. Yeah, no. It's usually like a business thing or like a academic setting where there are other people around. Like I haven't actually personally wanted to sit down and exchange and like listen to them and to speak and stuff. I don't think I've even had a conversation, like a call with anyone who speaks Japanese or like deep into Japanese, right? Like even like a person who moved there and became nationalized, not even that. I had the privilege of meeting a lot of Japanese students, but those students are like generationally well versed in English. And usually people younger than me. It would be awesome to meet someone older than me and I don't know, just tell me about what life was like 20 years ago in Japan or something. You 100% eavesdrop when I travel and hear Japanese at yosei mite, or yes. The only thing I can offer to most people is if you meet me, I would probably take you to a place where people speak Fujianese. Or if you're with me and my family, it's probably somewhere that there are Fujianese people in the United States, and that's usually Chinatown. And then you'll hear my parents and I'm usually the guy that says like, oh yeah, this is what they're saying and stuff. And just like Japanese, when everyone's really opinionated about Japanese, where they talk about all the exact things that Japanese is saying, when I translate for people, I don't do that. Like for Fujianese, I don't do that. I translate it. I interpretively translate the phrases. And that's kind of what I mean by the only languages that I'm comfortable in saying I speak is if I can interpret it for other people. I wouldn't use the word translate. I can interpret, I can mediate the language, so I can embody it with using English, as opposed to this is literally what this means and arguing about what this literally means one-to-one. That's when you're learning a language. When my parents sound like they're shouting and then they're saying all these words, I'm not going to tell you exactly what they said. Like my mother just said icebox like 4 times in a row. Did you check the icebox? Like that doesn't help. That's translating a lot of times to most people. Like, oh, what did your mother say? Well, my mother just said icebox. Go check the icebox. Is the icebox on? And That's not what she meant. The interpreting is, I would tell you that my mother is concerned about the fridge. Like, I would tell the person like, oh yeah, my mother is worried that the fridge isn't, like, the fridge turned off or something, and that's what she's going on about, not the other way around. So a lot of times it's a little weird when you're learning a language and you're learning with other people around, and you need to learn it like correctly or directly and stuff, and you lose the essence of the language. And I think that's what stops me from saying I can't construct sentences in Japanese, because I still feel like it's so rigid that even if I'm loose to it and I'm trying to capture the essence of the idea I want, I still can't do that. I can't even capture the essence. It sounds like ski desu. Kakoi desu. Sugoi. Like, oishii. If I go to Japan, that's about all I can do. Like ocha, ocha o kudasai. Arigatou gozaimasu. And the person would ask, I would be able to hear, like, the person would say like, oh, how's your tea? And I'm like, oishii desu. That's all that's the only image I have. I'm like so direct because there's no way to you haven't developed conversational notes. To be fair, even when you are where you are now is such a rarity, you'll still get it's funny. Well, that you watch Dogen, right? SoCal, you know that skit about like how Japanese people are polite, and when you graduate when they stop saying your Japanese is pretty good, right? I love that skit. And you know what? I totally get it. It's so funny, but it's not from a bad place. I actually think they're trying to encourage you, right? They're trying to encourage you, but not in a way that it's yeah. Oh yeah, my wife doesn't have any desire to learn, and she got Jozo. They were saying arigato. Yeah. And for me, I do the same for English. And it might not be exactly one-to-one, but whenever someone says like, oh, I'm afraid, like, sorry if the English is my second language, if I get something wrong, please, it's not my fault. I'm like, dude, your English is great. Like, keep on at it. And all in the while, in the back of my head, I understand as a Chinese person. I am Chinese, born, like, raised by my parents. In the back of my head, I know that I cannot be unrealistic on my execution of the English language. I can tell you now, in my humblest opinion, in my 6 years of streaming, not even 6, maybe, well, it's been 5 to 6 years of streaming, there was maybe one time, it might be 2 times, and I actually ended up in a debate with this person. 1 or 2 times that I've ever spoken at a postgraduate level English. You don't need that stuff. So for me, I'm just saying, like, dude, I know exactly what you're saying. That's awesome. Let's go. Granted, we do the same in English. Someone has a thick accent and can only speak basically is still a gift you want to exchange. Yeah, exactly. Comes from a good place. Yeah, like, just keep going. You know what? I go one step further, SoCal. If someone spoke to me and they freaking slapped me in the face with a thick accent, my first thought was, what's going to come out of my mouth is going to say, oh yeah, your English is so great. Like, I love the accent. What I'm really saying is, can you teach me how to speak English in your accent? Because I want to sound like you. It's so interesting. my accent is so boring now. I want a new accent. Just sit down with me. Here, I'll buy you a beer or something and just talk for 30 minutes so I can just absorb and comprehend how you can just do this on command. Like, you can speak English in that way, right? That's me. That's just me personally. Even more impressive than that, I kid you not, I can spend days watching a professional voice actor, bounce from accent to accent, right? And there was this, like, all these clips where, like, there's this one girl who, yeah, she only speaks one language, right? Or very commanding, but she was walking along and every 5 seconds she transitioned into a different accent. She covered like 16 different English accents in a row. That's absolutely absurd. I can't even do one accent. Oh, wait, okay. Outside the accent I'm using, I guess outside my native accent, I can't do any other accent. That's a reptile person mindset. Dude, it's so absurd. Like, what I don't understand. It's one of those things. It's one thing, in my opinion, it's one thing to know two distinct languages, right? Like languages that have similarities and like maybe sound overlaps and whatnot. It's another thing to take one language and be able to execute the subtleties between the language so that even an untrained person can hear all the accental differences. I mean, I'm not throwing shade at polyglots or anything. They're probably doing that too on like another comprehensible intellectual level. But this person is taking the same phrases and making it so distinct that you know where the region it came from. And while some people might not hear the difference, most of them hear most of the differences. So it's crazy. I don't see where you even start with that other than sit down and do full total immersion for like for your ever life. Like, I can't even acquire my Japanese accent yet. Like, I can't even acquire what I sound like in Japanese. I don't even know what I sound like. Just the last couple of days, I look back on my old VODs and I was trying to listen to myself, right? Like, I'm not monitoring my speech right now. Yeah, it comes from doing voice impressions. And think about how that works. You know what I mean? Like, you're not getting cues for that. You're using it. I mean, there are things, like I talked about things like certain accents. They're very iconic things that highlight those accents, but that's surface level stuff. Things like removing R's, stuff like that can be useful, but these people are like, it feels like when they talk, I have no idea what region they came from. Like, what I mean is, if those challenges, they do accents like, where is this person from? And then they just use 10 different accents that I would ascribe to those 10 regions in English. And the question is, where are they from? And it turns out that English is their second language. That actually literally happened on one of the things. There was this person who did 10 different English accents, and the question was, so where's this person from? And it turns out English, yeah, it's her second language. She's European. No, might have been Scandinavian. Maybe Swedish or Norwegian. Take care, Asteroid. Take care. Good luck. I really want to know how your class is going. Like, that would be so awesome. Like, come back, throw out some phrases. Practice those phrases. Like, if you come back, like when you get used to comfortable phrases, you can try it. You can try it here. Like, just type it out, and I'm probably gonna ask you, oh, so what does this do? And then you can explain it to me. And when you can explain something to someone, it's very helpful too, in my opinion. So feel free. Anyways, I gotta finish this lesson, so we gotta finish this. I can talk for days. Sorry, folks. If you're here to watch someone actually learn Japanese, I'm sorry. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. How do I say ganpate yo? I don't know. I'm just making up stuff. Like ganpate, you know, it's like I'm trying like continuous form, and then I put yo just to like emphasize it even harder. I don't know. I'm butchering all the Japanese language. Okay. All right. Listen, SoCal, I need some kana. I don't. Wait. What did you actually say? Imas ka. Mas an bo. Ganbarimasu. Oh, thanks. Yes, I will. I was gonna say iko. Iko. Okay. Kono yama. Oh, hey. Kono yama no. Ooh. Kono yama no. Kono yama no hana. Hana wa totemo blank desu ne. Kirei? We're looking for kirei, probably.
Kirei.
Kirei. Okay, so what do we have? We have hiroi. We got ayai, and then shizuka. So quiet, cheap, spacious. You know, hana totemo. So these these mountains flower are very pretty, isn't it? Or aren't they? I'm using plural, but I usually don't think of a singular flower, but that's fine. Or also. Oh, no, not also. No, just very. Yeah. This, oh yeah, see, they go with singular. This mountain's flowers are very pretty, aren't they? Oh, and then they went from, oh, okay. So this singular mountain. Okay, yeah. It went from this singular mountain. Yeah, this singular mountain. Oh yeah, that's fair. Kono. Yeah, Kono. Yeah, that's fine.
あの山は綺麗ですね。
あの山は綺麗ですね。Nice. I can use this phrasing quite well now. I think I will probably use some sort of phrasing like this in the future. コーヒーはちょっとthat's very nice. I'm glad you don't really like coffee. Okay. All right. And then we have 本当に綺麗ですね。It really is pretty, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. 本当に綺麗ですね。Oh, there's the shrine. Jinja.
これは有名な神社ですか？
Lotus didn't correct me earlier. I see what he's doing. He knew. He knew when he said when I said Shinsha, he knew that I already mispronounced it. That it's Jinja, and I kind of appreciate that. Even SoCal, I don't even think you corrected me on that, and that I kind of that's kind of nice. I don't know. I don't know if it took all your willpower, but I totally mispronounced. I thought it was Shinsha instead of Jinja. I don't think I said Jinja. Maybe. Sometimes you just gotta let me make a fool of myself. It took a lot, but yeah. So I figured I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that I think the mistake makes the stronger lesson. Yes. That is exactly it, SoCal. Thank you. Thank you for having giving me the opportunity to realize that is Jinja. I think Lotus is used to that too now. Because Lotus been around for some time now. It's been like a week plus. There are still a few people who would go out of the ways like, no, like that's wrong, and I'm like, huh? Now I won't forget Jinja. I won't forget our discussion about Journey to the West. I think you should watch some Journey to the West stuff. Ooh, you know what? Old. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know if it's a little too obscure, but man, the Monkey King 2 is amazing. The general story is fantastic. It's what is the closest thing I can say about it? Have you watched things like Constantine? Things like Constantine, where you take the Western religion like Catholicism and like Protestantism, and you know how there's representations of sin, like wrath, lust, gluttony. That's kind of what Journey to the West is like. It's largely about the human condition. You're kind of the worst kind of movie watchers. You sleep. Oh gosh. Well, Journey to the West is a pilgrimage, right? So it's very much a reflection of like the 7 deadly sins, kind of like that. It's a exploration of the human condition. How does one reach Buddha? Buddha is a state. So sorry to any actual Buddhists that my understanding of Buddhism is so cursory as well. However, it's kind of like that. It's about like exploring vices, the nature of humanity, and what it takes to transcend your earthly being, right? So there's lots of representations of like the human demons and vices and temptation. There's a journey through understanding how to combat, overcome, and transcend the human condition. So if you're looking for some deep cuts into a slight, like, what do you call it? Immersion version. If you want to get like an immersion version of like that sponge effect of feeling what it's like when it comes to being a little bit like Buddhist, like Buddhism, like the elements of Buddhism, but what within a more package that is kind of a little bit whimsical and more like entertaining, I guess. That's kind of Journey to. Even reading it on Wikipedia might probably be pretty interesting. Like the synopsis, reading a synopsis of Journey to the West. There are demons, spiders, temptation, lots and lots of temptation, mischiefs. I quite like not the Monkey King, but Chibakai. Chibakai or Bakai is the pig. Pigsy. Pigsy is the English name for it. what that person represents. He's a guy that is lustful, gluttonous, and on their journey, he's the character that shows a lot of the flaws, like lots of the flaws of the human condition. And that's kind of the whole idea of that trip and pilgrimage and stuff in Western religions. When you think about lust, envy, gluttony, sloth, right, wrath, that kind of thing. It's pretty mirrored. It's a bit profound. It might also be something like what is it? Yeller? Old Yeller? I don't know if you ever watched those films back in the day. It's like, what happened to him? Well, if you're a kid, you might be scarred for life. Anyways. So like if you have the Disney version, you probably wouldn't know as a kid what actually happened and what had to be done. But as an adult, you most definitely know what happened to Old Yeller. Or Lion King, you know, like the circle of life. Well, as an adult, that circle of life kind of means something quite a little bit different than the circle of life that was portrayed for kids. I can't handle as I didn't watch. Oh, you didn't watch Marley and Me either? Oh, okay. I won't. What about Fox the what is it? The Fox and the Hound? What about like Disney films like that? Where as an adult you're probably gonna know they're not. Yikes. You hated it? Is it because of the underlying like subtext of it, or is it just you're not into Disney like fairy tales or happy things? Because the Fox and the Hound wasn't, I don't know if that one was one of those happy ones. The Fox and the Hound was, yikes. I only watched the Fox and the Hound when I was an adult, like a lot older. I'm like, yikes, man. Anyways, I grew up with an animal activist for a stepmom, so I pretty much sensitive to. Oh, okay, fair enough. That's understandable. I will not bring up stuff like that anymore. No, I'll loosely with a sensitivity to your thing, right? To your case, I can see where I have quite a few great friends. Yeah, it's understandable. I like. What about human condition? Are you okay with watching things that deal with the human condition, like exploring? If you're gonna hear things from me, it's gonna be about the human condition all the time. I'm a nerd. I nerd out to human condition, like really digging deep in evaluating like the purpose, motivations, and like different deep cuts of how to make anyone find more meaning in their life. You feel less sympathy because we usually have tools or means to change it. That's fair. Yeah. The victim, the ever-present purity of innocence versus the autonomy and control of the human condition. Fair enough. これは有名な神社ですか? So, is this a famous shrine? Is this a famous cake? Portal. That's all I'm thinking about right now. Is this a famous cake? Portal. Okay, sorry.
あの山も高いです。
あの山も高いです。高いです。Okay, so あの山も高いです。高いです。Wait, this is nice. It's new, not just for the kanji. It's new for the new context. Nice. Yeah, the cake is a lot, right? Nice. So they're even introducing alt meanings all at the same time. Nice. And Yama has finally introduced solo style. Nice. Okay. That mountain is also tall. That mountain over there. See, this is how I feel when I'm talking to people. That mountain over there is also tall. Hey, look, there's a flower. Hey, look, the sky is blue. Hey, this seat feels nice. Ooh, this tea is really warm and good. Like, you're really nice. Thank you. I appreciate your kind. I appreciate thank you for nice words. That's how I feel when I'm thinking of all the phrases I can say. It sounds almost robotic to the point where yeah, I sound like I'm 10, but that's understandable. You're learning a language. It's like when you're talking to a grandparent after a long time. Yeah. 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 Or that kid that just got that kid, 13-year-old running around is like, you're funny. And then walk away. That's how I feel right now. I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I actually think it feels very humbling. It's incredibly humbling to know that at least for the English language, it's been so long since I've been so out of my depth. I actually really enjoy being out of my depth. I think this is something I won't be able to communicate to Japanese people. As a multicultural person, you get so used to being out of your depth, like just not with the program, because you're a blend of something and you can't really full stop any direction. So you're always feeling like the odd man out, the odd person out most of the time. Like, yeah, I know how you feel. That those are the phrases that I use a lot. I know how you feel. I get you. To some extent. Now hear me out. That's the most common setup all the time. So I'm totally not ever concerned with making mistakes and being embarrassed. It's part of the lifestyle. But I think that's one thing that basically makes me not Japanese in this case. Like even if I wanted to fit in Japan, it would be very difficult. I'm upfront, expressive, unapologetically embarrassing a lot of times. I commit, right? That's gonna be weird. If I had a Japanese friend, they might start slowly backing out of the door. I go into a ramen shop and my Japanese friend would be still outside the ramen shop, and then the person will walk in 2 minutes later, just so that all the smoke from all the confusion settles out. It's like, oh yeah, and this is my friend, and then it's gone. Sorry, future friend. Whoever the future Japanese, if I get a Japanese friend, I'm sorry to the whoever, sumimasen. To whoever I meet in the future, who ends up the next person I meet in Japan, the first person that I make a friend with in Japan, I'm so sorry in the future. It's going to be very embarrassing. But the nice thing about Japanese, I think, is they're kind of very lighthearted with foreigners. I hope. Anyways. That mountain. Right? That mountain over there is also tall.
富士山は有名です。
Fuji. Okay, we got Fuji.
富士山。
Oh, Fuji-san. Wait. Is the sun honorific in turn? Is the wait? Or Fuji-san just stands for Mount Fuji? Or is this the functioning? is this also functioning as a implicit honorific? Ooh, I see Yama. Yeah, I see Yama, the kanji for Yama. Sorry, not that. I'm saying it's Yama. And then I also see the kanji for do in doji, doyobi. And the left one is a new kanji. San is an alternate reading for Yama. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you know what I mean. So Yama and then the do in doyobi. What's the relationship? Because it's also like it's respect. Yeah. So tall. Yeah, I see. And what is the relationship between doyobi, that kanji, and the kanji that's in Fujisan? Fujisan. Mount Fuji is famous. Okay. That's pretty quaint.
富士山はとても有名です。
富士山はとても有名です。It's Earth by itself. Interesting. So Yobi is Saturday. From Jisoo, Earth, soil, dirt, clay. So I get the Fujisan. How does that relate to Doyobi? Is it like Earth Day? Does Saturday have something to do with the Earth? Oh, okay. Okay, that's probably what I'm reading into. Saturday might be some sort of thing that's connected to the Earth, like maybe a cycle or something. I'm not sure natives would know. Yeah. True. It's kind of like SoCal. If I was gonna ask you like, what is the etymology of the word shore? Like, whatever. but someone from outside who's very interested would probably likely know how shore works, if you know what I mean, because they're learning the language, right? So they have to need more detail to make it salient. So they're probably gonna explain like, oh yeah, you know, this helping linking verb is a modified transitive verb, so that this verb phrase is assumed in the future perfect. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I strung together terminology that doesn't actually make sense together. So calm down. Do not try to process what I'm saying. I just threw a bunch of jargon put together. I don't even think you can make a situation where a linking verb is in a verb phrase that is transitive that implies a future perfect tense. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I don't think. Let's not think about that. I threw together a bunch of words just to make an impersonation of an opinionated ESL person who basically has to learn all the grammatical systems in which we have now skipped, as in like we no longer use them to frame our understanding of sentence structure.
富士山はとても有名です。
The reason why I know some of this stuff still is when you get to graduate school, you still need to know how to write. Like one of the skills that you're required to continue being able to do is to write, like scientific writing. So you need the basis of how to write properly, at least. There are so many rules. I don't know for English. A good one I heard is, why is it the big red dog and not the red big dog? Both are right, but one sounds strange. Such a good. It's an obscure rule. I think the only way I could intuit that is it's subject topic classification. So there are red things are more specific than big things. So when you're ordering them from most general to most. So you have red dogs. There are a lot of big red things. There are less red big things. So it sounds weird when you say red big dog. How many big dogs are red versus how many big red dogs? I know how that sounds, but what I mean is it's not the rule that you're looking for, but the idea is I'm trying to get into the psychological head of when you say the big red dog, you can imagine big red dogs more than you can imagine red big dogs. I don't know. I don't know. It is an obscure rule though. I have no idea why that's the case. I'm just making stuff up as I'm going. Yeah, you're right. It's very obscure. The only so here's the thing. You caught me with my trousers down, so to speak. Generally in scientific writing, using multiple adverbs can be very verbose. So oftentimes you use as concise as much as a singular adverb or a singular adjective. You try to keep it less. So words like big and red is not descriptive enough. So oftentimes it would be like red how. So how did you measure the red? What type of red? And then what type of size? As in the size would be indicated by a literal size. A 30 meter red 35 dog or something, and your red 35 is some like diagrammic terminology for a shade of red that is indicated in a diagram or something. So oftentimes scientific writing doesn't necessarily have this clause rule about how you organize it, because they're usually very neutral. Like, so you could say a red 35 30 meter dog. Since they're very precise, there's no really implicit way of organizing them. Oftentimes also, here's one: the difference between big red dog and a big and red dog. One sounds very weird. You know, like you have multiple adjectives, but you decide to put red. And then there's another one: big comma red dog versus big red dog without a comma. I know some of those rules, like what the difference between them is, but when people speak, that doesn't translate at all. And however, like what I mean is when people read it, they don't speak differently. I do though. So like the difference between big red dog versus big red dog are two different things. Two different things. I was watching a stream of a Japanese guy studying by reading, and I had to explain a few funny ones. Awful good, easy breezy, no work appetizer. What the? Or getting your feet wet? Dude, in what context in the world is easy breezy, no work appetizer? Is that like a Applebee's commercial or what the heck? Where does that even come from? Is it like a cooking life hack or something? Like a one pot meal? What, easy breezy no work appetizer? That sounds like a one pot meal life hack, something from a TikTok or something. That's wow. You make me want to go. You make me want to watch other people learn English. They were talking about family recipes. Oh, okay. I really want to, but I don't want to be that jerk. Like what I mean is, I don't want to be that pedantic person who can't resist like interjecting. It's so American of me. I guess my American side would be so tempted to interject unsolicitedly, right? Unsolicited advice is such a symptom of the way the greater English learning community is like. I almost feel like it's not something that is transferable from like Japanese and Asian language, Asian cultures, where unsolicited advice is discouraged. Meanwhile, it's a little bit more prevalent in Western cultures. It's an act of compassion, right? The act of compassion when you go out of your way to bend over backwards to try to help someone. And I just stay quiet unless they struggle, usually, because there's a ton of people come in dropping tips that become more obscure as time goes on. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to sound sadistic, but I absolutely love when someone trips, they get up, and they are stronger. Like, it almost makes me want to do something like that I've put off. Every time I see someone who like struggled through something and they came back stronger, even while people was like jeering and saying like, oh yeah, all this, I absolutely get so hyped. Like, I get so energized from displays of like true tenacity. I don't think those come by very often anymore for like trivial things, right? Yeah, it ties into the American dream. Like, and I didn't want to say this as a generalization, but it just feels like that's the American side of me. Like, I absolutely love, instead of fearing, my parents as Chinese people have instilled that. Like, if you want to do it, you do it right. Right? If you're gonna do something, do it right. Don't waste your time doing it again. You got to make sure you do it right the first time, if not the second time. Don't you dare even try to repeat it the third time. If you fail twice, give up. Move on and do something right. And the American dream is like, well, okay, third time's the charm. How about we try something different? Fourth time the charm. Fifth time, you're kind of getting it. You're kind of getting it. And then you get like a product. It's like, it's not what I pictured how that was going to get it, but at least it's something. You know what I mean? Like, the ye old American college try, like, you get like a birdhouse that's like, you're making a birdhouse and you get like a birdhouse that's like lopsided, but it does the job. I genuinely feel it's so heartwarming. It's one of the sides of me that I would say that reminds me of being American. Like, that is the side of me that I do not resonate with my parents. My parents like, why don't you just get it done correctly? I'm like, what do you mean get it done correctly? I've never done this before. Like, well, then learn as much as you can and get it done correctly the first time. I'm like, I don't understand. How can you do something? And it's one of those mentalities. It's constantly like, well, learn from someone who did it correctly and execute exactly what they did correctly. I'm like, can I just try it my way? I don't know. Like, is it okay if I do like something different? Would it still be okay? And it would be kind of like, oh well, yeah, oh, your child can do that. It's, there's a deep cut in there. Yeah, there's a deep cut in there. There's a deep cut in there. Yeah, I would tend to agree. Because you don't have, and child, in a way, they don't have opinions yet as well. So, the old practice don't make perfect, but perfect practice makes perfect. And no way of recovering from failure. Sorry, I know I just turned that into a very morbid topic, but there's a really strong reason why monocultural conformist societies are struggling with the sustainability of self-esteem and the unrelenting escalating pressure growing up, right? So as much as practice perfect makes perfect, they also can't recover when perfect cannot be achieved or idealism cannot be achieved. And that sucks. I'm a mixed product of that. When it wasn't perfect, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a medical doctor. So no matter what, my parents will know. They will continue to slightly bring it up. They have Freudian slips all the time. It's like, well, you're not a medical doctor, but it's okay. The standards. And my American side is why I'm smiling and laughing about it, because I know they care. In their own way. That's the American side. Right. Definitely strange. Most people are average naturally, but society seems to say you're only of value if you are the exceptional. Yeah. Yeah. You wow. That's what was the phrase that most people say? That's a loaded statement, man. SoCal life, that is a loaded statement. Yeah. That's why I don't have social. Yeah, that's a very social. Yeah, that's a loaded statement. It deals with a lot of unpacking. So my sense, here's my 2 cents. But it only applies to people, not other people. It only applies to you and not other people. Fair enough. So you're not projecting that. You're not gaslighting and actively projecting that value onto others. That's very great. It can also be a point of frustration as well, like inwardly. Not that I'm probing into this. However, hopefully that it doesn't frustrate you when you see other not like that, right? Sometimes that can be a little bit tough when you feel alone and then everyone else is like something else, right? My 2 cents about this is I cannot be that person. I cannot be someone that I see as exceptional. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to be able to help people. So it is strange that most people are average naturally, but society seems to say you're the one of value. I gravitate on, and this is an imposter syndrome thing. I like to ground myself, to make myself seem like other people, to get into the mindset to help other people. So if I truly operate in the sphere of constantly thinking that I'm exceptional, it will be very difficult for you to form a connection with people who actually need you to form a connection with. So oftentimes I err on the side of going away from exceptional and trying to associate with that person. However, if that person happens to be exceptional, it can present a problem because since that person is exceptional, there's not a lot of data. Like you can't help that person because they're exceptional. When people are exceptional, it's very difficult to help someone who has a unique problem. So when it comes to things I focus on, I try to focus on the things that make people similar, right? Similar. And that's kind of how psychology works a lot of times, and philosophy. You think about the human condition. So, and I'm talking about people who have no other support system, right? Have other support system. I only have value if I'm exceptional, but they have value as long as they are average because it will make me seem more exceptional. Good cap. Yeah, I think even if you are exceptional, the only people who truly believe they are and don't have imposter syndrome may be slightly narcissistic. It's true. It is a grain of salt. It's a duality between narcissism and imposter syndrome. Narcissism is a survival tactic too, SoCal. So when you can harness narcissism, you can elevate your performance too. Like narcissism has been demonized, like the word narcissistic has been demonized, but self-preservation is a form of narcissism. Right? Like you're concerned with your own well-being. So when you're someone who's incredibly confident and can juggle between being humble and being opportunistic, it's a tool. And as you know what, don't even think of it as a coping mechanism. Yeah, exactly. So for me, it might seem like I'm not trying to sound self-deprecating, but I know oftentimes people can be off-put. It can be put off by me not sharing everything I know because I don't think it's necessary to, in my opinion, to elevate myself any more than the person I'm talking to. When I'm hyper focused on trying to make a connection with someone, elevating yourself beyond their reach makes it all the more intimidating to reach someone. In NA, anything that is a character trait is a coping tool. I like to call that a copium. Anything is a let me see. Anything in a character trait. Anything that is a character trait as a coping tool. I agree with you with one little adjustment. In NA, anything is a character trait tool that can serve as a potential any character trait can serve as a potential coping tool. Regrettably, most people only utilize a limited number of those coping tools, and not even less so converting those coping tools into proactive forward investments. Things like, oh, I always feel sucky in the morning, so proactive investment forward is to improve your mornings. So as opposed to coping with the negative and going back to normal, they're not investing forward to trying to get better than coping. So not going back to normal, but seeking improvement, right? The amount of time I've heard NA people say, I'm an X people, so I can't really do Y. Well, unfortunately, it's not an NA thing either. This is a even bigger deep cut into social norms versus variances in social norm. So in the NA region, there are variances in social norms, as opposed, so that's their relative, that's their standard, right? So because of in my opinion, because of the nebulous standards of social norms as opposed to established norms, you probably notice it most in the NA because there are not social norms that are rigorously enforced. From the outside, from a foreigner perspective, if you belong to a place with social norms, generally speaking, it removes that interpretation. You don't necessarily have to encounter that interpretation too much. So you don't cope with things, you accept things. Acceptance is higher than coping. Coping tends to be a form of tolerance instead of acceptance. I don't accept that I don't know, I can't do something. Like, but you can choose to cope with it, I suppose. Japanese people like to accept a lot of things, right? If you fail your exam, you accept that you cannot achieve that, but you don't try to cope with it. You move on, right? Meanwhile, because of the nebulous standards, in my opinion, social standards in the United States, you could say, I can still cope with it, and refuse to accept that whatever it is you're doing is not good enough. So you make a coping strategy to keep on saying you're okay. I don't know. That was kind of nebulous. I haven't really developed a thought that is a better way to talk about the current trends in NA. And we have to keep in mind that the trend is reflective of half the population, sort of, because it's a contentious point. And the loudest ones are being represented, not necessarily the quietest ones. So I am not part of the loudest community. I'm actually the person that will reach out to spread my positive energy. Oh, beat me to it. Yeah, the loudest. For me, I have enough good energy. I'm not coping with anything. I want to help people stop coping with things and improve their position. So if you find learning Japanese is boring, I'll convince you that it's entertaining to help someone struggle with Japanese and you learn in the process. Like, if I can expend my learning strategies where I invest forward, it will bring value to someone else's competence. So I'm rarely am I coping, but I am American. So I'm not part of the loud significant group. I actively run towards coping, as in like run towards people who cope and hope to at least affect one life at a time. Instead of coping, turn it into something productive, or like productive to them, to the person, that the things that they're trying to cope with. becoming normal again is still 0. It's no net movement. I used to use this catchphrase or catch-all phrase that I use: strive for a net positive lifestyle, not a normalized lifestyle. You're not reaching to normalize 0. You're trying to be net positive. Eventually you'll have enough net positive energy to take on challenges, passive challenges. When I do coaching, if it's an EU player, they just listen to advice, and then player will sometimes say like, I have ADHD, so I can't stand still. Yeah, self-categorization. Yeah, fair enough. I can see that for sure. I haven't ever coached in the sense that you're saying, so I'm guessing this is an esports relations. If I had to guess, it's probably one of the more prominent ones, like Valorant or League of Legends, a Riot game asset. It could be like CS2, probably something like that. And it's in a team environment as well, because you have to have communication between the two, interpersonal communication. So it's a team game, probably. Yeah, understandable. I understand. Yeah, I definitely do not fault you for having these observations. Definitely these observations. And the coherence of the team is affected by the one that is coping the worst. Like, what I mean is, the whole idiom, the weakest link, your team is as strong as your weakest link. However, in this case, we can reframe it. The one that you, as a coach, the one that sticks out the most, that will probably cap the team synergy, is the one that you have to identify that's coping the worst. The one that's struggling with coping the worst. And oftentimes trying to emphasize interpersonal skill, like equal exchange and distribution of burden between all the team members, may help with that. But the worst coper is the one that is likely to be the loudest and most resonant in a group. And you, as a coach, would have to try to find many inventive and clever ways to offset that. Even having to go across cultural boundaries, and they're like, try to dive into their cultural background, what they find are social norms, and then try to alleviate that so that it doesn't spread. The negative coping doesn't spread at like a contagion through the group, and it will pretty much bring down the team morale. Hey, Zexo from YouTube. Is that a 2 in your name? Zexo with a 2? It kind of reminds me of the katakana 2, even though it looks like an emote, like a smile, but that's probably the katakana for 2. Anyways, I gotta finish this lesson, so we're gonna keep going. Thank you for sharing, by the way. I really like that. I don't think this is the first time. Maybe this isn't the first time we chat, perhaps. Okay. I'm like I have a special interest in young adults. It's probably what I would say. I have a special interest in the mental health of young adults. Oh no. No, you don't have to remove it. Wait, what's wrong with removing it? I think it's funny. I think it's clever. Zexo, that you used it as a smiling thing. I haven't thought about it as a smiling emote until now. Yama mo takai desu. Yeah. Is that mountain over there also tall? So yama mo takai desu ka? It's the same phrase except with ka. Good old Japanese. Oh my gosh, it's past midnight. So I got the streak for tomorrow. Okay, I gotta do this one last lesson.
私はお菓子を買います。
Watashi, okashi.
お菓子。
Snack. Okashi. Okay. Okashi o kaimasu. Okay. So this is just a new term. Nothing else grammatically I don't see. Okay. So I'm going to buy a snack. So okashi.
お菓子。あれは素敵な山ですね。
あれはsteaky. Huh. Steaky na. Oh yeah, steaky is of course another na-adjective. Of course. これは素敵な山ですね。What does steaky mean in this context?
素敵な。
Oh wait, it's still the same. Okay, it's fine. I thought maybe it's a little different. Okay. Still the same. Okay. That mountain over there is lovely. Isn't it? Wait. No. That over there is a lovely is a lovely mountain. Isn't it? Ah, good old switcheroo with the object and the topic. Right. Yes.
それは素敵なお寺ですね。
それはな I keep picking up なそれは
素敵なお寺ですね。
素敵なお寺は
お寺それは素敵なお寺ですね。
お寺です
ね。
お寺ですね。What was our お寺? Do I play Minecraft? No, I do not. So I do not play Minecraft.
それは素敵なお寺ですね。
Oh, right. お寺。お寺。The temple. temple. 寺。お寺。
あ、これは素敵なデザートですね。
Okay. This is a steaky na desato. This is a lovely this is a lovely dessert, isn't it?
素敵なお土産ですね。
Why is ne highlighted? Do I play any games? I most certainly do. Not right now though. Just Japanese. Learning Japanese right now. The last couple games I played was every single Like a Dragon game. Except Like a Dragon Ishin. From time to time, you might probably see Neverwinter Online, PSO2, NGS, and on OS and OS. Those are my live service or ongoing stuff from time to time. Suteki na.
素敵な
Oh yeah, steaky na. Wow, it's so weird looking at that. Steaky na. Steaky na. Omi. Omiya.
お土産
Omiyage. Okay, so that's the new word. Omiyage.
お土産
Yes, ne.
お土産 敵な
Oh.
素敵なお土産
I guess it's a lovely souvenir, isn't it? Implicit subject. Did I start Japanese from basics? Yes. I actually, more accurately, I started Japanese from Duolingo. That's it. It's a lovely souvenir, isn't it? Steaky na, what is it? Omiyage. Omiyage desu ne?
あのデザートはどうですか？
Ano desato, ano desato wa do desu ka? Okay. Or how about wait. How's that dessert over there? How's that dessert over there? Wow, that's awkward phrasing. Isn't staying off with isn't it more common than doubling? Isn't starting off with isn't it more common than doubling? Oh, like saying it at the end? So isn't it in the beginning as opposed to at the end, right? It can probably be in the beginning. I don't think Duolingo accepts it. Isn't it a lovely souvenir? Yeah. Yeah, isn't it a lovely souvenir? Is Spanish easy in my opinion? When I was 16 years old, and then I stuck with Spanish until I was 19, that 16 to 19-year-old would say yes. Right now, I do not. However, I don't usually comment on easy or hard. You just do it. If that helps. Yeah, isn't it a lovely souvenir is a great point. I'm not sure if they accept it. And let me think about this. What was the phrasing? It said, isn't it a lovely souvenir? Oh, there's no demonstrative. It's missing the demonstrative. So, isn't it a lovely souvenir does not direct where is the lovely souvenir. So, Duolingo would say that's a grammatical error because in Japanese, that statement is suggesting that it's a very specific lovely, but maybe that's a redundant because in that one it was just des, wasn't it? I don't know. That's a good question. Like for this, for example, you cannot get away with saying how's that dessert, right? How's that dessert, as opposed to how's that dessert over there, or I think no, yeah. Or that dessert, oh yeah, I don't know, but that's a little tough for me. I don't know how I would respond to that. I don't know enough Japanese. Necktie. They're bringing back necktie. Okay. Oh yeah, omiyage. Omiyage o kaimasu ka? Omiyage is souvenir again. So kono necktie That's what this is supposed to help with.
Necktie.
Necktie. Necktie. Ondo desu ka?
どうですか?
どうですか? What am I? Oh, ha. Oh my gosh, the cutoff. Oh no. Yeah. この necktie はどうですか? Save me, kanji. Okay. So, what are our other choices? Action? Okay, action doesn't. The action's hilarious. Company and aircon. Air conditioner. Okay. Yeah, are you gonna buy a souvenir? How about this necktie?
このお土産が欲しいです。
このお土産がお土産が欲しいです。Oh wait, hold up. It's still expressing the first person. There was something that I need to keep track of. It's still expressing the first person. Hey Susie. From YouTube. Hello Susie from YouTube. So this I want this souvenir. I guess souvenir is the new vocab, so このお土産が欲しいです. Yeah, it's still in the first person. Oshides is expressing your own desires. So, still okay.
お土産はどうですか?
Okay. お土産はどうですか? Oh, hello. What is the wrong one? It's probably well actually, すみません. この電車は横浜に行きますか? You gotta love the other option. Like, sorry, this train goes to Yokohama. No, sorry. Does this train go to Yokohama? Excuse me. Does this train go to Yokohama? Okay. Okay. お土産がいいですね。いいですね。お土産 Wow, you really gonna repeat that? お土産を買います。Okay. I mean, yeah, that's reasonable. The souvenir is nice, isn't it? I like to buy, like, I'm going to buy a souvenir. Thanks.
このポストカードは500円です。
I heard postal card. So postcard. Yeah. Postal card. Yeah. Postal card. このポストカードは500円です。Oh, interesting. They highlighted all of these, but it's just postal card. However, postal card is being modified as a topic marker for the equivalence of 500円. So I guess highlighting all of that's fine. This postcard is 500 yen. Yeah, let's go.
ポストカード。
ポストカード。
このポストカードはどうですか？
このポストカードはどうですか? It's clearly not the first one. Let's see. 毎日毎日友達と泳ぎます。That's good about your friends, I suppose. And then このそのポストカードはちょっとoh okay. Sorry. I don't really like that postcard. Ooh. Zexo, you want to tell me something? Alright. Shoot. Okay. Oh yeah. Betonamu, which is Vietnam. お寺 temple. Otera. And gurai about.
Gurai?
Specifically for like time. And then okashi.
Okashi.
New vocab, snack. And then hayai. Hayai.
早い。
このお菓子はどうですか？
このお菓子はどうですか? I suppose you can talk to Susie. You guys can talk among yourself for sure. My shoe. My shoe judo. My shoe judo をします。いえ、そのお菓子はちょっと。Okay. Wow. You're just rejecting everything. Okay. このは素敵なデザートですね。Yeah. Orこれは actually これはこれは
デザート。
Oh, I forgot steaky.
素敵
なデザートですね。
ですね。
Good luck. I hope you two have a nice time together. Ken san mo well, that's interesting. I guess it just because you can just say that. Yeah, that's fair. So Ken san mo pasta card を買います。
ケンさんもポストカード。
Postal. It's postal. Postal カードを買います。Missing a time? No, I'm not missing time. Good luck, good luck. All right, that's it. That's the end. We got the first new set of things. So what are our non-adjectives? Nikiyaka. Nikiyaka. Steaky. Steaky. Kirei. Kirei. What's we got? Probably missed one or two. Will come to me. We had a new location. What was it? Harajuku? Harajuku? That maybe. And then souvenir was, oh no, these are gonna be rough. I've already forgotten. Something Kashi. And then Otada or Otera or Otera. Jinsha. And then we have kanji stuff. Kama. Yama. Alright, we'll have to first all of it. Alright, folks. There you have it. Oh, hey. We made it to the new league. Hooray. 6 out of what was it? We're 6 out of 6. 6 out of 6. Okay. Oh, let's look at our characters, our kanji. We still haven't gotten this. I don't know what that is still. Okay. Alright, folks. There you have it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Oh, we had wonderful, wonderful discussions. I think the only thing I'm going to highlight from today's stream is probably my first digression day that I actually prepared for, but we had so many good discussions about culturalism, especially the East meets West culturalism. I'll probably review some of that stuff tomorrow. Yeah. So, thanks, Susie. All right, folks. Until next time, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. Work on stuff that excite you. Hopefully, less coping, more happiness, more improvement. Work on that net positive lifestyle, right? And once again, as always, mata ashita. Ja ne.